Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this video, we are going to start a new series in which we will be developing a project using Spring Boot. So basically we will be developing a RESTful APIs, okay? And the scope of the project will not be very large, or maybe you can say very complex, but there will be a lot of topics that we will be covering in this series, okay? So the prerequisite to this series is that you should have a strong fundamental knowledge of Java programming language. If you want a refreshing of the Java programming language, or you want to learn it, then we have a series on our channel with Java Course 2023, which has 37 videos. These 37 videos definitely don't cover everything in the Java programming language, but it covers all the topics that are required for you to get started with this series, okay? And basically get started with Java programming language. You can refresh your knowledge here also, so that would be helpful here. So you should once go through this series if you want, and also if you want to know how to work with the GraphQL, then we have made fundamental understanding of Spring Boot with GraphQL in this Spring Boot GraphQL series. So you can explore this also. So these are the two things. But now, since we will be developing RESTful APIs, so the scope of this will be much bigger than the scope of this Spring Boot GraphQL series. Okay, and a lot of topics will be covered, but the API we will be building will be not so complex or not so big, but it will have its own means you can say it will have its own complexity in it itself. Okay, so let's see what we are going to build. So in the GraphQL series, we have built a movie API, right? Here also we will be building a movie API, but in a RESTful manner, right? And here these are the topics that we will be covering. So CRUD operations are always the most basics and most fundamentals which is covered in whenever you are building any APIs. Those are always there. But along with that, we will be having file handling. So here there will be a field in which there will be a poster of the movie, you can say, and that is an image file. So how do we handle it? How do we save the how do we manage those things? How do we save into the database? And along with all the other fields, that is most important. Just doing file handling can be much easier, but along with it is a bit I would not say complicated, but it requires more understanding, right? So that we will be covering into it. Next will be the DB level and application level validations. So when you are saving your data into the database, how you're designing your schema, what constraints you're putting, and how you are ensuring that those constraints are actually applying on those data. And before saving to database, on the application level, when you are taking the input from the user or the data is coming to your backend, and how you are validating those things. So both types of validations we will be seeing here, right? Next will be pagination and sorting. So of course the use of pagination and sorting is widespread in the industry level projects, because you have lots of data, and if you can't just show all the millions of records or thousands of records in one page, right? So you need the support of pagination and sorting if you want a custom sorting, or based on name, or based on year, or on whichever parameter. Exception handling is for the purpose so that you display the proper, very accurate and precise message to the user wherever there is something goes wrong. Okay, you can't display stack press to the user, right? It would not be understandable. So you need to display in a understandable format. So we will see how to do exception handling. And definitely next one will be security. How we will be securing our APIs using Spring Security with JWT authentication and authorization. And there are more topics which I will add into it. Right now I'm not revealing, but it will be there. Okay, so this is the whole thing that we will be covering here. So if you see the scope of it, it is not so complex, but if you see the topics that we are covering, So once you understand all these topics, whether it is file handling, whether it is validations, pagination, exception handling, security, then these will be kind of, you can repeat these things in other projects, even if you develop a complex one. Okay, there only you have to manage the schemas and entities, but the rest of the operations like file handling, validation, or pagination will be same. So understanding these concepts here in a simpler manner would be much more beneficial for you to develop the complex projects also. All right, so that is what we are going to cover here. So that's all for this video. From the next video, we are going to start our project and start developing the RESTful APIs, right? So if you're new to this channel, please subscribe to it. And if you are interested in this series and if you are excited for it, then please make sure to like the video and share it with more like-minded people who may be getting benefit from it. Okay, so I'll see you in the next one. Till then, bye-bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this video, we are going to set up our new Spring Boot project. We have discussed about the details of the project in the last video. So let's begin to set up our project. Okay, so to create a project, we are here at start.spring.io. So here we will choose Maven, language as Java, the latest stable version of Spring Boot 3.2.1, and the group name. So let's name it as com.movieflix, something like that. Okay, you can give any name what you want, and it will have movie API name. I will put movie API. In the description you can write anything about the project. So Spring Boot project for building RESTful movie API, and rest everything is good. Just select Java 21, the latest LTS version of Java. Okay, now coming to dependencies, so we will need a Lombok, then we will need web, and we will need JPA, then MySQL, and one more library, validation. Okay, so these are the 5 dependencies that we initially require. So as our project will move forward, and if we require any other dependencies, we will put them into our pom.xml file. Okay, so yeah, everything is perfect. So let's generate our project. So I have generated the project in my project directory, idea projects, in which our Java codes and GraphQL APIs were there. So let's unzip it first. So extract, and once we are done with extract, let's open our IntelliJ IDEA community and click on open. Here is our movie API. Okay, so this black tick is on this folder. So select this folder, don't select the outermost movie API folder. So we have selected this folder and we're opening it in our IntelliJ IDEA community project ID. So it is taking some time to set up and index all the files and dependencies. So let's wait for some time. So now our project is set up here, right? Now if you go in the here, this is our main application from which starting point for our project, right? And in the resources, we will configure our database and our JPA. Okay, so first let's refactor it and rename to from properties to YML file. Okay, and then open it. So we will define certain properties. So first is spring.datasource dot spring dot data source dot username. So it's root. Okay, then we have password 1234. This is the root username and password for MySQL DB on local system. You can have your own, whatever you have configured, just give the password and your username, then you have to give URL. So it will be JDBC MySQL slash localhost 3306. My MySQL is running on 3306 port. Okay, and we have to give the database name. So I would give movies, just movies. Okay, so first we need to create a database here. So we don't have any movies. Here is a movie DB which we had created in our GraphQL series, but we'll create a new one. So create a new schema and movies, apply and finish. Okay, so our new database movies is now ready for here. Okay, so now let's configure our JPA. Okay, so this is the configuration for our JPA, right? So just pause the video and you can just copy it in your application.yml file. Now we will create the entities and we will check if our project is working fine. So first package we will create is .entities. Okay, here the first entity we are going to create is of movie. So we will annotate it with entity, and if you want you can name the table also, if you whatever you want it to be, but I will keep it as default. Then we will have private integer movie ID. It will have then private string title, then private string movie's director name, then private string studio name. Okay, then private set of type string which will have movie cast, the list of all the actors and actresses will be here. Then we will have a private integer release year, and finally we will have a poster. So poster will be basically we will be having a image, movie image. Okay, so we will see how we will be saving our image, but in our database we will be saving the name of the image. Okay, and mark this as ID. Also let's keep it as generated value strategy equal to identity. Okay, so this much we have done. Now we need to do some validations. So there are two types of validations. One is database level validations. So database level validations are those validations that whenever the data is going to the database checks that all the condition, all the constraints are fulfilled. Okay, no constraint is violated. So that constraints we are going to put. And second, before sending the data to the database, we will validate the data at the application level. Okay, on the backend. So both constraints we need to put. So first we can use column, in which it will be nullable is equal to false. So this column cannot be false. Okay, also there is additional parameter like length. So you can make it of a particular size. So suppose you want to make it 200. By default it is 255. Okay, but you can change it to whatever length you wish to. Then for application level, since we have a not blank. Now this not blank is coming because of, if you see in the pom.xml, this Spring Boot starter validation. Because of this not blank annotation is coming up. And here you can pass a message, custom message, in case the validation fails. So blank means either it should not be null or it should not be just empty. Okay, so both cases are covered here. So you can say please provide movie's title. Okay, something like this, and this will be applicable for all of the columns. So we can just copy paste this. Maybe length we can remove. There's not much required for length, and just change this one, change it to studio. So for this field, this is not simply a field, it is a collection of the strings. Okay, so we are taking a set of string. So what will be done at the database level is that a new table will be created with the foreign key as movie id. Okay, so we have to define it as element collection. Also, there is a column, or there is an annotation called collection table. Okay, and we can name this table on our own. So I want to name this table as movie cast. Then we can proceed ahead with this all. Now the reason why we have taken the reference type, not the primitive type for integers, is that so that we can easily provide the validations. Okay, so that is one reason. If you take a reference type, you can easily provide the validations. So these are all the validations that we have applied. Now we need getter, setter, and constructors. So for that we have Lombok. So we will go with no args constructor, all args constructor, add getter. Okay, so that much is fine for now. It is fine. If we need setters or toString or anything, we will get those, right? So this much it is done. Now next step is to create a new repository package. So repositories, and we will create a movie repository, and it will be of type interface. So we will extend JPA repository, and we will put movie and primary key of the type integer. So our repository is also done. So now since we have created our project, set up the configuration in the YML files, and we have created our entities and repository. So I hope now we are ready to check if everything is working fine. So let's run this project. Okay, so let's run, enable it. Okay, just a minute, it's saying module SDK. So let me, I have a JDK 21, let it detect. So I have set up my project to level JDK 21. Okay, so let all the things be done first. So just ensure that all these the JDK version is matching. If in the pom.xml, since we have taken JDK 21, so in your local, in your PC or laptop, JDK 21 should be installed and it should be on path. Okay, so let's run this again. So as you can see, our tables are created without any mistakes. So all is working good. So let's verify in the database. So coming to database, let's refresh it. So refresh all, we have got tables. If you come here and say select rows, so you can see we have got all the columns, and here you can see there is one more table, movie cast, which I told you that since we are taking it as a set of strings or set of values, so it will create a new column. So let's see what it has. So it is taking a movie ID as a foreign key, and movie cast here will be individual values will be matched to each foreign key. Okay, so this much is done. So that's all for this video, and we have successfully set up our project, and we have set up our entity database. Now we are ready to move towards the next steps. So from the next video, we are going to proceed with the next steps, which will be to create the services. So we will see how do we do that. So that's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Till then, bye bye. Hello everyone. Welcome back to this new video on Spring Boot Backend course 2024. So in the previous video, we have set up our new Spring Boot project. We have set up our database configuration and our entity, right? In this video, we are going to see how we can handle the files. Now, in this entity, we have defined one field, private string poster, right? Now this poster is actually an image, right? Poster of a movie, correct? So we need to upload the file somewhere. We need to upload the image somewhere, right? But we should not save the file in database, because first of all, if whenever we need to retrieve the data from the database, that can be an expensive operation, because the file size can be very big also, and that would put a more constraint on our database server, right, in real world. So that's not an option to do. So there are two options to do. One is to put our files on the server file system, okay, which we are going to follow here. And second is to use a third-party file service. So there are third-party file services which are available, which we will see later in the course, but one of them is Cloudinary. Okay, if you have not heard, you can check out. It has a documentation on how to do, but regarding that we will see later. Here we will follow the first approach. We will upload the files on the server file system itself, right? Server file system means this whole thing. So here you can see the target folder. So target folder here is a part of our project structure, right? So when the project get deployed there, on that system also there is a file system, because that is ultimately on some operating system only your system is being deployed. So there also you give the path and you create the directory, and all the files are uploaded on the server side, right? So we are going to follow this approach. So we will first do all the configuration related to our file upload and how to serve the file on the server, right? So, but before that, we will have to set up for a response type. So for response, we are going to use a DTO class. So let's set up a DTO class first. So let's create a new package .dto and let's create a new class name as movie DTO, right? Now this movie DTO will have all the fields that are present here. So let's just copy them and we have copied all. Just remove all these things. Put the validation is important. So let's keep the validation but remove all the things which is not required. The DB level validations are not required for this DTO class. Also this not blank validation that we yesterday put on the integer field, this is not a validation for integer field, it is a validation for a string field. Okay, so we should remove this also, and from here also, and from here also, correct? And let's put, okay, let's put a data, a Lombok annotation, which will give us almost everything, but we need a no args constructor and maybe a all args constructor. Okay, so these are the only two things which we require. Now since our DTO class will be responsible for interacting with the controller side and all the data related thing, for taking the values and transferring to the actual and to actually mapping to the actual entity. So this class is important. So, and we will be using this class for response also. So that's why we are using one more field here for now, which is private string poster URL. Now this poster URL is an important field, and we should put a annotation also.
a validation. Please provide posters URL. Okay. Now, why this poster URL is important? When we are trying to save our data, then it is fine. We don't need to save our URL. Why? Because if we change our servers, okay, from in premise to a cloud-based service or from one cloud to another, then the base URL or the whole URL can get changed, right? So we don't want that to happen. But what we want is that when we are sending a response to the user, when the user want to fetch the data, then at that time we need to provide a URL to that user, so that you now if we just send the poster data, okay, so it will contains the image name. So suppose it will have default.png, right? Now what will user know that what is actually in the image? We have to give actual image also, so we need to provide the URL of the image. Okay, so that will be a part of response, but this will we will see when we will be dealing with the movie API. For now, our purpose is to build the file service API, okay, so that we can handle files. So to handle files, let's create first a service package. We have created a service package. So here we will write file service. Now this file service will be of a interface. So here we will define the methods which are required. So first method will be uploading the file, right? That is the primary method that we have to first upload the file, right? Now when we are uploading the file, what we should get in return? So we expect we should get the file name in return, right? So string upload file, and what will it take? It will take a path, on the path on which we are going to upload the file, and a file. So this file will be of type multipart file. So in Spring Boot, this multipart file type is used, okay, when we are dealing with the file in the RESTful manner, right? So this is used then, and we'll use throws IO exception. Okay. Now second thing is we need to serve the file. Now to serve the file, we cannot directly take the file and serve it. So how it works in the REST protocol is that you cannot just directly you can not just directly fetch the file from the server and serve it on the web, or serve it to the user on the front end, right? You need to convert the file to the streams or to the bytes. So for that purpose, we need a kind of stream, file stream. So for that we need an input stream, which we generally use, and the file which is there we are getting as an input stream, it is a kind of resource. So we can say a resource file, right? And it will take two parameters. First, it will take path. So first we need to provide it a path from where it should fetch the file, and the name of the file, so that it can search for that file on that path, right? And it throws file not found exception. Okay, so because if a file is not present on that path, then it will throw a file not found exception, right? So these are the two methods that is important for dealing with the file. First is uploading the file. So when we are trying to save the data for movie entity, then at that time this method is important, that first we upload the file, get the file name, set the poster value, and then save the data, right? And if we are going to fetch the data from the database, then we first fetch a data from the database, then we call get resource file, we get our actual file in the form of input stream, we generate a URL also, and then we have this movie DTO. So along with all the data that comes from the database, we additionally put a generated URL, and then we serve it on the front end or on the to any platform that we want. So that way it is useful. So this is our whole intention behind these two methods. Now let's implement these methods. So we have file service impl. So this file service impl will implement for file service, right? Alt enter implement methods. Let's implement both methods. Now to implement these methods, first we'll annotate this class with service, and secondly we will see how to now build logic for upload file. Now when we are going to upload file, we have the file with us, okay, which we have got from the user, okay, and then we have a string path. Now from where we will get the path? So we can define our path in our configuration file. So we come to here, and here we define projects or project and then poster, okay, and here you can define a path. So what you are doing is, this is a variable that you have defined, an environment variable, and this is the directory name that you have defined for the where you want. Now where this path will actually be, so this path actually be on the main project path. So this is our main project, and the absolute path for this project is, or all the directories are on this path, right? If you just minimize src, then you'll get all these directories on this path, right? So here only this poster directory will be generated, right? So we have configured this path here. Perfect. Now next is, we need the name of the file first, right? Because we have to return that. So get name of the file. So to get name of the file, we'll say file name equal to, we have file and then it has a method get original file name. So from this method we are getting the name of the file. Second thing is to get the file path. So to get the file path. Now how do we get the file path? So we have already provided a path to it, and then we just want to append the file to that path simply, right? So we will say path plus. Now if we directly concatenate, then it will just concatenate two strings. We need to define something which the Spring understands that, okay, this is not a simple concatenation, it is appending the file to that path. So there is a method which is file. File comes from java.io dot separator, and then we say name of the file. So file name, okay. So this file dot separator works as an identification which tells that these two things needs to be appended. Path is a actual path on which this file needs to get appended, okay. So that is one thing. Now we have to actually create a file object and copy the file to that path that we are getting, right? So first we'll create a file object. Create a file object. So let's create a file object, and we will give it a path to it, so that the file object is created for that path. Now this file object is responsible that whether the path exists or not already on the main way. Like here, for now you cannot see a poster's path, right? So we need to create it automatically if it does not exist. So we will say if not f dot exists, then f dot make dir. mkdir. So it will create a directory of posters, right? As we have defined in our resources, right? So okay, let's define it posters. So it will be better. So we have created the path also. Next step is to copy the file or upload file to the path. So for that purpose, we use the another Java library, java.nio.file. Okay, so files.copy. Now it requires a input stream. Okay, so we will have file dot get input stream. Then it requires a path. So to get a path, it has itself, this library itself has a class. So let's use that paths dot get. So we need to provide it the file path, because file path is the actual path for the file where we actually want to upload the file. File path is the actual path for the file where we actually want to upload the file. And the third is the options. Now here there are various options that is available for us. Suppose you have uploaded the file with the name, suppose happynewer.png. Okay, now you are, if you again upload another file with the same name, happynewer.png, so what you expect to do, whether you want to replace that existing file with the same name, or you want to tell user that no, the file with the same name exists, so we cannot upload the file. So that is your option. How do you decide? For now we are taking that option, so we will say standard copy option dot, and here is a replace existing. So this option will, what it will do is, if there is an already existing file with the same name, it will remove that, and the new file that you are putting, it will upload that. Okay, and simply here you have to return file name. That's it. So this is how the file is uploaded on the backend server, right? Now second is to get this resource. So for getting this resource, again, first we of course need a complete path from where we can get the file. So a relative path that we have provided in the YML is there, and the file name we have provided, let's keep it as file name here also and here also, so that it is clear that it is for file name. Okay, so for getting the full file path, so we need a file path. Through this way we can get the whole file path. So just copy it and paste it here. Now we need to return of input stream. So we will return, there are multiple input stream, means other classes which also extend input stream, like file input stream. So we will say file input stream, and we will supply file path. Okay, so this will provide the file in the form of an input stream, and specifically a file input stream. Okay, so that we can easily serve on the web or to the user, right? So this is done for the uploading of the file and for getting the file, but we now actually want to do it. So how to actually do it? So we have to build a controller. So let's create a package. Here we will say controllers. In the controllers package, we will create a file controller, and we will mark it as REST controller, and a base URL we will write. So base URL, let's write as /file. Okay, now we want to use the file service for performing the operations. So first we will say private final file service and file service, alt enter, add constructor parameter. So we will use constructor injection for it. Now we have to create our endpoints. So first will be post mapping. post mapping, it is for upload. To upload the file, we have to use post mapping. We will use public response entity of type string, and we'll say upload file handler. Now in the input parameter, we will take a multipart file. So we have to take it as a request part. So we will take multipart file, and of course it will throw IO exception. Okay, now simply what we have to do is we have to use file service dot upload file. For getting this path, we need to define a variable private string path. But what will be its value? So its value should be this project poster, right? So for using this environment variable, we have an annotation name as value. Okay, here dollar curly braces, and then we will write projects dot poster. Okay, so it has project dot poster. Okay, it is project dot poster. So this is how we define our environment variable. So we pass path into it, and we pass file into it. Okay, so it will return the name of the file. So uploaded file, and we will say uploaded file name. Okay, and we will return a response entity dot OK, in which we will pass file uploaded and then name of the file. So uploaded file name, right? So this is how we will upload our file. Now for serving the file, we actually need to get the file. So we will use a get mapping, and we need just one thing, that is for file name. We just need to provide a file name in a path variable. Rest it will do its on its own. There will be no response type. It will just give us a file. So it will be of type void, and we'll say serve file handler. Okay, so in this we have to provide two parameters. First is of course the path variable that we have taken. So path variable of type string file name. Now this file name and this file name both should be same, so just ensure that it is same. Second, we want http servlet response, because we will directly give a response, so that's why we are not returning anything. So we will use a file service dot get resource. Now path we already have, file name we will get from the path variable, and it is saying to add exception to the signature. Now we will get a input stream, right? So we have got a input stream from here. Now we just have to define the in what format do we want this input stream to be in. So we said set content type to be, so your file can be of type GIF, JPEG, PNG. So for I'm taking PNG for now. You can take anything, right? And then next is you have said, okay, I want a file in the form of mediatype.png value, but what we are getting is an input stream. So to convert it, we need to send this input stream which is coming from the user to an output stream, and that output stream will be converted to the required response. So we have a method in this Spring for stream utils.copy, which take two parameters. First it takes is a input stream, okay, and then we say response dot get output stream. So again we have to handle it, the exception. So we'll throw for now. When we will talk about exception handling, at that time we will see how to handle these exceptions in a proper format. But for now, we are just throwing the exceptions. So this is how we have to upload and serve the file handler, right? So our controller is also ready. So let's summarize what we have done. So to send a response, we have created a movie DTO class, which is responsible for the data, handling the data from request data and response data. And we have added additional field, which is not we are using right now, because this will be used actually in when we will be dealing with the CRUD operations of the movie entity, right? So we have created this. Second, we have for handling the file, any type of file, we have defined two methods for file. One is uploading the file and one is getting the file. For uploading the file, we are providing path and multipart file from the user, and for getting the file, we are taking a path and file name. So file name is coming from user, path we are automatically providing us from the YML, right? Then we have implemented it, got the original file name, set up the file path, then created the directory in which our files will be uploaded, and then copied our files to those directory, along with the option that if another file of the same name comes, then the existing one will get replaced. Okay, and here we have generated the file path and returned a new file input stream, right? Then we have created a controller for uploading and serving the files, right? Okay, so we have written all the logic here. Now run our code and see what is whether it's working perfectly or not. Okay, so let's see. So let's run our application. Okay, so our application is ready. Okay, so we have set up our here the URL file/upload. Now here we have to come to the body form data, and here we have to enter as key value. So in key, enter file, because here in the variable name is file, right? So the variable name here and the key here should be same. Now here is the option text or file. So select file, select from here, we will select one file, select a PNG file, because if you select another file, it will upload, but when we have to serve, it will not come, because we have said we want a PNG value. Okay, so let's send, and you can see file uploaded c1.png. okay, file name is c1.png, and if we come here, you will see here we have a new directory created, posters, in which c1.png is there, and we can see the images also come, right? Now second thing is for serving on the web. So for web, we have to come to our on web. Let's copy the base URLs. So we have copied the base URL, paste here c1.png, and see it's working, right? We have served the file on the web. So our work on file handling and the file service we have implemented successfully. So now we are ready to integrate this file service into our main movie API and work with the API. So in the next video, we are going to build the operations to handle the movie API, and we will integrate this file service into that. Okay, so I hope you have understood the whole concept. If anything, there is a doubt or anything you have not understood, you can post in the comment section. I will try to answer that. And if you like this content, if you like the video, please press the like button and share it more and more. Also, if you are new to the channel, please subscribe to the channel. I'll see you in the next one. Till then, bye bye. Hello everyone. I wish you a very happy new year to all of you, and may this year be a great year for all your happiness and success. So I wish you again a Very happy new year. So let's continue our series on Spring Boot Backend course 2024. So in the last video we have discussed and built the file service, and it was working for us. We can upload the file and we can serve the file on the web, right? So that much part is done. Now comes the part where we have to build the operations for movies, okay, the movie entity. So today we are going to do that. So let's start by building the first service, which is a movie service. So movie service, it will be of type interface. Now here we will define the methods which are required, but today we are going to cover two things. First, we are going to add the movie entity to the movie data to the database, and second, we are going to fetch those things, okay? And this will be done along with the file handling that we have discussed yesterday, okay? So we will basically be dealing with the data, the transfer of data between the user and the DB with the help of our movie DTO class. So we will say movie DTO add movie, and we will take a movie DTO object from which will come from user, and it will also come a multipart file, okay? So this is a method that we are going to implement. Second method will be again a movie DTO, and it will be just get movie, and it will be based on a movie ID, okay? So we have defined this method, and the third method will be list of all the movies in the database. So list of movie DTO, get all movies, and that's it, right? So these are the three methods that in this video we are going to discuss and see how we can achieve it, okay? So let's create a implementation class for it. So we will have movie service impl. It will implement movie service, okay? So let's implement all the methods here and annotate this class with service annotation, okay? So since we are going to deal, this service layer is going to deal with the database, so we need to bring in the dependency for our repository layer, okay? So we will say private final movie repository, and movie repository, we will make it a constructor parameter for constructor injection. And now let's see how do we start doing with add movie thing. Now when we are trying to add movie, we are getting two things. First, we are getting the data, the movie DTO object, okay, which is a kind of JSON, right? Second, we are getting the multipart file, that is along with data we are also getting the file. So we have to handle both of them, right? So let's start by handling file. Why file? Because once we upload the file, then that uploading file will give us the name of the file, right? So first thing, let's first write down the steps what we are going to do. So first will be to upload the file. Then second step will be to set the value of field poster as a file name. So once we upload the file, you can see here the upload file gives a file name, right? Yesterday we have seen that. So this file name we will set the value of poster in it, right? Third point will be we need to, now we are getting this as a movie DTO object, right? But to save the data into database, we have a movie repository which accepts a movie class object, right? So we need to map DTO to movie object, right? Map DTO to movie object. Then fourth step will be to save the movie object. So when we save the movie object, it will return back the saved movie object, the saved movie object. Okay, and we will then, now we are getting a saved movie object. Now we have to return a movie DTO, right? But when we are returning the movie DTO, this time this movie DTO will be used as a response object, right? And if we see this movie DTO, all fields are okay, but this we have this posted URL, which is an extra field. So we need to generate this URL, right? So that when the user clicks on the URL, it shows him the image, right? So we have to generate the URL. So generate the poster URL, and so it will be, so we have to generate the poster URL, and then finally map movie object to DTO object and return it, right? So this is the 6 steps in which we have to do. So let's start by doing step by step. So first step is to upload the file, right? So let's upload the file. So before uploading, let's bring the file service into the picture here. So file service and file service. So we have brought the file service into the scope. We will use file service dot upload file. Now we have to provide a path and file. So path, again we have to, in the previous example in the controller we have seen that we have got the path from the environment variable. So we'll just copy this environment variable and we'll bring this path here, and we'll say path and the file we have got from the request, right? And it will throw a exception. So this is what we got. So it will give us a uploaded file, right? So we have got the uploaded file name. So let's name it as uploaded file name. Okay. Now second step is to set the value of the field posted as file name. So movie DTO dot set poster as uploaded file name. So this is because we have to ensure that the file name which we are uploading and the file name which is getting saved in database matches. So when we are fetching the database, it would be easier to fetch the file also along with it, right? You will see in some time that it is important to do this. Okay. Now next is to map the DTO object to movie object. So we need to create a movie object, movie equal to new movie. If we come to movie object, okay, we have all our constructors, so we can now create a constructor here. So we will say movie DTO dot get movie ID, movie DTO dot get title, movie DTO dot get director, movie DTO dot get studio, movie DTO dot get movie cast. Let me once see in what order it should be. So director, studio, cast, release year and poster. Okay, movie cast, then movie DTO dot release year, and finally movie DTO dot poster. Okay, so we have created this movie object. Next is to save the movie object. So we will use the movie repository to do this. So movie repository dot save, and we will save this movie object. Now it will return a saved movie object. So we will have saved movie. Okay. So we have got the hold of the movie object that we have actually saved in the database. Now, before we generate a response, we should now need a posted URL. Now to generate poster URL, look here in the file controller, if you come, then you see that using this mapping, using this controller method, we were able to serve the file on the web, right? So we need the whole complete URL, http localhost 8080 slash you can say this file and then slash file name, right? So these things we need to generate the URL. So our base URL is http localhost 8080, right? So we will include that in as a environment variable. Okay, so we will say http slash slash localhost 8080, right? So this is our base URL which we are saving here. Now the reason why we are putting it in the YML file is if we are going to deploy on another server, we can change the parameter and that will detect it from there. There is a more efficient way which we will discuss later, but for now we are here to implement this way so that we can confirm that okay, everything is working fine. So there are multiple ways to do this so that automatic base URL generation is there. But for now we are taking this approach of putting it into the YML file. Okay, so since we are putting it into the YML file, we need to retrieve it. So in the similar way, we will say string base URL and at value dollar base dot URL. Okay, so this will bring the base URL value for us, right? Now we need to generate our poster URL. So poster URL equal to, now first base URL is required. After that we have a file, that is a after that we have to append it to all the requests. This URL is added. Okay, and then we need a file name. So file name we will get by here, uploaded file name, right? So uploaded file name. So we have now generated the poster URL also. Now we are ready to generate a response. So movie DTO, we will name it as response equal to new movie DTO, and in the similar way, the way we have generated this, we will generate this. Okay, so save movie dot get movie ID, save movie dot get title, save movie dot get director, save movie dot get studio, save movie dot get movie cast, save movie dot get release year. Once we confirm if this is also in the same order, so a movie cast, release year, poster and poster URL. Okay, movie cast, release year, poster and poster URL. Okay, so now we have formed a response object in the form of a movie DTO object. Now we will return this response object from here. So this is done for us, right? Now the next step involves to set up our controller. Okay, so let's set up a controller and check if this is working or not. So movie controller. Okay, let's set up it as REST controller at request mapping, and the base points which will be applicable for all will be API of version 1 and we will name as movie. Okay, now movie controller will need the movie service. So private final movie service, and this is here. Now let's now create a handler which will handle the request for adding the movie to the database. So at post mapping slash add movie. Okay, we will have public a response entity movie DTO, and then we will say add movie handler. Now in the add movie handler, we need two things. One is the actual object, and second is the multipart file. Now when we are taking a request, okay, in which file is also involved and in which the JSON data is also involved, in that case we need to use a request part, okay, rather than a request body. The first thing is that, so we are using a request part. So first request part can take a multipart file, um, okay. Now second request part will have the data, but the thing is, the request part, if we pass an object, will not be possible. Why? I show you here. If you come to the body and the form data, it asks for a key, so we can give a key, that is not a problem. But here either text is available or file is available. So text means we have to pass a string, right? So something like we have to pass like movie DTO as a string, we have to pass, right? Then only it will work. Now since if we are passing as a string, and if we want to save the object, we need to convert this string into a JSON, okay. So how do we do that? So we need to create a private method which will do this conversion for us, okay. So let's create a private method which will do this conversion for us. So let's create a private method which will return us a movie object, and it will convert, we will say convert to movie DTO, and it will take a string movie DTO object, okay. So first we need to create a new movie DTO object first of all. Wait, movie DTO, let make it as movie DTO object, okay, new movie DTO. So we have created one object of it. The Spring Web provide a JSON dependency, an object mapper, okay. So using that we can do it. So we will use an object mapper. So object mapper equal to new object mapper, and then we will say object mapper dot, there is a method name as read value, okay. So it will read the value from movie DTO object, the string, and to which class we want to map it. So it want to map to DTO dot class, okay. So it throws an exception, so JSON processing exception. So it will give an exception if this object is, the string cannot be converted to the DTO class, okay. And simply then we have we will just introduce an object, or rather than taking an object, we will say movie DTO equal to this and return it. Or this can just be null maybe initially, or you can just declare it, it's fine. The better way will be to just define it here, okay. Yeah, this works. Or maybe you can directly return this also. So it is giving us the hint of inline variable, so just return this one. So this one will return a movie DTO object, right? So this is the important thing that you need to remember, that whenever you are dealing with a file object as well as a JSON object, then you cannot just pass the JSON as an object. You need to take it as a string, but you need to convert that string into the class object, because then only you can interact with your service layer. So this is the way how you convert a string to a JSON, right? Now we can work easily. So what we will say, convert to movie DTO, add the signature, and introduce a local variable. So convert it to, or we can just say DTO, okay. Now this has a DTO thing. So simply return a new response entity, call the movie service. So movie service dot add movie and return the DTO and the file you have. Okay, and we have to pass a HTTP status. So HTTP status dot created. Okay, so this add movie also throws an exception, so let's also throw an exception, IO exception. So we have created a controller for adding them. Now let's check whether this is working or not. Okay, so I hope everything would work as expected. Yeah, everything is fine. So if there will be any error, we will resolve it, but let's verify it. So let's run the project. So it's running now. Everything is okay. It has started with no errors. That's perfectly fine. So let's add API slash v1 slash movie and what else? Add movie. Okay, movie API v1 movie and slash add movie. Okay, slash add movie. Okay, it is of type post. Body is form data. First thing, we will pass a file and it will be of type file. So let's select some files. So I've taken some movie objects. Okay, I've pictures. So let's take this one. Okay, and infinity war image. Second key will be here we are passing the key as movie DT. Okay, so let's copy this and paste this key here. Now in the text we have to pass it as a JSON, though it will be treated as a string, but it should be in the format of JSON. So I'll tell you, we have I've created this JSON object. So in the project section there will be a scratches and consoles. So here you can create the new scratch files. These are not part of your project structure, so don't worry, you can create it separately, and it helps you in creating the proper JSON files within the IntelliJ IDEA, right? So just copy paste this curly brackets. Okay, this whole data. So now you see that this movie ID I have given it as 1. It is not required because you can give it anything, it will work because it will be auto generated. Okay, and poster URL is the thing that we are setting the values of it. So any value you can give, it doesn't matter. Okay, it should not be null or blank, but yeah, you can give it any value, because at the end of the day we are only setting up the value for poster and poster URL. Okay, and for movie ID it is getting auto generated. So let's copy this and here just paste it. Okay, so we have copied and pasted here. All is set, post. Now let's send the request, and you can see here we have got 201 created. Now if you see the response, we have got movie ID 1, title Avenger, and all these things that we wanted. But you see here in the response we have got a poster URL. Now let's see if the URL works. So if we control click on it, okay, it is not. Wait, if you copy this URL here and come to the Google and okay, hold on. Okay, if you do this, see, we are able to serve the image on the web, right? So it's working perfectly. Let's try to add one more. So this time let's take another one, maybe end game. Okay, and for the data for this will be come from here. Just delete this and add the new JSON here and again send it. So the second object we have created with this, we have generated the URL for serving the file also, and see, we are able to serve it on the web, right? Now if we go to the database and we refresh it, so we can see our data is coming here, right? So we are putting the posters here, release year, studio, and title, right? So our data is getting saved into the database. If we come to our project, then we can see a new directory is formed, and here our images are getting uploaded here on the backend, right? So it's working perfectly fine. Now the second thing we have to do is to get the movie, okay, by ID. So we will pass a movie ID in the URL as a path variable, and it will check in the database for the record and it will fetch it. So the first step we will define is to check the data in DB, and if exists, fetch the data of a given ID. Okay. Second step will be, now again we have to give a movie DTO response, so we need to generate poster URL. So generate poster URL, and third is map to movie DTO object and return. Okay, these are the three main steps that we have to perform. So for checking it, we will use movie repository dot find by ID. Okay, and we will pass our movie ID. This gives us an optional. So to get the value from the optional, we use or else throw exception. So if the movie is not found, we want to throw an exception. So for now we will throw the exception, but once we learn exception handling, we will handle the exception and display proper messages rather than displaying the whole exception thing. So we will just say use a lambda runtime exception, movie not found. Okay, simply that, and it will give us a movie object. Perfect. Now we need to generate poster URL. So we have already done this here. So let's just take this. Now for getting the file name, we will use the movie object. So movie dot get poster. Okay. So the value of the poster that we are getting from the movie object is saved in the database, and in the database we are saving the file name only, right? So we will get the file name from here, and now we have to map it to the movie object, right? So we will use this thing as a, so we'll just copy paste and just change save movie to movie. Okay, that's it. So once you understand the logic, most of the things are this again and again, it's repeating only. Okay, so you just need to understand the basic concepts, fundamental concept, that how a particular thing is done. After that you can easily do all those things, right? And then we can return a response. So we have got this. Now let's implement this method also. So for this, it will give us, first thing it is to fetch all data from DB. So we will get a list of movies. Okay, now then we have to iterate through the list. Okay, we have to iterate through the list, and then we have to generate the poster URL for each of them. Iterate through the list, generate poster URL for each movie object, and map to movie DTO object. Okay, so let's see how we will do it. Okay, so first thing is we will do movie repository dot find all. Now this method gives us all the records, so it will give us all the movies here, right? Now we have to iterate through the list and generate poster URL for each movie object, but we have to return a list of movie DTO, right? So first we will create a list of movie DTO. So movie DTO is equal to new array list. All right. Okay. Save to dictionary. don't want any grammatical errors. Okay, now we have to iterate through the whole list. So we will use a for loop for this. So we will say movie movies. So this is a for each loop that we are using. Now for each of them we will have to generate the poster URL. So again it will be logic will be same. So just take from here and put it here. Okay, now we have to, once we have generated poster URL for a particular movie, we have to create a movie DT object for that. So again the same thing, we have to create this. So just paste it here, and one more step we have to do is movie details dot add. We will add this response. Okay, let's name it as movie detail, and it makes more sense, right? And we will return movie details. So I hope you have understood. First we are getting all the list of movies from the database, then we are creating a new empty list, then we are iterating the movies list that we are getting from the database, and for each of them we are generating a poster URL for them, for each object, and then we are creating a new movie detail object for each movie, for each corresponding movie object, and adding it to the list and returning the list. Now we will implement this in the movie controller. So our second method will be at get mapping. Now here we have till API v1 movie, or what we need is a movie ID. So we will take it as path variable, then we will say public response entity, and then we will say movie detail get movie handler. Okay, so we will say add path variable, and it will be of type integer. So integer movie ID. Perfect. Simply we have to do is response entity dot OK, call movie service method, movie service dot get movie, pass the movie ID, and that's it. So this is the method we have generated for getting one single movie based on the movie ID. And second one will be slash, we'll say all. Okay, so this will have public response entity, and it will contain list of movie detail, and we will have get all movies handler. It will have no parameter into it, so we will just return again the same response entity dot OK movie service dot get all. So controller is kind of very easy to build because we just have to call the service layer. The main logic that we have to focus is on service layer. Everything has to be done in the service layer, right? So we have created all these three handlers. Now let's test whether this get methods are working or not. Okay, so without any error our application has started. Now if you see the database, the movie IDs are 1 and 2. Okay, so let's go to the postman. Okay, and here, so we will have API slash v1 slash movie slash 1. Okay, so this is the URL we are generating, right? Let's cross verify once. API slash v1 slash, and we are passing a movie ID, right? Perfect. So I am passing the movie ID. Let's see if it's working. So if I send, see, it has fetched the data for us with the poster URL we have got also. So you can click on this to get the image, right? Let's try with 2 also. So it is also working perfectly. Now let's do all. So we expect to get the list of all movies. So send it. Okay, so first movie and second movie, two only movies we have added. So we are getting all those things. So you can add more movies into it, try with these APIs, as well as experiment more on your own. Okay, so that's all for this video. We have implemented the adding to the database as well as to fetch the data from the database, and we have also integrated the file service into it, right? So that much is working fine. In the next video we are going to do the update and delete part of this thing, right? And we'll see how we can do it. You can try it on your own. It would be really helpful to do it. So I'll see you in the next one. Till then, bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. So let's continue our Spring Boot backend series, and in the last video we have already discussed about how to add the movie and to fetch the data or to fetch the movie from the DB, right? So in this video we are going to discuss about and implement the update and delete functionality. Okay, so let's begin with that. So coming to the interfaces, let's create the methods for update and delete. So for update, it will, after updating it, we will have a movie DTO, and we will say update movie. Now it will take three things: integer movie ID, then it will take movie DTO object from user, and multipart file. Okay, and it will throw IO exception. So this is for update. For delete, we will just have one string message, and we will say delete movie, and it will just take a integer movie ID. So these are the two methods that we need to implement. Now coming to movie service simple, let's implement these methods. So okay, so first is update and second is delete. Now before we move to these methods, yesterday when we were doing this add one, so there is a small logical issue that can arise in the add while adding them. So what that issue is, whenever a new movie is being added and we are uploading the file, right? Now suppose we currently in the posters directory, you can see we have these three files, right? Now suppose there comes a user who wants to upload a file, and coincidentally the file name also is same as these three, right? So what will happen? So the thing is that when it calls the file service.upload file, in here we have an option. Okay, let's go to file service simple. So here we have said standard copy option dot replace existing. What it will do is, if there is already a file with the same name, then it will replace that file and insert the new one, right? So that one we don't want, because every user should have a record in the database and an associated file in the on the backend server. So for that purpose we are going to remove this option. So we don't want that existing file should be removed just if the files name are same. What we will do is, we will, before uploading the file, we will check if the file already exists, then we will throw the exception. So we will say files dot exist. Okay, now it takes a path, so we will say paths dot get, and here we need to pass the path. So the path will be path dot file dot separator, and for getting the file name we will use the parameter file name, right? So get original file name, and let's put this whole thing under if. Okay, so if the file exists, then throw new runtime exception stating file already exists, please enter another file name. Okay, so this is a logic that you need to put into here. Okay, so this will ensure that no duplicate files, for first of all, duplicate file is not possible, and secondly, we are properly handling this condition. Second logical mistake is regarding here. We are directly putting the get movie ID here. Now ideally we should put null over here. Now the reason why the null we have to put is we have to understand this movie repositories save method, how this save method works. So this save method is used for two things: for adding the movies to the database and for updating the data. But how does this method will know that whether to insert a record or to update an existing record, right? So in the movie entity, we have told it that you generate the primary key for us. Okay, so we have already given it. Now how this save method will work is, if you are giving it the primary key is given to as null, or if you are giving it a value, the primary key value you are giving does not exist in the current records in the DB, or you don't give at all the primary key, in that case it will insert the record. Okay, so I repeat again, if you are giving the primary key value as null, or you are giving a primary key value which does not exist currently in the database records, or you are not giving a primary key value at all, in these three cases it will auto generate the primary key and it will insert the record. But if you give a primary key value here which already exists in the database, it will run the update query. So this is the behavior of the save method, and because we are giving the movie ID on our own, so it can be possible that in case the movie ID matches with any of the record in the database, it will run a update query rather than insert query. So we don't want that to happen. Therefore, if you want a new movie to be added, then you should give a null here. It will auto generate for you. It will not give any exception or anything, right? So that's how we have to do. So these were some of the logical issues here which we have fixed. Now we can move to our update movie, right? So here also we will write the steps. Now we have to update our movie, and for that first we have to check if the movie exists or not with the given ID. So check if movie object exists with given movie ID. Okay, so first thing is we have to do this, right? Second thing is, if movie object exists, okay, in that case we will check that if file object that is given to us, now there can be two things: either the user also want to replace the existing files, or it don't want to change its files, it just want to change the data. Okay, so these can be two situations while updating. Okay, so we have to take care of both. So if file is null, means it doesn't want to do anything, so do nothing. Okay, do nothing. Okay, we don't have to do anything with the file service. But if a file is not null, then delete existing file associated with the record and upload the new file. Okay, so this is we have to do. So we will see how to do that. Now coming to third option. Now once this is also done, we will have to set movie DTO's poster value. Okay, so we will set the movie DTO poster value according to, and we will say according to step 2. Okay, now next step will be, once we have set up this, next step will be to map it to a movie object. Okay, map it to movie object, then save the movie object, and it will return saved movie, right? Saved movie object. Then generate poster URL And finally, okay, this will be 6th point. Okay, and finally is in 7th one, map to movie DTO and return it. Okay, so these are the 7 steps how we have to do it. So let's do it one by one. So first is check if movie object exists with given movie ID or not. So that we have already done yesterday only. So just you have to copy paste these things. Just copy paste this line, because this is the only way to check whether movie object exists or not. So once we have checked that movie object is existing, now we have to deal with the file. Now first we will take a string file name, and it will have the value of movie or movie dot get poster. Okay, file name which is coming from the database, which is saved in the database, we are putting in the variable. Now in case the file is null, we don't have to do anything, right? This file name will be the same. But if file not equal to null, then what we have to do is, then we have to delete existing associated file with the record, with this movie record, and upload the new file. So let's first delete it. So let's see how we delete it. So there is a method files dot delete if exists. Okay, so we will use this paths dot get. Then this logic is same to same, we are using for a long time now. And dot file name, we will pass this file name. Don't pass the file name of this file if file is not null, because this file will be a new file name, right? It can be the same file name also, but the file name we have to pass is the existing one. So existing one comes from database, right? So once it got deleted, then we will say file service, or no, not file service, file name equal to file service dot upload file. Okay, and we will pass path and file. Now here we will pass the new file that we are getting from the user. Okay, so this is one thing how we have to manage our files also, not just the data. So this is done. Now we have to set up our movie DTOs poster. So set poster, so set it to file name. So whether the file is null or not null, this file name value will get updated accordingly. So we are doing this. And this movie object, so a new movie. Okay, let's take actually this as MV. The reason is that so that we can reuse it. It will be same like here. Okay, like add. So let's copy this as it is, because most of the logic is same. Now here we have to update it. So we have to give the existing movie ID. Okay, so it runs the update query. Okay, if we give here null, it will insert the object. So we don't want that, right? Now we have to save it. So movie repository dot save. We will pass movie object. It will return us we will say updated movie. Okay, now we have to generate poster URL. So the poster URL thing is to be the same like above. So same to same, just to make it file name. Okay, and we have to now make a movie DTO object. So movie DTO a response equal to new movie DTO, and again we can copy paste the previous one, right? So that's how it is generated, and we return our response now. So we have done with our update movie. Now comes the delete thing. Now for delete, again, first thing is to check if movie object exists in DB. Okay, second is we have to delete the file, or you can say delete the file associated with this object. And third, delete the movie object. Okay, so delete has only 3 things. So now again we can copy this case. Okay, and it will check whether the movie exists or not. Now we have to delete the file associated with this object. Okay, so we will just call files dot delete if exists. we will say paths dot get, and then path plus file dot separator. Now the file name will be mb dot get poster. Okay, so first we will delete the file, and it says okay, add signature method. Yeah, so it will add to whole hierarchy of it. Now we have deleted our file, right? Now we can delete our movie object also. So we will say movie repository dot delete, and we will pass movie object, and here we will say integer id equal to mb dot get movie id. So we will here say movie deleted with id equal to id. Okay, simple. So these are the two methods that we have created. Now let's go to movie controller and create two handlers. So first will be put mapping. For update we use put mapping. Okay, so here we will say update slash, and we will pass a movie id as a path variable. Okay, then we will say public response entity then movie dto update movie handler. Now it will take, first thing it will take is path variable, which will be of type is integer, and it will have movie id. Okay, second it will take a request part as multipart file, and third thing it will take is string movie dto object. Okay, now here one thing we have to only check before we call the movie service method, that whether the file is empty or not. Okay, so we will say if file dot is empty, then we will say file equal to null. Okay, and now we will call our method. We will say return response entity dot okay movie service dot update movie. So pass movie id, and one more thing, yeah, we have to do. Okay, I forgot that we have to convert this string to movie dto object, right? So movie dto equal to convert to movie dto. Okay, convert to movie dto, so movie dto object. So let's throw the error here, and it will take a movie dto, and it will also take file. So from here we are it will get to know here whether the file is from here. Okay, whether the file is null or not, because we are setting up the file value according to whether file is empty or not. Empty means there is no file being sent by the user, right? Update controller is done. Now we have to map delete mapping. So we will say delete delete slash movie id. Okay, now we will have public response entity of type string and delete movie handler. Okay, so we will just pass path variable as integer movie id, and we will simply return a response dot okay movie service dot delete movie and movie id. Okay, and we will throw the exception. We have implemented all these things. Now all is ready. Let's see once again if anything is missing up. Okay, all set. If everything is fine, then it should work accordingly, right? Now in our database we have two records. So let's first remove this c1.png because it is associated with no records. Okay, so let's remove it. These two are associated with the two movie records we have in our DB. So that's why. So now let's run our application and see if everything is fine, and test our methods. Okay, so application has started without any error. Let's go to Postman. Okay, we have to do update. So update, let's update, which one should we update? Okay, let's update this movie ID first. Okay, let's update movie ID first. So what we will do is, first we will do without sending file. So let's see if things work expectedly. So for this, we will change some data. Let's see what we can change in the data. Okay, I've added a new movie cast, added few more members of movie cast, and changed the name of the director from Rusubos to their full name. So that much is fine. Okay. Now Control C and delete this, and we are only sending the changes in the data, not in the file, right? So what is our expectation is here the data should change. So here is the movie cast. So currently the movie cast is 3. It should one more should add, because now we have added one more extra, and here there should be some changes in the director name. So let's see if it is gets reflected. And also we have to ensure that this image should remain the same. It should not change here, right? So let's see. So once we send with update, okay, let's convert to put. Okay, now it's fine. One more minute. In here it expects a movie DTO obj. Okay, so movie DTO obj. Okay, so this is now good. Now let's send the data. Okay, so it worked, I think. Yeah, so 4 members of cast, director's name got changed here, and our image is as it is, right? So here also you can see the query has run successfully, no errors, and image is as it is, right? Now let's try to update one again, but this time we will select a file and we will select a c1.png. Okay, so let's see if it works or not. Now here what we are trying to do is we are just trying to change the file. So what it should do is infinity.png should be removed from here and c1.png should come here. Okay, so let's see if it works like that. So send again and it works. Okay, c1.png we are getting here, and from here you can see that has been removed and c1.png has come here, right? Now coming to delete movie. So you can delete this first record only from update, just try delete, right? Or delete / movie ID. Perfect. So delete / movie ID. In body none, so it should delete this. So we expect that data should be deleted. Currently here also the changes are made. The c1.png is there. So now first movie ID 1 should remove from here, and the file associated with it c1.png should also get removed. Okay, so let's see. Okay, movie deleted with ID equal to 1. So if we check the database, record is deleted, and if we see here, file is also deleted. So we have achieved the objective of today's video of updating and deleting the records. So that's all for this video. I hope you have understood the concept and the logic behind the CRUD operation and how to handle this all. So if you like this video and if you are getting some really new knowledge or something interesting from it, please press the like button and put your comments on what are you learning from it and whether you are enjoying this content and what more needs to be improved. Okay, and if you are new to the channel, please subscribe it to it for more such interesting content. So I'll see you in the next one. Till then, bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. Now in this video we are going to cover the exception handling into our project. Okay, and we will see how we can handle our exceptions. Okay, so why exception handling is important? So it is important because we need to handle the exception and show the user the proper messages. Okay, rather than lots of print stack traces or the messages which may not be understandable that why this error occurred, right? So for that I would give you one small example. Here is a method add movie in the movie service implementation, and here it checks that before uploading file we are checking that if file already exists, then it should throw an runtime exception, right? So if we try to upload a data with the, so this is the data that we will upload, and if you see here we have already here in the movies database we have already the movie ID 3 and with poster infinity.png, right? Now if you go to the IntelliJ here in posters, then you will see that this image is present here. Now we will try to add the movie again but with the same image. Okay, and let's see what comes. So if I send the request, see, it comes internal server error 500, and it says something like this. And if you come here and if we come to run, it is giving us a big print stack trace. Right now we have to debug here, and then we have to get the error here. Right, file already exists, please enter another file. So it's a bit difficult, right? So what can be the better approach is to handle these exceptions and display the proper error messages to the user, so that it can be, the user can take proper actions, right? So we will see how that can be done. So let's stop first this application, and now let's start with this runtime exception only. So here we have file.exist, so we have to create our own exception classes. So before that, let's create a package. We will create a package name as exceptions, and then there will be our own class we will call file exists exception. Okay, this class will extend a runtime exception class, and it will have a constructor file exists exception. It will take a message, and it will call the super method. So this is how generally we create our own exception classes. Okay, so this is the first exception that we are creating. Second exception, if you see, if you go below, we have this, right? This runtime exception we have again created. This is a movie not found. We are sitting here the message. So we can create a exception which is like movie not found exception. So let's create another exception class. So we will say movie not found exception. So it would also be the same. Extend the runtime exception, create the constructor movie not found exception, string message, and call the super and pass the message. Okay, and let's see if more exceptions are there. So if we scroll down again, here also we have to deal with the movie not found. Okay, let's see again, and here also the same thing, right? If we go to the controller, not file controller but movie controller. Okay, so here we are taking the file here and movie DTO object here, right? But in case the file is empty, okay, so in that case also we need to throw an exception, right? So we will, this condition also we need to put. So in case file is empty, then throw empty file exception, or let's write new empty file exception, and file is empty, please send another file. Okay, this is our message, and let's create the exception. So create class in the exception package, and yes, string, we will say message, and we will call super. Okay, so these three we have created, and what happened? Okay, let's add it to method signature. Now in the movie service implementation also, let's remove this runtime exception with movie not found exception. Movie not found exception, and let's copy it and paste it here. Simply paste it here also, and for this we will say file exist exception. Okay, there is already an exception called as file already exist exception also, but we have created our own custom exception. Okay, so we can customize accordingly whenever we want for our own purpose. Now just by creating our own exception, it will not give a proper message. This is just, we have created a specific exceptions to our own problems, right? But we have to handle it. So to handle it, we have to create a handler, and in the Spring Boot we get a facility to have a centralized way of doing the exception handling. Okay, so let's create a class for that, and we will say global exception handler. Okay, so this way we can create a globally we can handle any exception. Okay, so you have to annotate it with REST controller advice. Okay, so this is the first thing that you have to do. So if you want to know about that, what is REST controller advice? So since we are building a RESTful web services, so you have to annotate it with the REST controller advice so that it knows that okay, for the RESTful APIs, it has to handle the exceptions. Okay. Now second is here you have to create methods which will handle each type of exceptions. Okay. Now what these methods will return. So since we are using Spring Boot 3, so in the Spring Boot 3 there is one class known as problem details. Okay, problem detail. Okay, it comes from org.springframework.http. So this class is helpful in creating a customized response. Earlier we used to create a class which would and our own custom responses, but with the Spring Boot 3 this problem detail is helpful in creating a response for us. Okay, so that's very helpful, and we'll say handle. The first type of exception we are going to handle is say move. Let's copy paste this movie not found exception, and we will just take a reference of it. Okay, and now how we have to do is return problem detail dot. Now it has three things. We can return problem status code and detail of the problem. So let's take this. So the status will be http status dot not found. Okay, and the detail will be the reference dot get message. Okay, we will call the message. Now this message is here we have passed. Okay, movie not found we have passed, right? So this is the message. Now let's also change this message with id equal to movie id. Okay, so let's copy this also and we will paste it here also so that the proper messages should be displayed all over, right? So we have pasted all these things, right? Now let's come back here, and to make Spring know that this is a kind of exception that whenever it is thrown you have to handle it using this method. So you have to annotate it with exception handler, and here you have to mention the class movie not found exception dot class. Okay, so this is how we handle any exception. Okay, now similarly, now again we have to do, okay, wait, file exist exception dot class. Okay, public problem detail handle, and I'll just copy and paste ex and simply return problem detail dot for status and detail. Now here also file already exists, so we will say status code dot bad request. Okay, it's a bad request, and again ex dot message, right? For the third one we'll just copy this method and we'll paste here. Okay, and we will say empty file exception and copy this, paste it here, right? And that's done. Okay, now let's use these classes that we have created. So file exist exception is here, empty file also we are using. Okay, so everything is now done. Now let's test our APIs whether these exceptions are being thrown in a proper way, right? So let's rerun our application. Okay, so the application has started, and now let's validate that. So what we are doing here is we are adding the movie with the existing file name, right, which is already in our file system. So let's see if it accepts or not, and what kind of exception it throws. It will throw an exception, but how it throws now. So you can see that before exception handling, it was throwing something like this, right? Now let's see how it throws. So if we do again, now you see here all the things come. So it's saying status 400 detail file already exists, please enter another file name, and it is giving an endpoint. And if you come to ID, no stack traces are there, right? You can see no stack traces are there. So proper messages are there. So if you want to handle this on the front end, you can easily do it, right? Because you are getting this response and you know what to extract from the response for messages or status or the type of exception or the endpoint, right? Also, if we try to get movie, so if you see here, we don't have a movie with ID 1 or 4 or anything. So let's try to fetch. So first let's fetch with 2. So if we fetch with 2, we are getting the data, right? Now let's try to fetch with 1. Try to fetch with 1. It says 404 not found and movie not found with ID equal to 1. And if you come here again, it has run the query but not thrown the exception, the whole print stack trace, right? So this is how the proper centralized way of exception handling is there in the Spring Boot while developing the RESTful APIs. I hope you have understood this, and it's very easy to integrate the exception handling concept. Okay, and now in the Spring Boot tree, this problem detail class is there for doing and for setting all the details that you want to set up. Okay, so that's all for this video. I will see you in the next one. Till then, bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this video, we are going to cover the pagination and sorting part in our API, okay? And we are going to integrate into that. So we have built all these 5 methods which define our basic operations on the movie API, right? But we need the support of pagination and sorting. So which method would require that pagination and sorting? So this is the method where we are trying to get all the movies from the database. Okay, so in that case we need the pagination and sorting, and the reason for getting the pagination and sorting is because currently we have less data in our database, right? But as the data increase, and in the big projects which are there in the industry, there are millions of records are there, or maybe tens of thousands of records are there. So you cannot, it is not viable to display all the tens of thousands of records on single page, right? So that's why you need to show particular number of records on a single page, and for that pagination comes into the picture. Now sorting is for the purpose where you want that, okay, my data is coming in through the pagination, but I want it to be sorted in a particular way. Means there are certain fields based on which you want the data to be sorted. Okay, whether you provide means whether you use a natural sort or whether you provide your custom sort, that is up to you, but you want to do that, right? So these are the scenarios where pagination and sorting are very much important. Now in this video we will discuss how do we implement these pagination and sorting, and we will see that how inbuilt is pagination and sorting into the Spring Boot, right? Especially it is integrated into the JPA one. Okay, so you will see soon. So if you go to movie repository and if you go to the source of here, okay, download sources, so here you will see that this JPA repository extending the list repository, list CRUD repository, and this is the parent repository, and this parent repository is further extending paging and sorting repository. So through this means the pagination and sorting both are inbuilt provided by the Spring Boot, right? Now we had using the find all method which was present in the JPA. So there are 2 variants of find all. One is where no argument is required, and second is where we are where we can provide some argument, and the result we will get will have the pagination itself configured within it. Okay, so we will see how that's possible. Let's write 2 more methods which will have the pagination support, and the purpose of those 2 methods will be the same as it has to get all movies, but instead of getting at once all the data, we will get the data in a paginated way. Okay, So for that we need a custom based response. Okay, so the DT only we will create a new class and we will say movie page response. Now I will make this class as a record. I only want getters and maybe a constructor, all our constructor. So that much is required. So let's use this. So first thing it will have is list of movie details. Okay, so this is our main content that we will be getting from the database, right? Second will be integer page number. Okay, so you will get at what page you are. Okay, page number defines at what page you are, like page number 1, page number 2, like that. Okay, integer. Next is page size. So page size defines how many pages are there generated based on your parameters or based on your data and parameters that you have provided. Okay, so these are all the things that you can customize also, we will see, but let's first put these things here. Okay, then we have in total elements, so it defines how many total number of records are there, okay, in across all the pages, right? And for finally we have total pages. So total pages will define the number of pages, and one more is boolean is last. So boolean is last is important to know whether it is a last page or not. Now from the backend perspective, if you see, this is last page doesn't make much sense, or maybe these things may not make that much sense, but you have to use these backend APIs on the front end, right? Of course, in the real world scenarios, we will be using some front end to display all this data. So there, to build the pagination is most important, and all this data is very much important for a front end engineer who is building the front end. Okay, these all data. So let's now go to movie service and create a movie page response. We will say get all movies with pagination. Okay, now in this two parameters will be required, integer these two, page number and page size. Okay, so page number and integer page size. Okay, and second will be this. Okay, let me copy the second one because it will be same, but pagination and sorting, it will have sorting also. Okay, so first thing will be sort by, and second thing will be sort dir. So sort by means the field you have to provide, and dir means direction you have to provide. Sorting direction means ascending order, descending order, or reverse order. That is called the sorting direction. Okay, so we have to provide it in string format. We'll see how we will provide that. So now coming to our movie service implementation class, we have to implement these two methods, right? So let's implement these two methods. Now how do we implement the pagination? So for that, there is an interface that is being provided which is responsible for all the configuring of the pagination. So that interface is pageable. Okay, pageable. Okay, now this pageable comes from org.springframework.data.domain. Okay, pageable. Now since this is an interface, we need an implementing classes. So one class we have is page request, and it has a static method of which will take page number and page size. So we will get a pageable object that, okay, this is a page number and this is a page size. Why we need this pageable thing? Because when we will call movie repository dot find all, and you can see here this variant of find all takes a pageable parameter. So we will need this variant in which we will pass pageable, and now it will, whatever records are coming from the database, it will paginate them. Okay, So what we will get? We will get a page of all movies. Okay, movie pages, you can say. This is not the actual content that we are getting, but there is a page object for this movie we are getting. Basically, you can say we are getting all the information about the pages. Okay, now we need the list of movies also. So list of movie equal to movies equal to movie pages dot get content. So this will give us the list of all the movies. Now next thing is we have to return into the movie page response, and this movie page response, as we have seen, takes a movie detail list, so we have to convert it. So we already have done that, so we will just take it from here. So just copy this thing. The main logic is defined there only. Okay, so no need to rewrite everything again and again. And then we will return it. So we will say new movie page response. Now first thing will be movie details, second thing is page number, so we will provide page number, third thing is page size, next is total elements. Okay, now we need a total elements. So for total elements we will use this movie pages because it has all the configuration for what we need. So movie pages get total number of elements. Okay, it has to get total elements. Fine. Next we need movie pages dot get total elements, right? So next is to get total element. No. First is get total elements and second is get total pages. Okay, so first is get total pages, second is get total elements, and finally we have movie pages dot is last. Okay, fifth argument will be of type long. Okay, so we have to provide that. Perfect. Now we have returned all these things. Now let's write controller for this first and check how our pagination is working or not. Or maybe let's implement the second one also because it is also very much similar. So let's implement this also. Now here we are having the extra functionality for sorting. Okay, we need an extra functionality for sorting. For that we have a sort thing. Again, it is coming from org.springframework.data.domain. Okay, so sort equal to, now we have to create a sort object. This sort object, there is another variant of this one, this pageable thing, page request of, which takes a third parameter also as sort. So this sort we have to develop. Now how this will work, we will say sort by, so according to which we have to sort, equals ignore case. Now here we can provide any string. I will provide for readability that ascending, for ASC for ascending order. Okay, so if you provide ASC irrespective of the small case or uppercase, what it will do is it will do sort dot by method it has, and you have to provide an order. So first you have to provide the field. First I will provide a dir, and then dot we have this ascending method. Okay, so this is the first method, and then in the same way we will say by dir dot descending. So if you write ASC, or then it will sort in the ascending order, else it will sort in the descending order, and rest thing will be same actually. So let's just copy this whole thing. This whole you can copy because all is same to same. Okay, one extra parameter only that we have to add here is sort. That's it. And rest everything is same to same. Right now, how we can customize it? We can customize through controllers. Okay, so now let's come to controllers and let's create two handlers for these things. So get mapping slash all movies page. Okay, I just write all movies page, which will say only pagination is supported here. So public response entity movie page response, get movies with pagination. Now here we have to provide certain parameters. We will provide request bottoms, and we can define our own way to say that okay, the page, how many page number and page size we can define on our own. So for that we will be using a class. We will create our own class which will be utils dot app constants. So this is a class that I will be using, and here we have to define certain constants. So public static final, first constant will be page number. So by default, at what page number you would like to be, so it would be it will be of type string. So by default we would like to be at page number 0. Here the page number starts from 0, not 1. Okay, so by default we will be at the first page. Then again public static final, all are string way to define page size. So it will tell what will be the size of the page, means at in one page how many records you want. So for now we can say 3. Okay, then we will say public static final string sort by. So by default it will be ascending, and similarly public static final string sort dir. So direction you have to provide, right? Okay, I think we have done one mistake here. Here it should be dir actually, and here it should be sort by. I did wrong. I just realized now. Okay, here we don't have anything, so fine. Yeah, this would make sense, right? So now let's define. So sort by, we have to provide a field. So for now let's provide movie ID. Okay, and here direction will be ascending, right? Now let's see how we configure in our movie controller. At request param, we have to use request param, and you have to define certain things. So first of all, default value you have to provide. So default value will be app constants dot first is page number. Okay, page number is by integer page number. Then next, no, not request param, default value is app constant dot page size. Okay, so it will be integer page size. So for page number and page size we are using this, right? Also mention one more thing, required equal to false, means it is not necessary for us to always define. We have defined the default parameters here, that use these parameters as default parameters in case we are not providing in our URL through request params. Okay, so that will be achieved by that. Now we just have to do is return response entity dot okay, call movie service dot get all movies with pagination, and we will say page number and page size. Okay, right? Now in the same way we will create in the same way we are creating for the sort purpose. So all movies page sort. Okay, let me provide this URL, and here I will just change it to and sorting. Now these two parameters are required here also, but extra two parameters are also here important. So it will be default value equal to app constant dot sort by. Okay, again required false, sort by, and fourth will be request param default value app constant dot sort dir, required false, string dir. But here we will provide get pagination and sorting and all the 4 parameters will provide. So sort by and then dir, the direction. So we have created the API for the pagination and sorting. Now let's check if the data is coming into the database, and let's see how much data is there. I have added few more data here, as you can see. So few more movies I have added here. So you can add more movies or just any random object you can add in the movies, and don't forget to add the images also. Right now, all ready to test. Let's run the application now, and let's see how is it going to work. How is it going to work? So application has started well. Now if you just call the previous API, that is all which we have created here, okay, this one, this all, which is getting all movies at once. So we will see that, okay, we are getting all the movies in just all at once, right? There is no pagination here. But now since we have implemented pagination, so we will fire the endpoint for that. So the first endpoint will be fired is all movies page. Okay, so let me copy this endpoint, all movies page. Now here we are not providing any request button, but let's see will the pagination work or not. So let's send. Okay, now you can see here we are getting movie details, and here movies are coming, 3 movies, and then it's saying page 0, total page size is 3, so 0 1 2, right? Page number will be 0 1 2, total elements 2 and total pages. Okay, I think here we have done some mistake maybe, because total elements should be 3 actually. Total elements should be 6 actually. Okay, so let us, okay, here we need to change the things. Total elements we are passing first, then total pages we are passing. First we have taken total elements. Okay. Again the same mistake. Get total elements, get total pages, and let's change this. Can be int, but this has to be long. Same mistake we are doing here also. So let's change this. Get total elements and get total pages. Okay, now it's right. Let's rerun the application. So our application has started. Now let's fire again the query. So we have got the first movie with ID 2, second with ID 3, next with ID 4, and yeah, now it is perfect. Page number is 0, so it's the first page basically. Page size is 3, total elements are 6, means total number of records, okay, and total pages are 2. So excluding this page, it tells the total number of pages are 2. Is last? No, it is not the last page. Now how to pass request button? So after all movies page, just put a question mark and just say page number equal to 1 and page size equal to, suppose if you want page size, okay, page size I want 3 only. First page number I want 1, so let me fire this. So 5th movie here, 6th movie here, and 7th movie here, and this is the last page. Okay, it's saying it is last. Yes, true, it is last. Now we want, okay, in a single record only, or in a single page we want only 2 movies, so we can pass another argument as page size equal to 2. So now if you say this, we will have, see, the movie number 4 which has been here, movie number 5 is here, and only 2 movies are at a page, and this is a page number 1, basically page 2. Okay, it's the indexing is based on from 0, so yeah, it's a second page basically, and rest everything is same, right? So this is how you can do it. Now the second handler that we have created is all movies page sort. So let's use this also. Now if you use this, so by default it's coming in sorted order only. Let's remove this first. Okay, so by default it's coming in the sorted order, but if you want to pass a request button, then you can say sort by equal to, and by what parameter do you want to sort it. So you can mention that Title I want to sort, suppose. No. I think we just have to provide title rather than writing in string. So title. So first movie ID is 2, then movie ID 3, all starts with A. That's why they are coming first. Then you can see movie ID with 7 because the movie starts with F. So in alphabetical order, it has already sorted, right? You can give any way to do it, maybe by studio, by director, okay, or by release year. It's completely up to you, right? Also, you can give and I have taken what dir, okay. So dir equal to, I will say DSC, descending. So if I pass this, you can see it is the last in the alphabetical order is coming first, and then we have this, and then we have this, right? So this is how we are implementing or integrating the pagination and sorting into our APIs, and we are fetching the data. If you want, this can be very much easily utilized on the front end part also, okay. So that's why this is very useful to learn pagination and sorting. I hope you have understood this concept of implementing the pagination and sorting in the Spring Boot and understood it completely, right? So please like the video if you are enjoying this series, enjoying this and learning something new from here. If you're coming new first time on the channel, then please subscribe to it for more such content, right? So I will see you in the next one. Till then, bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. So in this series, we have implemented a lot of feature into it. We have implemented the CRUD operations. We have implemented the validation thing. We have implemented the file handling part. We have also done the pagination, sorting, all these stuffs. And currently the API that we have built in the movie controller, all these are working completely fine, right? So the next step into our series is the integration of security into it. So securing an API is important. The authentication and authorization part. So authentication is basically to verify the identity, right? Whether the person who is trying to authenticate, who is trying to enter into the system has the right credentials or not. And authorization is about permissions and roles, that what are the resources that he is allowed to access and what are the roles or permissions that he doesn't have, right? So there may be some users which have the permission to just fetch the movies, okay, or just add the movies, but that person may not have the access to update or delete the movies, right? Now, when we are dealing with security, there are two things I would like to specify, the two approaches which are followed, okay. The first is to integrate the security with the beginning of the project, okay. And second is that we are going to do is to integrate the security after a certain point, right? So the recommended approach, or you can say what the Spring team also says, that is you should integrate your security part within the starting of your project only. So why we have not taken that approach? The reason is, this is a series where I wanted to explain various fundamentals of various things, right? Within the scope of the project that we have taken, I wanted to explain various concepts. So I don't want to go into the intricate details of security at first, because if you talk about Spring security or security in general also, it's a very vast and complicated thing, okay. It's a very bigger thing to deep dive into, and that's why I left security from start, okay. But now we are going to integrate it. But going forward, if we develop any new project, then our approach will be to start with the security only, because that is most important to taken care of. So that from start only we are making sure that our APIs are secured, and the authentication and authorization we are maintaining along the way. So that makes more better sense, right? And this is also officially recommended by Spring team. Coming to the part of what type of security we are going to implement here. So of course, Spring Security provides various types of security. We can have just a basic username and password level security. Just enter the username and password, and just with that credentials we can access the resource. And there are many types of security, but here we are going to use the JWT. Now JWT we are going to use because it is widely used in the industry also. So that would be much helpful when you will be working in your job. So that is industry first thing. And second is JWT has many advantages over other security implementations. So first one is that it is very scalable. Okay, so if you use other forms of security, you have to somehow maintain the session of a user. Okay, so that you can keep the user details, and while keeping the user detail you can means wherever you have to check the authorization of the user or any detail you want to fetch, you can do that, right? So maintaining a session is an expensive thing, but using JWT you can skip that maintaining the sessions, because JWT whole process is stateless. Okay, so that is more scalable to do. And in case of when there are a very high request rate for an application, then not maintaining a session and doing via JWT makes the application more efficient and faster. Second is JWT has this token thing. Okay, now this token thing has all the information of the user, and you can also customize it also. So you can put some extra information into this token, you can customize it. It is transmitted over the HTTP protocol, so it is secure from that perspective also. So considering all the factors, JWT is most used, most scalable, flexible, customizable. Okay, so that's why we are going to use JWT into it. But now let's understand the basic flow of JWT. Okay, so and before that, this is the website, actually the official website where you can learn about JWT if you want. So it says that JSON Web Tokens, the full form of JWT is JSON Web Tokens, are an open industry standard RFC 7519 method for representing claims securely between two parties. So if you want to exchange the data, if you want to authenticate or authorize the user, this is the way to do so. So since it is open and an industry standard also, so it can be implemented across different frameworks and different languages also. It is not restricted to Spring Security or Java. You can use any framework. Every framework has its own way to implement the JWT security. Okay, so it allows, now this website just tells you, gives a fundamental information about the JWT. Okay, so basically it contains, this is how the token looks like, and if when it is decoded, then it has a header which contains the algorithm and type. It has a payload, basically the information, and verify signature. So these are all how the JWT is comprised of. Okay, so we'll see this later when we'll understand more when we are going to do implementation. Here, from here you can read it also that JSON Web Token is an open standard that defines a compact and self-contained way for securely transmitting information between parties as a JSON object. So since it is transmitted in the form of JSON object, so this is also one most important thing why JWT is used. Why? Because in whenever we talk about RESTful web services, the information exchange is in the form of JSON. So if within the security implementation everything is used in this format, then it is absolutely a win, right? So this information can be verified and trusted because it is digitally signed. Okay, so JWTs can be signed using a secret or a public private key pair using RSA. So there are various ways to implement JWTs or various ways to sign the JWTs. So one way is to use a secret key, which we will be seeing, and there is another way of using a public-private key using RSA, which is what even Spring Security itself provides the implementation of it, which we will discuss about in some other video. Okay, in a complete different video from this. But we will discuss both approaches. One approach is using the external libraries, the official external libraries, which allows us to do the JWT implementation. And second is to use the Spring dependencies for the implementation of JWT out of the box. It provides the implementation. Okay. It's next is when should you use JSON web tokens? So it is saying two ways: authorization purposes. So once the user is logged in, then in every request it has to send its token. It does not have to send again and again the credentials. It can send tokens, and using that token, in that token only all the information will be there. The about the user, credentials, about its roles, permissions, everything. So that is more useful, right? And second is for information exchange. So if two parties or two web services want to exchange information between them in a secure manner, JSON web token is highly preferred. Okay, so you can read this whole documentation, and it is very much useful to get you understanding of the JWT related things. Okay, now let's understand the flow with respect to the Spring Boot security. Okay, so here is a flow diagram that I have made for better understanding of how things are done. So here is a client. This client can be either Postman, which is in our case it will be Postman only, and it can be a web client. You can make your own front end if you want. So client can be anything, right? Which sends a request, right? Now at first it sends a request to access resource. Now currently in our project, if you see, there is no dependency of Spring Security. So if you go to here pom.xml, we have no Spring Security dependency. So in this architecture, this is Spring Security thing is missing. So currently Postman is able to directly interact with this REST services, right? So that we have seen. But after we put the dependency, the Spring Security comes in between, and it make every endpoint as secure. Okay, so if we just request on a particular endpoint for accessing the resource or data, then it will reject it and say unauthorized request. Now second time, if we again request with credentials, with proper valid credentials, then it will verify the credential and it will issue access and refresh tokens. Now the access token and refresh token are two different concepts. Access token is used for accessing the request or accessing the resources, I would say, resources or data. So if you want to access a particular resources or data, so you have to send an access token, and then the Spring Security will see if the access token is valid, and if it is valid, it will provide the access to that particular resources or data. Okay, so on the first request, you are allowed to access the resources based on your credentials. Okay, it verifies the credentials and issues access and refresh token. Now when this access and refresh token are issued, this can be saved by the client in the cookies or in the local storage, okay, for further requests, right? So once on the first request, verification of credentials, then issuing of access and refresh tokens, and then it authenticate users and allow access based on roles and permissions. So what role you have or permission you have, and the resource or data you are trying to access, is it authorized to you? If it is, you are able to authorize it, right? Now you may be firing one endpoint when you are passing the credentials here, right? But you want to fire another endpoint. So now if you want to fire another endpoint, you don't need to pass your credentials, username or password. You can just pass your access token, and if that access token is valid, the Spring Security will validate that and it will allow you to access the data. Okay. Now valid means expiration. Okay. If your access token is expired or not. So those are inbuilt into the claims, or you can say inbuilt into the JSON web token. Okay. That whether the token is expired or non-expired. If it is not expired and it is valid, then it is allowed. If it is valid but expired, then it is not allowed. So in the case when access token is expired, okay, there are two options: either re-authenticate the user or issue a new access token. Now there are different situations in which these two approaches work. In some situations re-authentication works. In some situations the second one is to provide a new access token works. So to get a new access token, you need a refresh token. So what is the difference between access and refresh token? Let's understand that. So access token, if there is a refresh token in play, okay, in the whole architecture, if you are using the concept of refresh tokens, then how it is done is access token have the short lifetime or short expiration time. Okay, it may be for 15 minutes or 1 hour or 2 hours, right? Something like that. Refresh token have a large lifespan. So you can keep those refresh token in your cookies or in your database, and whenever you are trying to access resources using your access token, and if the server says your request is unauthorized, then in that case what you can do is you can pass the refresh token and get the new access token, and then it will allow you to access the resources and data. Okay, so this is the use of refresh tokens. Now the benefit of first thing is that you don't need the whole complexity of refresh token if you are just relying on re-authentication of users. But in case if you wish to put the users again and again re-authenticating, then the user experience may go down. Okay, so in that case refresh tokens are more better approach to follow, and this approach of refresh token is mostly followed in OAuth 2 systems. Okay, if a third party needs access to resources of third parties from another service, suppose you are accessing a website, okay, and you need to upload a photo from Google Drive. So that website needs access to resources of Google Drive. So Google Drive will give an access token and refresh token to that website. Access token will be for just 15 minutes, 20 minutes, depending on how Google is implementing its access token related thing. And once it expires, the refresh token can be used by that website for generating a new access token. Okay. So in those cases, access token and refresh tokens are used. But for general purposes, you can either use access token only. Their lifetime can be not too short, but not too big also. Or you can use access token and refresh token both. So in our project, we will be using the both access token and refresh token so that you get an idea of how it is done. And we will see how all the things are implemented. Now, one more question you may have, that what if refresh token also get expires? Then how we will get another access token, right? So in case if your refresh token is expired, then you have to re-authenticate yourself with your username and password again. Okay, so again, if you re-authenticate, then Spring Security will verify your credentials and it will again give you access token and refresh tokens. So access token can be short lifespan, but refresh token has to be a significantly bigger lifespan so that you can there is no need to again and again re-authenticate. Okay, second usage of using the combination of this access token and refresh token is that the lifespan of access token is kept short because it gives a limited window in case their hacker tries to hack your system to or try or gets an access to your access token. So there can be a case where your access token is the details of the access token is in the hands of your hacker, and your information can get misused. Okay, so in that case, to prevent the hacker to do less or a cyber criminal to do less damage, the window of opportunity should be lesser. So that is the reason why access token lifespan is kept short. Now, there can again be a scenario in which you can ask that what if refresh token also gets stolen, right? So generally what happens in the industry is that the resource server or any authorization server which is issuing the refresh token is itself, the security of such server itself is very much high. Okay, so that, and as well as the refresh token, wherever it is kept in an HTTP only cookie. Okay, so that it is very well protected, because refresh token needs to be actually very well protected more than access tokens, right? Because using refresh token you can generate another access token and can access your resources, right? So this is the fundamental thing. If you go deep dive into it, you will see the lot of complicated things, and it's a very complex details that you will you have to deep dive into it. But here we will deep dive a bit of complexity into our project, but not so much that it confuses you too much, rather than understanding the whole concept of Spring Security. Okay, so I hope you have understood the concept. If you have not understood, post in the comments on any questions you have not understood. I will try to answer those questions. Okay, so this was all about the JWT security and the flow of how things will work, how these tokens are interchanged, and how tokens are used for authentication and authorization. Okay, any questions, just post in comment. I'll try to answer that, right? So that's all for this video. From the next one, we are going to actually implement this JWT authentication and authorization and integrate the Spring Security into it. Okay, so that's all for this video. I hope you have liked this explanation, and if you like it, please press the like button, subscribe to the channel if you are new here, and for more such content. Thanks for watching. Take care. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. In the last video, we have discussed in detail about the workflow of the JWT authentication and how the things work, right? Here we will start to implement the JWT authentication process. Okay, and also this will be the first part, because the whole implementation is so big that it would require 2 videos. So in this part we will implement the core of the authentication and authorization thing. Okay, so let's see what we will be doing here. First we need dependency for JWT, then we need a user model. So till now we have a movie model, which is our application based thing, right? But we need a user model, and it will have a refresh token field also, right? Then we will have a user repo, then we will have a refresh token also will have its own model. And the reason behind is that it is you can say a design choice. Okay, you can just keep it in the user model, but to interact with a different database for refresh token is, I would say, more better than every time calling the user database for the refresh token. So that is the one thing, and we will map these 2 databases. Okay, then we will create a repository for it. Then we will have a configuration class where we will define important interfaces and classes. So we will see what is required and why we are defining it. Then there will be a JWT service class which will define the methods which are required which will provide various methods which will help in generating the tokens and for validating it and for extracting the information out of the token. Okay, Next will be refresh token service. So like JWT token, which is basically an access token, we also need a refresh token service, which will provide the refresh token based methods, and then we will have an auth filter service. So this auth filter service is like a filter which will intercept the request which is coming and will validate whether the access token is valid or not, and then it will direct the request to the proper controllers and request handlers. Okay, so these are the core services that we will be implementing in this video, and in this next one we will cover the rest of them. So these are the dependencies that is required. Don't worry, I will push all the code into the on the GitHub, and I will provide the link. I have already given the GitHub link in the community section, so you can check it out from there also. Here in the description also, I will put that GitHub link. Okay, so let's just copy these dependencies and put it in our application. So here is pom.xml. So these are the dependencies which is coming from core JSON Web Token official library. Okay, so let's reload the changes so that all our dependencies are on the class path now. Now if you try to run the application, you will not be able to access the data, because by default Spring Security makes every endpoint as secure endpoint. Okay, so if you try to do that now, if you go here and if you pass this, then it says 401 unauthorized and no data is coming, right? So Spring Security has secured all the endpoints. So now let's begin our implementation. So we'll first stop this server and we will come to our here. So first thing is to create a user model. Now for that I will create a new package here. I will say auth, and in auth I will put everything, whether it is models, configuration, or repositories, or services, everything into this auth package. Okay, so if you want you can put in the existing one, but I would prefer that everything is here, so that anything related to security, if I have to see, I can see it from here, and anything related to application level thing, I can check for rest of the packages. Okay, so first thing will be to create a new package, which will be entities, and second package will be repositories. Okay, and now let's create a user repository. Now here we will mark it as entity, and we will define private integer user ID. Okay, this will be marked as ID, and we will also make it generated value, so it will have a strategy equal to identity. Generation type strategy is identity. Next fields are private string name. Okay, then we will have string will have a username. It will be a unique field. Also we can validate the user using email also if you want, so we can pass email also, and then private string password. Okay, now these are the basic details, but we need some more details for ensuring that this much is for authentication, but for authorization we need more details, right? So for more details we will create another enum. Okay, so we will create an enum which is known as user role, and it will be of type enum, and yeah, so it will have two things, user and admin. Okay, so these two are the roles for now which we are defining. You can define multiple roles based on the application needs, and we are going to put it here. Private user role, and we should annotate it with enumerated, and it will be enum type.string. Okay, so the values will be treated as a string, right? There is one interface known as user details interface which we need to implement so that it gives us the facility to integrate this user entity with the Spring security. So that interface is implements user details. Okay, now if you first, let's implement it. So these are the methods which it had. Now if you hover over it, it will say provides core user information. Okay, and it is used for authentication purposes, right? So these are the fields, these are the important things which are used in large scale applications. These credentials non-expired, is account non-logged, account not expired. So all these things are important for us, right? So let's define each one of them, but before that, first we define table name. Table name equal to, I will name as users, and second, let's give all args constructor, no arg constructor, and a getter. Okay, so this is the thing we are having here. Now we will implement each of them. Now these are the fields which we need to provide value for. So you can just simply write true, but I would prefer that each field should have its own field name in the user table. Okay, so for that purpose we can use a private boolean is enabled, private boolean, and let's get all these fields. So first account non expired, then account non locked, and finally is credentials non expired. So private boolean is credential non expired. Now by default these fields will be set to true. Okay, so we can mark these as true also, so that by default user should not be locked, that we have to ensure. Okay, so we will just say is account non expired, is account not locked, is credentials not expired, and is enabled. Now for getting username and password, so you can either use the unique username or you can get the unique email. So I would be using a unique email, so let's write get email, or better would be just to pass and field. Okay, here sorry, for here it will be password. Actually here will be email in terms of username. Okay, now we have put the Spring starter validation, so let's use them and ensure that these are not blank. Okay, so message, simple messages you can write for now, so that, and copy paste over here to ensure all the validations are in right place. Now username and email both should be unique, so you have to come to here, column, then unique equal to true, come to here, column, here unique equal to true. Also there is one more annotation which is an email which comes from jakarta.validation constants, that is from JPA. So you don't have to put the email format or the regular expression for the email checking. This annotation will check for you. So here message can be please enter email in proper format. So this is all we have ensured that it is done. Also for password, there is one more thing that you can do, which is for size. You can have minimum size as like 5, and then you can put a message. The password must have at least 5 characters. More strong validation you can put to have more stronger password, but for now let's go with this. Later we will check how to do that also. Okay, but for now let's go it. And of course one more field is remaining, which I will put here, which is private refresh token. Okay, now this will be a entity, so let's create a class of it, and we will mark this as entity. It will have, first it will have a integer token id. Okay, then it will have a private string. It will have a refresh token, the actual token. Then it will have an instant. Now I'm using here java.time package for it needs to have an expiration time, so I'm using instant for this purpose. So expiration time, and finally it will have a user, and we have to mention here 1 to 1, and here we need to mention id at generated value strategy equal to identity. Okay, and for these columns we have to ensure that these columns are not null, and the length let's put it more, so that if a refresh token is a big strings which with more number of characters, then we can put it into the column. Okay, also not blank, please enter a refresh token value. It will be a message. Okay, please enter refresh token value. This also can't be a, it cannot be null, so nullable is equal to false. So these things we have done. Now here we will also do a mapping, so 1 to 1 we need to define here, and we will specify that it is mapped by user. This user variable is a variable here which the JPA will detect, and this user variable is this one. So if you change the variable name here, then you need to change it here also. Okay, so this is one thing that you should know. Right, now we have to create a repository of both of them, so let's create a repository. So first is user repository. It will be an interface. It will extend JPA repository, and with integer, with user and then integer, and we will have second repository as refresh token repository. Okay, so it will also extend JPA repository. It will have refresh token and IDS len integer. Okay, so this model we have created, and user and refresh token, two models are created. Now next thing we have to do is application configuration. So first let's create a configuration class along with package. So config dot application config. Okay, now I'll tell everything that why this is required. To mark this class as configuration, you will need to put a configuration annotation. So first thing is that we need a bean or an object of the user details service for fetching the, for allowing the Spring to load the all the user details actually. Okay, so if you go over this user details service, okay, if you import this class, and you will see it says core interface which loads user specific data. It is used throughout the framework as a user DAO and is the strategy used by DAO authentication provider. So we need to load user specific data across our authentication services. Therefore, this bean is required. And then we will just return a lambda, okay? Because it is an, you can see here, it is an interface. So we need to provide its implementation. So we will provide the implementation in terms of lambda expression. If you want to revise your lambda expression, you can check the playlist Java Post 2023. We have discussed there. So we need user repository to get the user details. So let's get it here. So private final user repository. Okay, and from here we will say user repository. Now it has a method for finding by ID, but it doesn't have a method to find by usernames, because we need user by username here. So because when the user is authenticating, it will give its username. It doesn't know about its ID. Okay, right? ID is for our own purpose on the database side, but for user it only knows its email or username or and password, right? So we need to provide a method. So let's write a method for it. We'll have an optional of user find by username. Okay, and then I'll say string. So this is a convention of the JPA to write the method. So it will generate the query by itself. Okay, you just need to provide the field name in proper way. So our field name is username, so we have provided here. Find by is means to it has to search for it, means it will fire a select query and it will give an optional. So coming here, find by username. So we need find by username, we'll pass the username. Now if in case username is not there, then or else throw, we will be throwing a new there is username not found exception from Spring. So let's throw that name not found exception. User not found, since we are using email, so we will say email and we'll pass that thing. The authentication can be done using either of them, whether you want to use email or whether you want to use username. Okay, so let's annotate it with bean. Okay, so from here we will get the user specific data. Now next is what we need an authentication provider which will help us in authenticating the user. So let's define the bean for it. Authentication provider. If you see here, it says indicates a class can process a specific authentication implementation. Okay, and you have just seen here that this user detail service is used as a user DAO. So there is a provider known as DAO authentication provider we have to use. So let's use that. So DAO authentication provider, we'll say authentication provider equal to new DAO authentication provider, and to authentication provider we will say set user detail service as user details. We will call this method. So it will set all the user details from the database. And also one more thing that we need to provide is we need to set up the password encoder. Okay, so for that we need another bean, and just let me first return this authentication provider and mark this as a bean. So we need another bean of password encoder, public password encoder, and we'll just say password encoder, and it will read, and we will be using new bcrypt password encoder. Okay, we will return an object of it. right? So we can just call the method. We don't want to save our password in the raw format. We want it to encode it. So we are using the bcrypt password encoder. You should use some kind of password encoder, whatever your application or your organization uh, wants to. Okay, just don't save your password in a raw format. That's highly insecure way to do things. Okay, and finally, someone needs to process the authentication request. So for that, we need an authentication manager. Okay, I know it must be getting a too much for you, but once you get with this all configuration, it is a one-time configuration. Okay, once this is done, everything is set. Then you can provide anything. Okay, so authentication configuration, and it will return config dot get authentication manager, and it will throw an exception. So let's also throw an exception. So this authentication manager, if you see here, it processes an authentication request. So whatever authentication request comes, whenever you send an username and password for the authentication while doing login, it comes to authentication manager. Okay, this authentication manager will process this authentication request, and if it is correct, it will use the authentication provider to do so. So that's how the flow goes, right? So these are the application level configuration which is used here. And since we have discussed, if you see, if I just open the last diagram that we have seen, here I've said that Spring Security verifies credentials, issues access and refresh tokens, validate access and token and claims, right? So it is this layer where the authentication provider is there. So you are sending your request with credentials. So here authentication manager is first sitting, and it will say, okay, this is your credentials. So I will verify it. So it verifies using authentication provider, and authentication provider gets the details from user detail service, right? So each one of them is dependent on each other. Okay, so this is how we have configured it. Now the next step, if you see, comes JWT service. So I'll create a service here, service package, and we will have a JWT service. We will annotate it with service. Okay, now this JWT service is common utility class when you are using the standard JSON web token library. Okay, so I will just copy paste the existing code that I have, because it is common across anything that wherever you see. Okay, for you whenever you are using JWT related authentication. Okay, so I have copy pasted here all the code that is required. I'll explain you, and I will push this code also in the GitHub, so you can just take it from there. But the main thing is to understand this code rather than writing the whole thing, because this is common across whenever you are implementing the JWT authentication into your system. This will be the common utility service. Maybe there will be some changes. I will tell you where it can be, but normally it will be the same. Okay, so here if you see, the first method is the string is saying to extract user name, and it is extracting from, we have to extract from token. So we are using a extract claim thing. Claim is nothing but an information. Okay, so I'll tell you what it's all about. If you see JWT, and if you come here, now you can see here the JWT token contains this whole thing, right? So this, if you see payload, if you see the header, so these are all the claims, the key value pairs, right? These are key value pairs, and these are the claims. So each of the claims can be extracted, right? So here you can see username is extracted here. Username is also there, so you can extract this username. So that's what claim is all about. So here is a method to extract claim, and it again calls a method known as extract all claims. So first you have to extract all claims using the token. So you first parse the JWT, then you provide a signing key, and then finally you get the body of whole thing. So body means all these things, payload and all, right? And from there, claim resolver dot apply method you do, because it is a kind of function, you get the actual username. Okay, so that's how things are done. Now sign-in key is how you sign your JWT. You need to sign the JWT using a secret key which only you know. Okay, or you can say which only the Spring security knows. So no one can access that. So that kind of that is a secret key. I have created the secret key like this. It is a base 64 encoded. We will discuss about it how you can create your own later in the next video, but here you have to decode the secret key into bytes and then use this method which creates a new secret key instance, okay, based on this algorithm, and this can be used for signing the JWT token, okay, so that you can extract claim JWT token, or you can say access token, and get all the information, whether it is username or whether it is anything that is provided in the claims. Okay, if you hover over these claims also, you will see that this is ultimately a JSON map and any values can be added to it, but JWT standard names are provided as safe getters and setters for convenience. Okay, so you can put your own custom things like claims.put some key some value like this. Then it is a generate token method next comes. So generate token is generated using this. We first set the claims, whatever claims is there, then we set the subject. So in subject we are setting username, then when it is issued at, what is the expiry date. Okay, so you can set your own. We will customize this expiry date. Okay, and then you have to provide a secret key so that you can sign the access token, and you have to provide an algorithm. So here we are using HS256 algorithm. There are multiple algorithms. If you remove this and if you just see, there are lot of algorithms here. So whichever is useful for your application, you can use it. Currently we are using HS256, one of the most secure algorithms, and then using a compact method which generates a string which gives the token in the form of string. Okay, here is a method which checks whether the token is valid or not based on the username and the user details. Okay, and whether token is expired or not, and how, and we can also get the expiration from the token, because while building the token we have set the expiration, so we can also get the expiration and check the validity of the token, right? So these are the important JWT methods used. You can say it is a utility class for access token. Okay, next is to build a utility class for refresh token also. So refresh token, or maybe we can say refresh token service. Yeah, it is a service, so let's name it like that. Again, we put a service annotation over here, and we will now, so we will require, first thing is public refresh token, and we will want to create a refresh token. Create a refresh. Create a refresh token. Okay, and we will pass a username. So for which user you want to create a refresh token, that is important. So first thing is this. Now we need to pass the username and find that whether this username exists or not. Okay, so we will use a repository. Find user repository. Let's make it final for constructor injection, and we will also require a refresh token repository. So refresh token repository, let's inject it. Now we will say user repository dot find by username, pass the username, and say or else throw exception. Okay, for now you can throw user not found exception, not found with this email. Okay, and also let's extract into a variable. Next we will need the refresh token, so we can say user dot get refresh token. Okay, once we get the refresh token from user, so we will check whether, so basically we have put a field here, refresh token field. We need to check whether this field is empty or not. That's why we are extracting this refresh token from it. And then we will check if refresh token equal to null, then we need to generate. If it is not empty, then simply return the current refresh token. Else what we have to do is we have to do refresh token equal to, now we will use a builder method. So let's go to this class and implement a builder also. At builder at no args constructor and add all args constructor. Now we will come here back and say dot builder. Now first thing is refresh token we have to see. So we can, there are lots of way to generate refresh token. We can, the most easier way to generate is using a UUID. So we will say UUID from java.util package dot random UUID dot toString. Simply will generate the refresh token. Then we will set an expiration time. So we will use instant dot now, and we will add some time. Now one thing, as I have already said earlier also in the previous video, that expiration time of refresh token should be greater than the expiration time of the access token. Okay, so for currently we can use something like 5 hours. So 5 into 60 for seconds, 60 for minutes, and then multiply by 10,000 milliseconds. Or better would be to extract this all. A refresh token validity. Let's put a variable over here and say refresh token validity equal to this. Okay, then we need a user. So we will say, we will just pass user here, and finally build. Once we get our refresh token, we need to save it also. So refresh token repository dot save, and let's save this refresh token for the user, right? So first we are fetching the user by username. Then we are checking whether the username, the user which we are getting already has a refresh token or not. If it doesn't have, then we will generate it for it and we will save it in the database. If it already exists, then we will just return the existing one, right? So this is the first method, and second will be it will again will provide a refresh token, and we will say verify refresh token. Verify refresh token. So we need to actually provide this token. Okay, so if you go to this model, the actual refresh token is a field here, right? So we need to actually provide this one into the parameter so that we can check it. How we will check? We will say refresh token repository. Now we need to find the by refresh tokens, but this repository has find by ID, not by refresh token. So we will create a method. So let's go over here and let's create a method. Let's create an optional of a refresh token find by a refresh token, and we'll pass a refresh token. Okay, so it will, once we pass our refresh token, it will search for that if that refresh token exists or not. and we will get the object for it, find by refresh token, pass the refresh token that we have, and then introduce a variable. Okay, no, we don't need an optional, we need just refresh token. We will say refresh token, or just write ref token, and here we need to say or else throw new runtime exception token not found. So it means refresh token does not exist. And now in case of this ref, if it is found, then we will check that we have not put a getter over it. Let's put a getter also. So we will say get expiration time. So get expiration time, and then we will compare this expiration time with current time instant now, and we will see whether this is less than 0. So if it comes out to be negative, it means that the time is expired. So in that case, what we need to do, if we have a refresh token and if its expiration time is gone, then that refresh token is of no use. We need to issue the refresh token again, right? So first we will delete the refresh token from the database. So we will say refresh token repository dot delete this one, and then throw a new runtime exception of refresh token expired. So user needs to generate another one. Okay, whether it is a case of a refresh token not found, or whether it is a case of the refresh token is expired, in both the cases user need to generate a new token. Okay, in case everything is okay, just return the refresh token. That's it. Okay, so these are the two methods that we have that is important for the refresh token service. Now if we go over here, then the last thing that remains is auth filter service. So let's implement this also. So we'll say auth filter service and mark it as at service. Now why this class is required and why we are using this? So the thing is, if you come over here authentication process is done. Okay, but the thing is, again, if you are asking for a request to access data and services and you are actually giving a token, it needs to validate that. Okay, now authentication manager can authenticate the request with credentials. Now with tokens, you need some kind of manager or some kind of filter, or in Java we have a concept of filter which first intercepts the request and checks whether you are providing the correct token and credentials are, and the information provided inside the token is correct. It is a valid access token or not. The main purpose is that only. So for that we need this class. Now this class basically extends a class known as once per request filter. This once per request is a abstract class which has one abstract method, this one, right? And we will need two things here: private final JWT service, because we are dealing with the access token, so access token service is required. And second thing we will require is private final user detail service, because it loads user specific data. So we will of course need user specific data for it. Now let's understand the flow. Now how will you pass the JWT token? The question is that, and the answer to that is you will pass the token in header. Okay, so you need to pass an authorization header. Okay, there is something called as authorization header. If you come here and if you check here in the headers, you can see it is showing authorization, right? So we have a header known as authorization. Here we pass the JWT token, access token. Okay. First, we need to get the value uh, of the token. We need to extract the token from the header. Now this header is in the request, so we can get this header from the request, right? So we will say final string auth header equal to request dot get header. Okay, and we will write the name of this header authorization. So Spring Security will check for a header with the name authorization. Okay, and it will take it out. Then we need to check whether the authorization header is having some token or not. So we will say if auth header equal to null or auth header dot starts with, or I'll say not starts with. Now in the JWT, whenever you are passing a JWT token, then the convention is you need to use the word bearer. Okay, so it should start with this, with the space, and then your token starts. Okay, so this is a convention that you have to follow. Standard convention it is used in the industry also. So this is how you do it. So in this case, you will do filter chain dot do filter request response and then simply return. So basically what we are doing here, if there is nothing in the header, if it is null, or if the value that doesn't start with this particular with particular expression, then just filter it ahead and return from here. Nothing to do. Right now, what will happen when it will pass to next filter? So next filter will require the valid token. Okay, now since we are not providing any kind of information ahead, so the request will be rejected. Okay, so that's why we are saying just return from here. But in case if it is present, then we need to extract it. So to extract it, we need a string JWT, and you can say JWT is auth header dot substring, and you pass 7. Why 7? Because the token will start from bearer is 6. 6 index is here, and it will start from the index number 7. So this is to extract token, extract JWT token. Now we need to extract username from it. Extract username from JWT. Let's not use the word token because already JWT means JSON web token. So we need another string. Let's make it username. Let's declare it here and use it here. Username equal to JWT service dot extract username, right? And we will pass the token. So we are passing the token and we'll get the username. Now next thing to check is whether this username should not be null. Okay, first thing is username if not equal to null, we have to check. And one more thing that we have to check is, I'll tell you, security context holder dot get context dot get authentication equal to null. So these two conditions are to be verified. Now what this condition says, first of all, it should not be null, right? Now if it is not null, then we have to check that user is not authenticated yet. Okay, that's why the security context holder basically is responsible for, if you see here, the main thing about this security context holder is that it holds the context of the authentication. Okay, so in case the user is authenticated already, it will hold the authentication for that user, right? It will hold that context of authentication. So if it is null, it means that the user with the current username is not yet authenticated. So in that case, what we will do is we need to get the username. So we will use the user details class interface, basically user details, and we will use user details service. It has a method known as load user by username, and we will pass username. So username, which is our email, okay, and then we will say if JWT service dot is token valid. So then we will check if the token is valid. So we will pass this token, and we will need to pass a user details. So all this was for to check the validity of the token, right? So if username is not null and if it is not authenticated, then first we need to get the user details, okay, all the details of the user, and then we will pass those details as well as the token to check whether the token is also valid. And if both are done, then we have a class known as user name password authentication token equal to new username password token. This will take user details. The second object will be null, we have to pass, and third will be user details dot get authorities. Get authorities will say what kind of permissions that does the user have. So if we check here, or maybe we check here, we can have only two kinds of user. Either it is a simply a user or it is a admin. So that is being checked here, right? Credentials we are not passing because credentials is already been supplied here in the user details. So no need to pass credentials here. So we are just saying credentials null. Okay. Now if this is done, okay, everything is fine till here, then we will set the details. So how we'll set the details? We'll say new web authentication detail source. So if you go here and download the sources, it says implementation of authentication detail source, which builds the details from object from an HTTP request object. So this class is used to build the whole authentication object, okay, along with the token. So we pass the request here. So it will set all the details required. Now next will be security context holder. Since it was earlier null, now we have to actually set this, that set context dot set authentication and pass the authentication token. So now once we set this authentication to some actual value, now it means that user is authenticated. And now outside we can just say filter chain dot do filter request and response. Now when this will go to next chain of filters, those filters will already know that okay, the user is authenticated because the security context holder has a correct authentication details. So here, since it has a null, so it may throw an unauthorized or forbidden exception. Okay, so that's the reason why we were just saying here, okay, pass to next filter and just return from here. No need to do anything, right? In case there is no token or there is no valid format of token. I hope you have understood the concept of it. We have implemented all the main core details here. Now only thing remaining is to how we will log in, how we will register the user, how we will log in the user, and if the access token is, we have to generate few controllers which will log in, register, and will generate the refresh token. That's the only thing that is remaining. So the video is already so long, so we'll continue in the next one. Okay, but I hope you have understood the whole flow. Let me just quickly summarize each and everything. First, we have created this user model which implements the user details, okay, because to provide core user information to Spring Security, right? And we defined our user role enum, in which we have provided the authorities that can be assigned to any user. So this is the first thing. Second thing is we have created a model of refresh token, and it has a refresh token and expiration time and mapped with user model. Then we created the user repository and token repository. Then we did application configuration, because for authentication we need an authentication manager bean. This authentication manager bean requires authentication. We need to define an authentication provider for authentication manager to use that provider to process the authentication request, and it requires a user detail service. So this user detail service loads user specific data for authentication, okay. And we are using a bean of password encoder so that our password is encoded, okay. We are not saving raw password. So this much is done. Next is JWT service, or you can say access token service also, you can say it. So we are defining a secret key here. You can provide any secret key randomly, but if you want to generate a particular secret key like something like base 64 encoded, then we will discuss in the next video, okay. So this is a secret key we have defined. We are extracting your username with all the claims. So all the methods are now to extract claims. We are parsing the given token using the key, and when we are giving the key, it will check that if the key is valid or not. So only this secret key can only if this secret key is there, the value of the secret key is this, then only we can extract the claims, otherwise we cannot do. So that what it means to check here, okay. And we are generating the key from here, okay, by decoding the secret key. Then we are generating the token by setting the claims, setting the subject, setting the expiration time, and signing it with key and algorithm, and returning a string, okay. Then we are checking the validity of the token, and we are also defining a method to get the expiration time of the token, right? Then next is refresh token service. So this refresh token service does two things. First, it creates a refresh token. So first we pass the username for whom we have to, so that we can to define the user for which we need a refresh token. So it finds the user in the database. If it finds a valid user, then if the user is present basically, then we check if the user already has a username or not. If it doesn't have a refresh token, then we generate the refresh token using a UUID, and we set an expiration time here and save it to the database. If the refresh token already exists, then we just return the refresh token itself. In the verify refresh token, first we check whether the refresh token exists or not. If it not exists, then we throw an exception. So it means that user has to generate a refresh token. This means that user has yet not logged in, okay. And second is we check that if the expiration time compared to the instant now is in negative, or if it is expired, then we delete the refresh token because it is of no use, and we throw an exception, because from the endpoint we will provide an endpoint in the next video which will help user to generate a refresh token, okay. So we are doing that. In case the expiration time is still remaining, it is still not expired, then we just are returning the existing token. Now we are using this auth filter service to validate our access token, okay. So access token we are getting in the authorization header. We are checking whether the header is in correct format or is not empty. If it is, and if it is empty or not in correct format, we are just passing to next filter chain. Then the next filter, if it doesn't get the proper security context holder, then or the proper authentication detail, then it will just give you a forbidden or unauthorized exception, okay, and your request will not be processed, okay. If the authorization header is correct, then we extract the token from it, we extract username from it, and in case the username is not null and user is not yet authenticated, so to authenticate the user, we need to get the user details, okay, which we are getting using the user detail service. After getting this, we first check the validity of the token. If the access token is valid, then we are using this username password authentication token to validate the user using its user details and authorities. We are setting up the details, and then in the security context holder, we are setting up the authentication so that the user gets authenticated. And when we pass this to next filters, they know that okay, the user is authenticated, and then the response can be processed and you get the proper response or access to the data or resource that you are trying to access, okay. So this is the core of whole JWT or access token and refresh token. Now we just have to build the endpoints, which we will do in the next one. So I hope you have enjoyed the video, and if you like this explanation, if you like the video, so subscribe to the channel. If you are new here, press the like button. I'll see you in the next one. Till then, bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this video, we are going to continue our backend series and continue our implementation for the JWT security, right? Now, in the last one, we have already completed the core services implementation for access and refresh token. Here in this video, the remaining portion is to complete to build the configuration and to build the controllers and test our APIs, okay, whether all things are working as expected or not. Also, this method which we had not implemented in the last video, so this is an extra addition that you can do. You need to pass a list of authorities or list of permissions a user has. So we have defined those permissions in the user role, whether a user is simply a user, a normal user, or an admin, okay. So this you need to pass so that Spring security can identify the permissions. We will implement the permissions soon, but yeah, this is the way how to do it. Second thing is, if you go to user repository, we have changed the method to find by email, okay. The reason for this is that we have two fields for authentication, username and email. So if you want to continue with username, you can keep this method, and elsewhere you have to change from email to use username wherever it is used. So here in get username, you can change it to username, okay, if you want to authenticate using username. If you want to authenticate using email, then you need to change it to by email so that the JPA can fire a query for us to search the given email, okay. And if you don't want to change the method, then you have to write your own SQL query. That's what not we are going to do here for now. So we have just to write a method, a custom method by ourselves, which can be identified by the JPA to write the query itself, okay. So this is one change, and these changes will be reflected here in the JWT service. And yeah, here find by email, this is one place where you need to change. Wherever that method is used, you have to change that thing also, right? So just make changes there. Now we have, for testing our purposes today, since we are going to test our APIs, so I have kept the validity of refresh token to 30 seconds and JWT token validity is 25 seconds after the creation, okay, so that we can test it quickly, okay. But yeah, in the real life scenarios, it is it is in hours, okay, so that you can do it. And refresh token can be like few days or something like that, okay. So it's all depends on what kind of application it is, right? So these are the changes that have been made. Rest all are same. So, and one more thing, in the auth filter service, just put at not non-null annotation here in front of all these three parameters. And the reason for that is when the filter is trying to do all these things, the request, response, and filter check, all these things should be non-null. Okay, for that purpose we have put non-null, and this comes from org.springframework.lang. Okay, so these are some of the changes that we have done. Yeah, and in application config also there is a find by email we have changed, so it's same. Now we are going to proceed ahead with the security configuration that is remaining. So let's create another class, security configuration. Okay, and we annotate this class with add configuration. Also we will annotate it with required args constructor because we will need some constructor, and enable web security. Right, so now we have to use certain already that we have implemented the classes, so we have to use those. So first thing we will use is, so we will be using auth filter service, and second thing will be to use final authentication provider. For both of them the constructor will be there, so no need to explicitly provide a constructor. Now we will define a bean of public security filter chain. Okay, so this is an important method which will be useful for us, and it will take a parameter of Spring's HTTP security, since we are following the HTTP protocol. So HTTP, it can throw an exception. Okay, now we need to define which paths are to be secured and which are not to be secured. So when we say not secured, then the paths can be, if we have to build a controller for login and registration of user, login of user, or to get a refresh token, then those paths do not need to be secured, because users should be able to access those without providing any token or anything, right? So all these things we need to configure. So http dot csrf. Now there is a one thing known as, we have to disable this configurer. Okay, and we can use a disable. So this method, this class has a method known as disable, which is used to disable the CSRF, cross-site forgery. Okay, cross-site request forgery. And then we are going to say authorize HTTP requests. Here we will provide a lambda. It takes a lambda, and we can say auth dot. Now we have to provide request matchers. That so we will first say that API / v1 / auth. This will be a base URL for our authentication thing. Okay, and we would like to permit all these, so we'll say permit all. Okay, else any request has to be authenticated. All the base URL which contains this one, and also we should specify like the **. So this means that any request which is starting with this URL should be allowed for everyone, and any other URL which is not similar to this pattern should be authenticated. Okay, so there the JWT security will come into the picture. Now after this we'll say, since it is a stateless protocol, the JWT, so we will say session Just a minute. Session will pass a lambda session dot session creation policy, and it is stateless. Okay, so this will be stateless. So we have managed our session, we have managed our HTTP request, in which requests are permitted and which needs to be authenticated. Second is what will be the session. So we are not going to use session, that's why we have put session management policy as stateless. Next is to write a authentication provider. So authentication provider, so this already we have defined bean for it in the application config also, and we have defined that DAO authentication provider is there, right? And then finally we have to add filter. Now we have to add filter before that, so we will say JWT filter, or maybe that is auth filter service, and we will be using username password authentication filter dot class. Okay, and simply return http dot build. That's it. So that much defines our security configuration. So to apply filter every time we are to authenticate, we are using this, right? Now add filter before will work before this authentication provider and all. So if there is no token, then you have to re-authenticate, or token is expired, you have to re-authenticate. Else, if you are already authenticated, then you have to provide token, and this filter will allow you to access resources. Okay, so this is done. Now we will create another package which is known as utils. Now this package we are creating utils for three purposes. First is when we are registering, what request body it will have. When we are logging in, what request body it will have. And when we are want a refresh token, when we have our valid refresh token and we want a valid access token again, then and our access token is expired, we want again. So what request body it should have. Okay, so all these things will be required. So first is register request. Now in register request we will have private string name, private string email, private string username, and private string password. Okay, so these are the things required. We will use Lombok further now. So data, then all args constructor, no args constructor, and we will use a builder to build our user object. Now in the similar way, we will create a login request. Okay, so this login request will have, third one is refresh token request. So refresh token request. So this request body will be used when we want to get a new JWT token. So in that we simply have to provide our valid refresh token. That's it. Okay, and it will give us everything. This will simply have a data. Okay, that much is required. And finally, since we also want a auth response, so for all these requests we want a response. So response will have two things: private string token, which will be an access token, you can say. Let's write access token only. Access token and private string a refresh token. So these two will be the thing. And let's copy this whole thing from here. So this is the four things that is required for how our request body should be and how our response should be. Now we are ready to build our own controllers. So let's go to controller and let's here only build our controller. So we'll say auth controller. Let's mark it as REST controller, and then we will we will give a base URL. So API slash v1 slash auth. So we have given because in the, if you see here, we have already given this thing. The base URL is API slash v1 slash auth. So therefore we are giving the base URL here also the same. Now we need to create methods for register, login, and that generation of valid access token by refresh token. Okay, so first thing will be public response entity. It will return an auth response. It will be to register. Now it will contain request body, and it will have register request. Okay, and we'll simply return. Okay, so we need some service which can process the register request and which can work on the register request, right? Which can actually register the user. So here in the services tab, let's go here and create a new class known as auth service. Okay, mark it as service. Now we will need few things like first method will be auth response, and then we will register. So it will take an object of register request, and we need to build our user. So we'll use a var keyword here, var user equal to user dot. Okay, we need a builder class also. Let's go here. Let's put a builder annotation that we can build it easily. Builder dot name register request the dot get name dot email dot get email, then username username, so register request dot get username, then it will be password. Now for password we have to use a password encoder. So whenever a user is sending its details, and in that detail there will be password, so we don't have to store the password in the raw format, so we have to encode it. So we'll need a bin of password encoder here. So we will just pass password encoder dot encode register request dot get password. Okay, it will encode the password. Then we need to pass the role, so it will be user role dot user. So by default, whichever users are created, it will be of the role of type user. Okay, and then we will simply build. So now we need to save this user, so we need a user repository. So let's put private final user repository. So user repository dot save user, saved user. Okay, now we have created our user details. Now from it we will generate the JWT token. Okay, so we'll say var JWT equal to, or maybe we can say just access token. Okay, it will be a better word. Access token equal to, we need a JWT service, so we need to inject that also. Private final JWT service. So JWT service dot generate token, we have to pass the user. Okay, we will here pass saved user. Okay, and we need a refresh token. So refresh token will have its own service, so we need to inject that also. Private final refresh token service. So refresh token service dot create refresh token using saved user dot get email. Okay, and finally we need to return the response, so it will be auth response dot builder. First is access token, will have access token in it, then it is having refresh token field which will have a refresh token field in it, or maybe refresh token dot get refresh token, and build the field, right? So these things are actually quite simple. Okay, we are just using builders to build our object for user builder, and getting the saving the user because we are registering the user for the first time, and then getting access token via JWT service, refresh token via refresh token service, and then we are building the auth response object again. Second is auth response. It will be to login. Okay, so for login we need login request. Now in the login request we will require, for authentication we require an authentication manager. Okay, so we will get private final authentication manager. So authentication manager being here, and we will say authentication manager dot authenticate. So first thing will be to username password authentication token. So we will say login request dot get email, login request dot get password. So this method will authenticate the user. Okay, and it will return an authenticated object which is not of use here because all things we have already done here. I'll tell you, in the authentication services we have done, we are checking here also, and in the security configuration we have already provided the authentication provider, right? So we just want to ensure the use of authentication manager is just to authenticate whether the request is right or not. And simply then we have to, once the user gets authenticated that okay the credentials are right, then we need to generate access token again, which can be generated using JWT service dot generate token. For it we require a user detail, means user object. So for that we will use user, for user equal to user repository dot find by email, will pass login request dot get email. This returns us a user. It will return a optional, so we'll say or else throw, and we will throw a username not found exception. So username not found exception. For now I'm just trying user not found. That much will be fine for here. Okay, the messages we can customize later. So we will just pass a user object, and then we need a refresh token. So refresh token equal to refresh token service dot create refresh token. We have to pass login request dot get email, and simply we have to return again the same auth response. So just copy and paste it. All right, so this is how our auth service works. Now in the auth controller we will need a dependency of auth service. So final auth service, add constructor parameter, and here we will return response entity dot OK auth service dot register request simply, and this will be of type post mapping. So register the user. In the same way will be the login also, right? So here we will just make it login. Here login request, and we will call a login here. We will pass the login request object. So login completed, right? Now next is public response entity auth response. We need a access token from a valid refresh token. Okay, so what we are providing here is request body, and we are providing refresh token request and refresh token request. Now first thing is that we have to verify that the refresh token that we are getting in the body is valid. Okay, so we will use refresh token service for it. So let's inject that also. Private final refresh token service constructor injection. So first I will say refresh token service dot verify our refresh token request dot get refresh token. Okay, first it will verify this and it will return an object, and then if the refresh token is valid, then we need to get the user. So to get the user, we can simply say refresh token dot get user. Let's extract the variable, so that much is done, and simply then we will pass refresh token equal to this dot. We need to generate another access token. Now we have verified that the refresh token is perfect. Then we will get the user details from the refresh token, right? And then we need to generate an access token. Here we will say we need to generate access token now. So for this we need to use the JWT service, private final JWT service. Okay, so simply we will say JWT service dot generate token, and we'll pass the user object. So it will give us the token. Now we can return response entity dot OK auth response dot builder. In the access token we will pass our access token, and in the refresh token we will pass our valid refresh token. Okay, so refresh token dot get refresh token, and then we will just build it. So this is the way that we are going to respond, and the endpoint for it will be also be a post mapping. Endpoint name will be refresh. So all these things are done. Now here if you come to security configuration, then we have said enable web security, but for authorization purpose we will enable method security. Now enable method security will give us some of the kind of flexibility. What? Let's see. Here in the movie ID, when we are getting the movie ID, then it's fine. Anyone who is authenticated can get the movie ID. Okay, let's assume for now. But when we are trying to add a movie, then only admin should be able to add. So this is the functionality that we want. So what we will do is we will say pre-authorize, and here we will say inverted commas, we will have to write has authority. Now IntelliJ community is not identifying, but this is how the syntax of the pre-authorize is. So what it means that it will check whether the authenticated user has the role admin in the list of its role, because in the user class we have just defined our role, and we have returned a collection of the roles. Okay, whatever roles a user has, whether it can be user, admin, multiple roles, it can have single role, it can have. So we have defined that. So it will check in the list what kind of permissions that does the user have, whether admin permission or user permission. According to that, this method will be allowed to execute or not. So if a user does not have a role of admin, then this method will, even if we send the request, the movie will not be saved, file will not be uploaded. Okay, so we will test this out. Okay, so this is one example where we have put pre-authorize and for our testing purpose. Okay, so we'll do that. So now everything is in place, all seems to be good now. So let's test our service. Okay, so just run the application and let's test if everything is working according to how we want it to be. So I hope no errors are there. Yeah, all the new tables are created for user, refresh token, right? Okay, perfect. So if we go here, movies we have to see. So users and refresh token, two tables are created here. So currently no one is there, right? Okay, let's test in our postman. Okay, so let's go to post. First we need a user, so we have to register a user. So now to register a user, if you see, if you go to register request, okay, register request, we need email, name, email, username and password. Okay, so we'll provide these 4 fields. Name, for now providing my name, then email, so some random email at gmail.com. Then we need username, let something provide like abcpqr. Okay, and for password we'll provide 1235. Okay, and we can see that API /v1/auth/register. So let's see that this controller is fine. Okay, so API /v1/auth/register. Perfect. Let's fire this. So as you can see, our user is created and it has given us a access token and refresh token. That's perfect. And if we go here, we can see that we have got all the fields. And if we check for this field password, that we can see we have entered there 12345, but here there is some encoded password. So what we wanted is perfect. In the role we are the user currently. Okay, let's register one more user. This time I will name it as admin. Okay, and admin, and let's register. So this is also done, the user is registered. So I will just make it manually as admin. You can create an endpoint which will be accessible to the admin only to make other admin user. Okay, so I'm just making this. So just apply here and finish. Perfect. So that we can test with both users, right? That's our purpose. Next, what we have to do is we have to check whether we are able to authenticate or not. So I've created a URL here. So let's test first. sudarshan@gmail.com and password 12345. And also there is one endpoint which is here is movie/all. Okay. Endpoint for R was what? Let's first see. Let's go to movie controller. Okay, it is API/v1/movie. Okay, so API/v1/movie, right? API/v1/movie. Okay, perfect. And in the headers we have to provide the bearer and the token. Okay, so we will provide our own token here whenever we authenticate. So let's authenticate first. So first we authenticate. Oh, sorry. Here it will be login. I've written authenticate. Okay, that the URL was invalid. Okay. Okay, so Let's send it. Okay, so we are not able to log in. Let's see what's the problem. Let's try again. Okay, we are not getting the nothing here. Query is firing up, but we are not getting it. Okay, let us see what is this. Sometimes is not working correctly. Let's remove it. Don't save. Let's create another request. Slash login post body raw email sudarshan at gmail.com, and here we will say password 12345. Okay, I hope it should work now. No, it's not working. Something is wrong that we have done. Let's figure it out. The problem that we were facing, why we were not able to log in, was here in the one thing I forgot, that there our we created 4 extra fields. Okay, for this is non account non expired, is account non logged, credentials, and enabled, right? So here only we have to just mention that we have to return true from here, and we don't need to create a new fields over in the database, because Spring Security by default take care of it. And that was creating a problem in authentication, because it was the flow was not going in a proper way, and it for enable the user, or it is the value is 1, and for disabling a user the value is 0. So by default 0 as a value was getting stored in the db. Okay, so there are of course the workarounds and the behind the things that we can do, but the thing is Spring Security is taking care of it, so we don't need to exclusively define those things. Okay, so after doing all those things we are able to, you can see, authenticate. If we click again here, we are getting a new JWT, and now we can copy paste, because only 25 seconds are there. So let's copy paste here JWT bearer. In the authorization, select JWT bearer. Okay, so now if we send it, see, we are getting all the movies list here, right? Perfect. Now I want to show you that register is working. This is also working. Now here refresh token thing is there. Okay, now I hope so. If refresh token is not, if we pass this refresh token here and we send, then we are not getting, because here you can see we have got an error because our refresh token expired. Right? So let's authenticate again first, because now refresh token is expired, then there is no option but to authenticate. So send. So we have got another new refresh token. So let's copy it, and our JWT token or access token ends with QWBE. Okay, this one. But now we will get a new access token. So we'll copy paste this refresh token here, send it, and we are getting another access token here, new access token from the refresh token. So this functionality is working, right? We have tested it out. And final thing that we want to test it is to this API slash movie slash add movie. Okay, so this is the one that we want to test it out. Okay, as we have made changes to movie controller that has authority add. For the movie to get, we need a body, we need post, we need raw, and in the body we need to pass certain details. So we already have our details here. Okay, so we, for the movie purpose, we are going to take this example. So let's copy this movie data here, and we are going to add this movie into a database. So let's see if we can add using a user credentials. So first we will, okay, we have to use form data. Okay, so and the values will be file and movie DTO. Okay, so values name will be file and movie DTO. In here movie DTO, we will just paste it. In that file we have our own file, so here is the animal.png. We'll upload it. Now if we simply try to send this, then it will say forbidden because unauthenticated users don't have it. So first we have to authenticate ourselves and pass the authorization. So JWT bearer, in the header we will pass our authorization header, and here we will have a bearer. From login we will log in using user credential. So here you can see we have two users. Currently both have a role as user, so I will make this as admin. Now if you see, and if I refresh again, now the first admin@gmail.com has admin role, use, and sodarshan@gmail.com has user role. So let's first authenticate using the user role. So I'm authenticating using user role. I've got a access token. We'll use the access token quickly before it expires. And if I try to pass here, see, I am getting forbidden. Here also something is getting, okay, here I'm not getting anything, but it's not allowing, right? But now I will try to log in as admin. Okay, so I will try to log in as admin, and if I send, I get a refresh token. I'm able to successfully authenticate myself. Now if I pass the JWT token here, and if I send the data, you can see I have got the response because I'm able to put the data. Why? As an admin, because I have put pre-authorize has authority as admin. So it is first checking whether the user has a role of admin or not, and then only deciding whether to allow it or not allow it, right? So I hope we have tested all the methods. We have completed the JWT authentication. Few things I would like you to do on your part, so this will give a confidence in you only. And those things are like in the JWT services, or maybe in the token services. Okay, if I come here, we have thrown runtime exceptions here. So create a custom exception, and in the exception handler, this global exception handler, write the methods for it. Okay, so this is a small task for you to do and to gain confidence that you are able to do it. And you can test these refresh token and access token on yourself, and in case you find any discrepancy, you can put in the comment, or if anything is not clear, you can write down in comment also. Okay, you are new to the channel, please subscribe to it for more such amazing content. The series is not yet over. We have completed all the things that I have told, but there are more to go. So in the upcoming videos, you will get to know what other things are remaining, right? But these were the all important and fundamental things that we have completed. So now you can build any complex backend with all the proper things. Okay, but of course there are a lot of things in backend which we will integrate here, but fundamental portion of backend development or building backend is done, right? So I hope you like the content. Please press the like button for sure, and share with other like-minded people also. That's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Till then, bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. So in this video, we are going to implement the functionality of forgot password. So we have seen and developed our backend API of this movie API, and all the functionality has been working fine. We are able to log in, we are able to register, and we are able to access resource according to the role of a user, right? So everything is currently working fine. What if the user forgets its password? Then how he can be able to change his password? Okay, so that is the functionality we are going to implement here, and we are going to see how lots of concepts and lots of workflows that are that is involved in it. Okay, so the workflow that we are going to see is through the email verification, and email verification will be done through OTP. Okay, so let's first understand the workflow of it. Okay, so I hope my this is the Excalibur where I have made this diagram. So if you can see, first you have this login page where you enter email and password. So I am stating this with respect to the how a UI would look like and how things would interact with the server. So we are not implementing the UI, but we are taking care of the backend work. But we need to understand the flow of we need to understand the flow at the front end part so that we can develop the functionality at the backend. Okay, so first of all, this is a login form where you enter email and password, and there is a login option. There is multiple options, like there can be a register option also in case a user is new to it, but for simplicity we have kept a login, and below is a forgot password option in case one does not remember the password. Now suppose the user don't know the password, so it clicks on forgot password. Then it is taken to this form where it has to enter the email, so that the email verification is important. Okay, so it enters its email, submits it. In the email, he gets an OTP. Okay, one time password with a fixed expiration time also. Okay, it has to enter his OTP and click on verify OTP. Once the verification is done, then a new form is shown to him where he can enter his new password and re-enter the same password and submit it. Once he do that, his password gets changed and he is redirected to now again to the login page. So this is a very simple workflow of how things happen. And if you have ever done forward password in any of the website, this would be the case how you have done it, right? Now at backend, how things are going to handle. So first, to send the email, we need to set up our GMTP server or the configuration for sending the email. So first thing is that. So we don't need to do much configuration because there is a Spring Boot starter dependency which provides this functionality to us. So we will be putting that into our pom.xml file. Okay, so that will take care of it, and some small configuration is there in the application.yml file. So what we are going to do is, first we are going to send an email to the user on its email. Then for this OTP, so OTP can be of various types. So we will basically generate a six digit number as an OTP, and it will be sent to the user. Also, because we need to verify whether the OTP which user has put it here and what actually the OTP is for that particular email, both should be same. So we will have one repository which we will create so that we can verify it. Okay, and we also need to verify that the user has entered the OTP before the OTP gets expired. So we have to check these both things at the backend. Okay, and after that, once the OTP is verified, in the next screen you can see when the user enters new password and again and re-enters the same password and submits it, at the backend we have to first check that both password and new password are same, and second, that we have to run a update query. Now when you run an update query, so there are some extra things that you need to take care of it, which we will see it when we will develop a method for it. Okay, so I hope you have understood the workflow. So now let's code all these things in the backend. Okay, so first thing is to install the dependency. So here, okay, I'll do it here, or maybe here. Okay, below this web dependency I will do. So dependency, the name of the dependency is Spring Boot Starter Mail. Okay, and it comes from this org.springframework.boot. So just copy paste it here. So this is the only dependency which we need for this forgot password functionality. Here we are also going to do reset password, as you can see from the title of the video, but that will be an assignment and it will be easier to do once you understand this one. Okay, so let's first implement this one. Okay, so our Maven dependency is installed, right? Now let's close it. Let's come to application.yml. Now here you have to set up certain, so here you have to configure a few things which is related to mail. So there is something known as mail. It is spring.mail.host. So since we are using a Gmail server, so we will say smtp.gmail.com. Okay, port is defined as 587. These are some of the standard configuration. Okay, now you have to put a username. Now username will be put in a string, which will be a email through which you have to send the mail to the user who wants to request the, who do you want to send the OTP. Okay, so you can here you have to write your valid Gmail ID. Okay, I'm not writing currently, but when I will complete the application I will write it, because I don't want to show this email, and similarly the password. Okay, so these two things you have to write for the Gmail. But here in the password you don't have to write your actual Gmail password. What you can do is, here is my one of the Gmail account, and in that you will see that in the, when you go to manage your Google account, here you will see in security, first there will be an option of two-step verification. For me it's showing a green tick. So if it is not showing green tick for you, first complete the two-step verification, and then once you go inside it, you will see an option of app passwords. Okay, so here you can just go into the app password and you can set up your app password. It is very easy. You just have to write your own app password and the app name. That's it. App name you can give anything, and app password also you can, app password will be generated for you. Okay, so, and that app password you have to provide it in here in the password field. Next is properties. So in the properties you have to, there is a properties of properties.mail.smtp or .auth, so which you have to make it true, and then start TLS, and you have to enable it. Okay, so auth is basically for the authorization purpose, and the start TLS you have to enable it. So you have to set both to true, right? So this is the only configuration that we have to do to set up for our sending the mail, right? So let's close it for now. Here we have defined our various services, right? So here we will define another service, and this time it will be an email service. So we will define an email service and we will mark this as service. Okay, now in this email service, this class will be responsible for handling, it will give us a template to send the mail. So how we will do it? So first we need a dependency of Java mail sender. So Java mail sender and Java mail sender, we add a constructor injection. So what this Java mail sender does it, this is a class which is responsible for actually sending the mail. Okay, so that's why you need to inject its dependency, and this class you get when you have installed the dependency of Spring Boot Starter Mail. Second is public void send simple message. There is a reason why this is named as send simple message, because there's a class which we will be using. And then you have to specify a mail body also into it. So mail body is something that we will create ourselves. So mail body will be a record basically. So let's create a mail body, or it will be a record. This mail body we will create inside the DTO. Okay, in this we will be having string 2, string subject, and string text. Okay, so in the to field we will specify to whom we need to send the mail. Subject is the subject of the mail, and text is the body area in the Gmail that you have. Okay, so this is all we need to specify. That's why we have taken and created a record which will have all this, basically a template for it. Okay, this is to be done. Now there is one class that we need to use, simple mail message. Okay, so using this class we have to draft our email, and Java mail sender takes an argument of type, takes an argument of the object of type simple mail message only. So that's why we need to use this class. Now this has various functionality. One is set to. Okay, so you can specify. So I can say mail body to, then message dot set from. Now from in the from you have to specify the email which you have mentioned here, your valid Gmail ID that you have mentioned here. It should be specified in the from. So I will specify it later. Message dot set subject. Here again mail body dot subject will take from, and dot set text. Here mail body dot text. Okay, so this is how we set up or draft our mail, and then we will use Java mail sender dot send and we'll write message. That's it. So this function will help us in sending the mail. We just have to provide the basic details, and that is to whom we need to send, what is the subject of the mail, and what is the text that we want to send. We will see what we need to, we will be writing over there. Okay, so this much is done for us, right? Now next thing is, now we can start to work on our forgot password functionality. Now we will create one entity known as forgot password, and the reason for that is because we need to store temporary time, we need to store the OTP and the expiration date or the expiration time of the OTP, so that we can verify with the user. Okay, so you'll understand in a time if we're not able to get now. So we will have forgot password. Okay, and we will mark it as entity, and we will have no args constructor, all args constructor, getter, and builder. What fields we will have? So first field we will have is integer forgot password ID. Second field we will have integer OTP. Third field we will have is a date from Java util package, and expiration time, and we also need to map it to a user, so that for every user it would be different. Okay, so we will mark it as 1-to-1, right? Also let's go to the user, and here also let's write private and forgot password and 1-to-1 mapped by user. This much is okay. Now let's make this ID as a primary key and generated value as automatically. So identity and we will make all this column as non-nullable because we don't want any of the column to be null. Okay, so column nullable equal to false. That's it. So we have constructed our forgot password functionality where we will be storing an OTP, the expiration time, and it will be associated to that particular user who is asking or who is requesting to change the password because he has forgotten the password, right? So this is this thing we require, and once the expiration time means once the OTP is expired, we will delete the record also. Okay, so that is also a case that we have to take care of. So since we have created an entity, we need to create a repository. So we will go here and we will create a forgot password repository. Okay, and we will extend it with JPA repository, forgot password and integer. Okay, so we have created the repository also. Now we need a controller. So forgot password controller, which will help us in which will have all the APIs that we need to interact with when we are dealing with the forgot password functionality. Okay, so at request mapping, it will have slash forgot password as a base URL. First thing here will be that we need to send the mail, because once the user sends the mail or when the user submits his email, we have to send a OTP to his email because we need to verify the email, right? So first thing will be that only. So we will say send mail for email verification. So for that we will have a post mapping and we will name it as verify, and also here we will take in path variable, we will take an email and we will say public response entity of type string verify email, and we will simply take path variable as string email. Once we get the email, we need to verify whether the user with the given email exists or not. So we need an user object also. So user equal to, now we need a user repository for this. So we will inject private final user repository and user repository constructor injection, and we will say user repository dot, we have already made a method for find by email, so here we will pass email, or else throw new username not found exception, please provide valid email. Okay, you can write any message that you would like it to have. Okay, now next is once we have got the hold of the user object, now it's time to formulate the mail body, because now we need to send mail. So we will use mail body equal to mail body dot builder. Okay, we need a builder for it so that it would be easier. So let's go to this mail body where it is, and let's make it builder. Okay, Lombok is very much useful for such purposes. So builder dot to, so to will be the email that the user has given. Text, okay, for the text we can just write this is the OTP for your forgot password request, and we have to provide an OTP, right? We will soon see how to give the OTP. Okay, and then a subject, the subject will be OTP for forgot password request, and then we will build it. Now we need to generate this OTP. So we will have a private method, private integer OTP generator. It will we will use a random class, basically random equal to new random, and we will simply return a random dot next int 6-digit number we want to generate. So this is the minimum and this is the maximum that we want to generate. Okay, so it will generate a 6-digit number and randomly between this range. Okay, and we will extract this OTP here, int OTP equal to OTP generator. Now since we are sending this mail with the OTP, we also need to keep the OTP, we need to save this OTP also, because of, and we have created this forgot password entity because of that only, right? So let's create an object of this also. So forgot password this fp, and we will use forgot password dot builder dot OTP. So OTP will be OTP only, dot expiration time. For expiration time we will say new date system dot current time in millisecond, and we will add something like 70 milliseconds into it. Okay, so basically 1 minute 70 seconds we are currently putting because we want to test it in this video also. So but in general you can give the time of 5 minutes or 10 minutes according to whatever you feel you want to give. Okay, then we need to set up user. So user will set up this user object, and then finally build. Okay, so first thing will be to send the mail. So for sending the mail we need an email service. Okay, so let's get the email service also. Email service. Let's inject it here. Email service dot send simple message. We need to pass mail body. So here we have done. So email will be sent using this. Then we need a forgot password repository. Okay, we don't have forgot password repository, so let's bring it also here. Final forgot password repository, this also done. Then we will save this. So save fp, and finally we will return a response entity dot OK, and we will say email sent for verification. So on the UI side you can show in the toast that email is sent for the verification, and after that the next screen will come here. This screen will come which will say enter the OTP. Okay, so this part we have completed, this sending the email. Now user has to enter the OTP also, right? So let's develop this part. Now for this we need to develop another endpoint, because again the user will enter an OTP and it will send again this OTP to us. So we will say verify response entity string. This time the method will be verify OTP. Now here again we have to take at path at post mapping actually, and we will say verify OTP. We will be taking an OTP here, and we will also be taking an email here in the path variable. The reason for this is you can create a new DTO class or helper class which will have OTP and email, and you can just use that as a request body, or you can send the OTP and email both. Okay, now we are also sending email again because the user is not logged in, so there is no way we can extract the email directly. Okay, so the only way is on the front end side we need to maintain, or we need to track the email which is associated with the OTP, okay, with that particular user, right? So that's why we are taking this. Then path variable, then integer OTP, and again the path variable string email. Okay, now here again we have to check that user exists or not. This check will come most of the time because it is highly required. Now then what we have to do is, we have got OTP and we have got an email, right? Next thing that we need to do is, we have to first check whether a user with the given OTP and the given means this user which we have fetched here and the given OTP exist in our database or not. So our database is this forgot password database, right? For forgot password table. So we need to check this. So we will use forgot password repository, and we need to construct a method here. So let's construct a method, custom method we need to build. So we will have an optional, it will return a forgot password entity object basically, and we will say find by OTP and user. Okay, it will take integer OTP user. Now here we can give our custom query, okay, so that it would be beneficial also. So we will be giving our custom query here. So select FP from forgot. Now here the auto suggestion is not coming because we are using the IntelliJ community version. If you were using either Eclipse or the ultimate version of IntelliJ, then the auto suggestion would be coming. So just write what I'm writing here, dot OTP equal to 1 and FP dot user equal to 2. So this is the basically JPQL query that we are writing here. It is same like SQL, but we don't have to use the SQL table name or columns there. We can just use our own Java classes for the representation. So this is the query that we require here. We will say find OTP by user and OTP and user, comma user, and we will say or else throw new runtime exception invalid OTP for email this email. Okay, also let's extract it to a variable and name it FP. Now we have got an forgot password object which has the OTP and the user associated with the same. So one thing we have verified that the OTP which we are having, which the user has entered, and the OTP which we have stored in the database for that particular user is correct. But we have to also check if the expiration time, the OTP is not expired. So we will say if FP dot get expiration time dot before date dot from instant dot now. So FP dot expiration time will give the time that the time up to which the OTP is valid, and we are providing here the current time. So instant dot now will give us the current time. So we will check that this particular time, if it is still valid or not. Before means that test if this date is before the specified date. So what it actually means is, suppose the FP dot expiration time gives a date with the time to 12:20 p.m. okay, but the current time is 12:25 p.m. So in that case, this expiration time comes before the current time, right? So this whole expression will be true. If this whole expression is true, then we have to say that OTP is expired. Okay, the current time should be less than the actual expiration time. I hope you have understood. Okay, so this forgot password repository dot delete, first we'll delete it, delete fp dot get fpid, and then we will return new response entity. We will say OTP has expired, and we'll pass an HTTPS status code as expectation failed, something like that. Okay, our expectation was that OTP is valid, but our expectation has failed because OTP has expired. So maybe you have set up a OTP expiration time of 10 minutes, but the user is entering the OTP after 30 minutes. So in that case, you have to delete the current record and you have to provide this message. Now delete, we are deleting the record because once the OTP is expired, in the on the front end side, you would you would say to user to again, so you would like to resend the OTP to the user, a new OTP with the new expiration time. And since, as you can see here, we have done one-to-one mapping, so in that case there will be an error because only one record can match to one user. We cannot have multiple records matched to one user, right? So that can be a issue. That's why we have deleted also. In case the OTP is valid, then we will say response entity dot okay, and we will just say OTP verified. So this second part is also done. So what we have done in this part, we created once the user submits the email, we are taking the email here and we are verifying it, and then we are sending the mail to this email, to this OTP. Okay. Second, once the user enters the OTP and clicks on verify OTP, we are getting the OTP, we are getting the mail of the user, and then we are checking whether the OTP which the user has given and which we have in the database is equal or not, and second, if the OTP is expired or not. Both things. Once both is done and OTP verification is done, then the user will be redirected to this page, this form, where it has to enter the new password. Now finally the OTP verification of the email is done. Now user can change its password or set up its new password. So let's write a method for it. So it will be also a post mapping, and we will make it as change password. Change password again will take a email in the here, and it will have response entity of again type string. Okay, and then we will say change password handler, something like that. Okay, now here we will create a DTO class, a helper class basically. So we will create a helper class. We will create a helper class in the utils package, which we will name as change password. Okay, and it will be a record. Why we are making this, I will just tell you soon. And we'll have a string repeat password. Okay, so this is our helper class. So I'm making this a new record because it will be not just helpful for this forget password functionality, but it would also be helpful for when we are implementing reset password functionality, because in reset password also you will be doing the same. You will be having a new password field and re-enter the new password. Okay, you can also have an old password field. It's all up to you. Okay, there is no as such restriction. So in request body we will have a change password, whereas let's put in next line, in path variable we will have string email. First thing that we have to check is that the password that the user has entered and the re-entered password both should be equal. So we will say if two passwords are not equal, so we will use an objects class. So this checks whether the two objects values are equal or not. Equals change password dot password comma change password dot repeat password. If both passwords are not equal, then we will simply return new response entity. Please enter the password again. Now you might be thinking that this can be done at UI side also, but in case on the UI side, sometimes there can be some issue, or due to some issue, if it gets skipped, the validation gets skipped, then there should be a server side validation also. Okay, so always remember, don't completely rely on the client side. Server side checks and balances are also there to be put in place. Okay, so expectation failed again. And then finally, now since we have already handled the case when both are not equal, but in case both are equal, so we just need to fire a query which will update the password. But wait, the password which is given to us by the user is in the raw format. We need to encode that password because we have used a password encoder, a bcrypt password encoder. So first we will say string encoded password equal to, we will have a password encoder. Let's bring the password encoder dependency also. Private final password encoder. If you go back to your previous videos, in the security part, we have already set up the bean of the password encoder. So password encoder.encode, and we will pass change password.password. Okay, this will encode our password, and now we can call the update method. Now if you go to this user repository, we don't have any update method. Let's create a update method. So we will create update method which will return nothing. We just need to update password. Okay, we don't need to check for whole thing. So email we will pass, and we will pass a password, and we will write our own query here. Query, so update user u set u dot, I hope you know the meaning of aliases. Okay, so I'm using the alias here, equal to, and I'm simply writing a SQL query for updating the password, where u dot email equal to 1. So this is the first parameter and this is the second parameter. So we have to use the second parameter here, first parameter here. Okay, now if you just use this method, it will not update. In fact, it will give you an error. The error is whenever you write a query, or whenever there's a method which updates something, which deletes something, right? In that case, two annotations you have to use. First is add modifying, to specify that something is being modified, and second is add transactional from jakarta.transaction. Okay, so these are the two annotations which you need to write if you have to do any operation like update or delete. So this is an important thing that you are learning here. Okay, now let's complete this functionality. So user repository dot update password, just pass an email and just pass encoded password. It will update it and return response entity dot OK. Password has been changed. Okay, so that is all. So we have defined all the implementations, right? So for quick summary of this one, let's see what we have done till now. So we have created one first endpoint which is to verify email. How we are verifying email? The user is sending its email. We are verifying whether the user exists with the given email. If it exists, we are generating an OTP for it. We are constructing the mail body, drafting the mail for it with the OTP in the main mail, and we are sending the mail, saving the OTP and expiration time to our database. Okay, and then finally we are responding with that, okay, there is an email which is sent for verification. Go to your email and get the OTP. So in the OTP screen, user has to enter the OTP. Now the user has got the OTP on its email ID. So what it will do, it will enter the email ID and it will send it. Okay, it will submit it. So we are getting the OTP. So and the email of the user again, because since the user is not logged in, so we need to keep track of the email. So first we are verifying the user if it exists. If the user exists, then the user and the OTP associated with that user both should be equal. Okay, the OTP entered by the user and the OTP which we have corresponding to that particular user, both should be equal. If both are equal, then we are checking if the OTP should not be expired. Now this step can come first, you can say, but this flow is also correct. There is no issue in that. Okay, so in case the OTP is expired, we are deleting the records in our database table and we are responding to the user that OTP has expired. If everything is fine, then OTP verified. Once it is verified, now it's time for user to change its password or to set up the new password. So once it enters the password and submits it, then we check that whether the entered password and the re-entered password is both correct or not. If both are not correct, then we are saying to user to please enter the password again. If both are same, then simply we are first encoding the password to using bcrypt encoder, and then we are updating the password for the corresponding user, and we are responding back that password has been changed. And after that, once this is done, it will be redirected to login page, and again it can then finally log in. Correct? So I hope you have understood the whole flow of it. Now the only thing remaining is to check whether it's working or not. Now two things that I will do behind the scene, you have to also do. This username and password you set up here, as I have told. Username here should be a valid proper Gmail ID that you have already have, and as I have said, go here to the two-step verification, complete it if you don't have completed it, and then you will get the option of app password. So you have to enter the app password here and your email ID here. And second thing is, in the email service, in the here in the set from, you have to enter the same email ID that you are entering here in the username. These two things you have to do. I will also do behind the scenes so that I don't want to expose my email IDs. So you can do those things, and then we are all set to test whether the things are working or not. Okay, so I have already set up my email and passwords now. So now it's time to test it. Okay, so let's test. Let's run the application. Let's see everything is working fine. Okay, our new table is created. Perfect. Let's go to the database. So here, if we refresh the database here, our movies database. So okay, we have got a forgot password also. So if we see here, currently no records are there, and we have a sudarshan@gmail.com. Okay, so this was not a valid email ID here. Let's make a email ID which is valid. So here, for one of the user that you have created, that you have already created, or you can create another user, but this time give the email ID which is actually correct, so that you actually receive the proper you can actually receive the OTP on a correct email ID. Okay, so I have given a proper email ID here which is correct for me, so the mail will be sent to this email ID, okay, the OTP. Okay, and from which email ID it will be sent, so I have already, I can't show that because password can be exposed there, so sorry for that. You can give your own valid Gmail ID, as I have already told you. So this is my one. This email ID is associated. This email ID I have just associated just like that for the testing purpose. So it's all right. Now let's go here and let's write code with Sudarshan at gmail.com, and with the current 12345, which is the password, let's test if it is working. So if I click here, you can see currently it's working. It is giving me access token and refresh token, right? But now suppose I forgot the password 12345. So what will happen? So that I have to do is I have to follow a few steps. Now those few steps I have defined here. First thing is to go to verify mail, and I have to send a mail here. So I will say verify mail slash code with Sudarshan at gmail.com, and I will make body to none. So no body is expected, only this is expected. So forgot. Okay, one more thing I just forgot. I just remembered now. Go to your security configuration and here put a comma and write forgot password slash star. Okay. Now the reason for this is, okay, this base URL we have put. So let me just copy and paste again so that I'm sure that it is perfect. Okay, so I'm not securing this endpoint because when user is not logged in, why then it cannot have, you cannot expect to have access token with it, right? So it makes sense to allow this URL, right? So let's rerun the application again. So this is the important thing. Now our application is started perfectly. Okay, now let's go here, and with the existing password I am able to generate the access token. Okay, perfect. But since suppose I have forgot, I want to change my password, so I am clicking on forgot password. Let's follow the flow. So verify mail slash you need to pass an email. So currently I am on this screen, right? So I send the email. Now it will take some time. Okay, it is saying email sent for verification. So let's see if email is actually sent. Okay, now I am changing it to verify OTP. That is the second endpoint which will verify my OTP, right? And let's send again. So if I send again, it is saying OTP verified. Perfect. Now third one is to change the password, and I have to pass an email, and in request body the change password thing, right? So let's do it. Third is to change password, pass email, then in body you have to pass password. So the new password I will pass is suppose 1000, okay, or 10,000, 1000, 10,001. Yeah, that's perfect. And here I have to pass repeat password 10,001. Yeah, right? So this is how we have to pass it. Now if I'll let me verify if it is correct. Change password slash email. Let's copy paste here. Okay, perfect. So now if I do it, password has been changed. Now to verify whether password has been changed, go to this login user API. Now 12345 was the previous password, right? Now if I try to log in it with it, it says forbidden, so it's not logging it. So let me use new password 10,001. Now if I try with it, so boom, it's working, right? Now for OTP verification, whether the OTP will be expired or not. So here I have, for that reason only, I have set up the OTP for 70 seconds. Let me reduce it to 30 seconds so that, or maybe 20 seconds. Okay, let's run the system again. This time let's try if it works or not. So currently, again, since I've restarted the server, if I go and log in again, I will get the access token and refresh token again. But now here I have to change this to verify mail. Okay, So in verify mail, let's put it to none, and I will say send. Oh, okay. So it's saying 403 error just because this record has to be removed. Oh, just a minute. Let me delete the row, because of one-to-one mapping, you cannot have multiple records for one user. So let's go again here and send again. Okay, email sent for verification, and I will change it to verify OTP. Now let's wait for some 20 seconds and then we will send it. Okay, so if I send now, it is saying OTP has expired. Now if I go to database, you can see here it has deleted the record, right? So it's the edge case is also working, right? So we have implemented the forgot password functionality, and you now also know how to send the mail. You also know how to reset the password, how to deal with forgot password functionality, how to make all these changes, right? How to verify email with email using OTP, right? There are various verification methods to do, but we have used this one for the convenience also, and it is perfectly fine, right? The second functionality is the reset password. Okay, now for the reset password, I would like you to do you all to do this one, okay, as an assignment or as an exercise. You can do on your own. Now the only difference is that you don't have to verify anything. Okay, you just have to log in into the system, and after logging into the system, you have to, this is the only endpoint that is useful here. So change password you will be requiring because it has password and repeat password. So it, and email of course you have. So as you are already logged in, so you can extract the email from the token and you can update your password, right? So the reset password is all same, but only thing is that one thing I want you to ensure that reset password endpoint has to be secured. Don't make it unsecure, okay? And when I say secure, then if when you are when the reset password endpoint, when you are submitting the data on the reset password, then ensure that you are including the access token in the header of the request. Okay, so this is for you to now implement it, because it's super easy to do now after learning all these things. I hope that is super easy now for you. So I'll leave the reset password to you. Anything that you don't understand or anything that you need more, you can put in the comments. I'll try to respond. 1 or 2 more videos and this series will be complete soon. So I hope you have understood the concept and the implemented functionality of the forgot password. If you have understood it and like the content, please press on the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you are new here. I'll see you in the next one. Till then, bye bye. Hello everyone. Welcome back to the channel. So we have built our backend systems of movie API in using Java and Spring Boot, right? Now it's time that we should build a frontend for this movie API, and the frontend framework that we are going to use to implement is Angular. Okay, so we are going to build the frontend of this movie API using Angular. The important thing is why we are choosing Angular over other frameworks, especially React. So there are 2 important points. The first is that I am more comfortable in Angular compared to React, because my work as well as my most of the interaction on the front-end side is mostly with the Angular code. Though I work as a backend developer, but the interaction with the front end is on the Angular, so I'm more used to it. Second, the Angular is an opinionated framework, so you get everything within the Angular. Like you get everything within the Spring out of the box. You don't need too much of the third-party libraries. So like that, you just need to learn one framework and you get everything like routing, state management, and form handling, everything you get within it. So that is another reason for it. So if you know React and you don't know Angular, you can create a React project on your side and follow along the way what I'm doing in Angular if you can, because though both works a bit differently in how things are done, but there are a kind of similarity because both are used to build single page applications. So that is one thing. And you should be knowing fundamentals of JavaScript, TypeScript, as well as the fundamentals of Angular framework, because this is not an Angular tutorial, this is a project tutorial. We are building a project in Angular rather than we are learning about Angular. Okay, so please get yourself a bit familiar with the fundamentals of JavaScript, TypeScript, as well as Angular. There are a lot of good tutorials on YouTube in various languages, whichever you are comfortable with, you can follow it, right? And then you can come back to this video. I will explain all the logical part which we will be implementing, that how this, why we are building this component, what is happening in this component, how, what kind of logic we are putting up there. So those things I will be explaining. But the CSS part which I will be writing, I will be just copy pasting. I had some of the CSS which I have copied from here and there, so those will be, I just will be doing a copy paste. So don't ask a reason for it, that why this CSS is used or why design is like this. You can change your design, and for designing purpose we will be using Tailwind CSS library. Okay, so that is another thing. So design part I cannot answer your queries on, but all the logical part I will explain each and every of them in depth. So let's get started with Angular. So if we go to Google, here is the Angular homepage. So angular.dev. So basically Angular is a web framework that empowers developers to build fast, reliable applications, and it is created by and maintained by Google. So this is a homepage. You can read all about the things here. Now for the installing of Angular, you need a node. So you can go to node.js and you can install the node in your system. Okay, so from here you can just download the node if you want. You just have to download this package and then click next, and it will get installed. Okay, now the next thing is you have to install the Angular CLI. So it is a command line utility which you have to install. So please install it. Just copy paste this command, whether you are on Windows, Mac, or Linux, it will work. And then we have to create a new project using ng-new and our project name. So I have my VS Code here. I'll close first. I'll go to a folder. Okay, so here is my folder. I'll click on here and let's open in terminal basically. So now we simply have to do ng new and the project name. So I will name this as movie API UI. Okay, so this is the name of my project. I'm putting maybe UI like this. It is your wish what you want to keep it, and then enter. So it will start, it will ask some questions. So here it is asking what type of style sheet format we will be using. We will be going with default CSS. Do you want to enable SSR for now? No. So it will be doing all the things. Just wait for some time. It will install, it will create a project. Okay, so for me the project is being created. Now let's me move it to movie API UI, and then I will say code dot to open my Visual Studio Code. You can use any editor, you can use any code editor, whatever you want. WebStorm is there, Vim is there. I prefer to use this VS Code for front-end work. It is nicer. Also in the extensions, just make sure you are installing Angular language service extension. Okay. So, and this auto close and auto rename tag also, right? So this is how you install it. If you go to the package.json, so you will see that currently the Angular version is of 17.3 and we have TypeScript version 5.2, 5.4, sorry. Okay, so now let's open our terminal here. Within the Visual Studio Code, you can just go here and click on new terminal. Okay, now to run the Angular application, we have to click ng serve. So we click on ng serve. No, so our application will start on port 4200. So if I go here, you will see it is started here, right? So our project setup is successful, correct? Now we need to install the CSS library. So go to this Tailwind CSS website, which is tailwindcss.com. Click on get started. Click on framework guides. Here it is Angular. Now the first two steps we have already done. As you can see here, we have created ng new and we have cd and then into our project. This part is done. So let's close the terminal. Now these two commands you have to run one by one. So just copy these commands and open. Let's first close this CLS. Let's copy paste this command here and let's copy this command then and let's do it. Okay, so these two things are done. Now next thing is there is a file which we have is tailwind.config.js. so there we have to make some changes. So just copy this content thing and go to tailwind.config here and just copy paste here, right? Okay, next is you have to go to style.css and copy these things. So here we have style.css is here. If you open src, you will find a style.css file. So just add these three things, save it, and then we are ready. Okay, now we have our component here, app.html. Just remove all this component, write h1 and say hello Angular. Okay, and let's add some class. So class equal to, we will add a CSS class of text center empty2 and maybe font bold text 2xl. Okay, so let's see if it is working. Oh, so sorry, I've not started the server. CLS ng serve, and now let's reload it. So here you can see it's now working. So our CSS class is working, correct? So our Tailwind CSS installation is done. Now we can start building our components. Okay, now the first thing in the movie API, if you see, when we started the project of movie API, we were first building the movie APIs and then we were building the security. But the thing is, since all the movie APIs or endpoints are secured by the Spring security, so first we need to log in into the system and we need to have a valid JWT token. So for that, we first have to implement login and register. Okay, so our first thing will be to implement a login and a register. But before that, I will be building some components. So first component will be a nav bar. So the most important thing of any website is a nav bar. So we need a nav bar. So let's create a component. So go to the terminal, open new terminal, and then you have to write a command ng and then g is for generate, c is for component, and then components, write components slash and then write navbar. Okay, so what this command means is ng is a Angular command, g is a abbreviation for generate, c is a abbreviation for component, and in this component folder it has to create a navbar component. Now there is no component folder in currently, but it will create automatically for us. Okay, so if we press enter, you see here we have got a component folder, and in that we have got a navbar component. Okay, now let's go to this navbar, and to check whether this navbar is working or not, we will inject this component into the app component. Okay, so now how do we inject it? So we have to go to the ts file, and here the selector name is the tag name, basically how we can inject one component into another component. Okay, so just copy this one and go to the app.html. Here in the html file, write, just copy paste this like this. Okay, now it is giving error because we in the ts component we have to import navbar component. So navbar component. Okay, automatic suggestions for importing will come, so you don't need to worry. So just save it. Here also just save. So if we go back, it says navbar works. So it means our navbar component is injected into the app component. Okay, now next thing we are going to do is we will create another component which will be a basically home component, and we will have another one as register component. So just create these components. Okay, and then a login component. Okay, so these are the 4 components for now we are building. We will build more components as we require. Now first we need to set up our routing. That is the most important thing. Okay, so go to here app.routes.ts. in this click. Now inside this export const routes we have to create various routes. So a default route we have to create. So first will be path. Now path we have to specify. So for a default path we say only a single inverted commas we put, and then comma, then we can give the title of the page. Okay, title of the page means currently this see here the title of the page is this movie API UI. Okay, so if you change it to suppose say movie app, and the component here is home component. Okay, so you can see here movie app is coming up, right? So this is what I mean. So home component will represent the home page. Similarly other components will build. So 3 more. Next is login component, login, and then register. We will say movie app login, movie app register, and here we will say movie app home. Let's change it to login component and register component. Okay, perfect. Now to enable the routes, we here if you go to app component.ts file, you will see that there is an import for router outlet. So we have to, so in ts file there is an import, but in html file also we need to do the same. So just remove this for now and just write router outlet. Okay, so this will make sure that routing works fine. Okay, and let's move this up actually. Okay, so this is how we have set up our routing. And in the home component also, if we go now, it says navbar works and home works. Okay, so the main reason of shifting this navbar to top was navbar should be constant for all the pages irrespective of whichever page we are visiting. Okay, but which page we are visiting will be decided by this router outlet. So navbar works always will be constant, and here according to the routing or according to which route we are going to, this thing will change. Okay, now in the, if you come to home component, let's say just like that, home, and let's make a class text center for font bold. Okay, so yeah, it's working for now. It is working. Now our main purpose is to first build the navbar component. Okay, So we will develop this navbar component. So for navbar component, what we want on navbar. So on navbar, we want the name of our website. So we will just name it as a movie app. Okay, you can name anything custom, whichever you want. I will name it as movie app. And then in we will have home, we will have add movie, we will have login and register. Okay, so we will be now building our navbar component. Okay, so I have copy pasted all this code. You will find in the, I will give you the link of the repository. So if you go here, you will understand better. We have named our app as movie app. Here is our home page. Here is the movies. In movies we have two options, show movies and add movie. Okay, which we will discuss later. And here we have login and register component. Sorry, login and register buttons. Right now, here if you see, we have in the a tag, anchor tag, we have added this router link. Okay, so generally we use href with a tag, but we are using here router link. So the benefit of this router link is that you can navigate to another page without the page being reloaded. Okay, so only your component will change, only your component will load, the whole page will not load. So to avoid the whole page to get loaded, we are using this router link. Okay, so we have to configure the routes. Now here the routes are already being configured. Right now, if we go inside login and see, okay, if we go inside the login, so we can define the class here. So we will say text center, font bold, empty 16, and text excel. Okay, so we have configured the routes, and in the navbar we have imported this router link also. We have to import this router link. Okay, now if we go to our here website and click on here, we see it's working. For register, actually it's a CSS problem. So if you go to register, just take this, copy this CSS part and put this in register. Okay, a register works. You'll see register is working. Okay, perfect. Now since we have all the components in place and our routing is also done, so and navbar component we have finished. Right, so what next we need to do? The next thing we need to do is we have to create a login component. Okay, so first thing is login component, or maybe we can start with register component. Fairly easy enough. So in the register component, again I will be copy pasting the code, and for the HTML part I will be copy pasting because it involves so many CSS things, but I will explain everything to you. Okay, so I have copy pasted this code of a register component. Okay, now why these red lines are coming, we'll come to that soon. So in register, what is required? Name is required, email is required, username and password is required. How do we know? We know from here. The register request is a class which is responsible for getting the request from the client, and it requires 4. Okay, so this is how we have come to know the requirements. Now the thing is, in Angular, to handle the forms, there are two things. One is form control and one is form group. So form control is nothing but various form fields are known as form controls. Okay, we can control how the validation and the valid value of the field, and all the form control together comes under a single form group. Okay, which we will be building in the register component ts file. Okay, but before we build this, we have to import two things: reactive form modules and common module. Now if we import these two things, we can use the reactive form module, the reactive form. Okay, Now, how we will be using it? So first we will be defining all the fields in the register component, all the fields that we have created here. Okay, so we will say name equal to new form control, and then this form control will be of type string. Initial value will be, it takes the first parameter as initial value, and second parameter is basically the validators. So you can pass validators in this a square bracket. So validators dot required. So this will ensure that this field is a required field. You cannot leave it empty. Okay. And form control takes a value of type string. Next is username. So username is also the same actually. So let's just copy paste this, the whole thing. Next is email. Email is again the same thing, but one extra validator is required, which is validators dot email. Okay. And final is password. So password is also again the same thing, but another extra validator is required, which is validators dot minimum length. So we are specifying that minimum length of the password should be 5. Okay. Now these are the form control, which are basically the fields of a form. The actual form is a group of all these fields, so we call it as form group. So we will say we can name our form group anything. So registered form is a type of form group. Okay. Next is we have to initialize all these things. So we need a constructor. So create a constructor, and to initialize the form and form group and form control, we need a form builder. So we will inject the dependency of form builder. So we will say form builder of type form builder. Okay. And inside it we will say this dot register form equal to this dot form builder dot group. So group method basically will collect all the child controls. So you can see it says a collection of child controls. The key for each child is the name under which it is registered. So it basically constructs a new form in group instance. So we also want a new instance, or you can say new object of the form group, right? So how we have to name it? Name your field this dot name. Okay. Same goes for username this dot username. Email this dot email. Try to name the fields as same as, both should be the same. Okay. This is the name that will go to the backend, and this is the name which we are naming at a front end. Okay. So just try to maintain the consistency. Okay. So this is done. Right now, if you come here, we will see that most of the squiggly lines are gone away. Now you see here we have put some validations here, so that we get the messages, the error messages here, the validation messages we should be getting here only, right? So I have included a div in which I have put like, if name is invalid means if it does not passes the validation which we have given. The validation given is required, but if you don't pass it, and then the name dot dirty or name dot touched. So dirty means if the user has changed the value in the UI. So first you type your name, then you remove your name. Okay. So again it becomes a blank. It means something like that, right? So in that case, it will show a error message that name is required. It is same for this email also, for username and for password, right? Now on this inline notification is for showing the actual messages, for showing the error message if the form is not able to submit. Okay. So we will create a field, actually inline notification equal to, so one property will be of show, initially false, type or initially empty string, and text message to display empty string. So this is a kind of, you can say, custom object to display the message if in case if we are sending the data of the form to backend and we are not, and if it doesn't go or any error message occurs, so we can show using this inline notification. Okay, you will see how we are going to use it. Okay, and final thing is on the form group, we have in the form tag we have put the form group, and then there is a ng submit action, so it requires a register method, so we have to create this register method. So we have created this register method, okay, which is responsible to register the user. Okay, so here we go. So let's save this. So let's once go to our web and see how it is looking. So if you come here, so your register form is looking like this. Okay, so everything is working fine, I think. So suppose I click on here, by that I don't enter the name, and if I move next, it will say name is required. If I move next, it will say email is required, password is required. So something like this. Okay, I hope you get the idea, right? But if we enter all the values and if we click on register button, then do we get our values? So let's console the data, console.log, and we will say register form data equal to, and we will say this dot register form dot value. Okay, so let's see. So let's open our console and let's enter the data. So I am entering my name, a random ID, my username, and password 12345. If I click on register, we get something out of here. Okay, so I just remove this thing. Okay, you'll get the actual object. Sudarshan at gmail.com. Again, the username, password. Click on here, you'll get this, right? So we are getting the data from the form if we are clicking on this, or if we are calling this register button. So this register button is being called when this register is being clicked, right? But what we will do with this data? So basically we have to send this data to the backend, right? So for that, in Angular, to deal with the APIs, we create various services. So we will create a service. To create a service, we'll go here. So how we created components, the same way we will create the services. So we will say ng generate, now s for services, and then we will say services slash, we will say auth service. Okay, so we'll click enter. So it will create a service for us. You can see here the services has been created for us. Now here in the auth service, we will call the backend. Okay, whether it is a post request or a get request, put request, delete request, whatever type of request is, we can put all the things related to our security or authorization and authentication thing here. Now to deal with that, there is a HTTP library or a HTTP client which the Angular gives. So to use that, go to app.config.ts and here write provided or provide HTTP client. Okay, something like this. You have to write in app.config.ts and then you come to auth, and in the constructor inject this dependency. So HTTP client. Okay, so this is important thing, right? Now we need to define our base URL. So we will say public base URL, actually public const base URL. So our base URL will be http slash localhost 8080. Okay, and here we will be doing the register. Okay, now to do the register, we have to send the data to we have to accept some data and we have to send that data to the backend. Now what kind of data or what format of data we require? So we require the data in this format, in this register request format, where all 4 fields are string and the name of those fields are name, email, username, password. Order doesn't matter, but the name matters. Okay, so for that we have to create a types. So we will say export, and then we will create the types. So type a register request. Okay, and then we will define all the things. So we will define name of type string, email of type string, username of type string, and finally password of type string. Perfect. Okay, so we will be taking the data of type register request. Perfectly fine. But the server will also be sending us the data. So if you go over IntelliJ IDEA here and go to the controllers and go to auth controller, you will see that in the register method it returns you a response which is of type auth response. And auth response has two things: access token and refresh token. So it is returning you this. Now there is one change that you have to make here. Change is nothing, but you have to add few extra fields. So you have to do private string name, private string email, and private string username. Why you have to do this? Because on the front end we have to display, we will be when the user logs in, along with token we will be saving this information also for display or for any purpose. Okay, so just include this and there will not be much change. You just have to go to auth service and here you have to make some changes like a name. So name will be saved user dot get name, then email, so saved user dot get email, and username, so saved user dot get username. Just copy paste these three things here and put with login also. User. Okay, so this is a small change that you have to do. Also go to JWT service and I will increase the time of the my auth token expiry, because currently it is 25 seconds. So earlier I used it for 25 seconds to demonstrate. Right now I will increase, so I will increase 2 zeros more. Okay, so these are the basic changes that I've done. Now let's go here, and this register will take a data of type a register request. Okay, a register request, and it will return. Okay, before we return anything, we will define another thing, that is export type auth response equal to. So here again, access token, refresh token, name, email, username. Okay, so access token of type string, refresh token of type string, name. Okay, name, email will copy from here. Okay, so that's simple, and this will return this dot http dot post. Okay, now post will take a URL, so just backticks dollar, take this base URL and slash APIs. What is our main URL? Let's see. Main URL is API slash v1 slash auth. Okay, API slash v1 slash auth, and then register. I hope so it is register. Okay, and then comma, and just pass register request. Okay, so for type safety, just mention the type which is observable and of type auth response. Okay, perfect. Okay, so this is how our register, we are calling our register API. Okay, now we have to use this in our register component. So what we will do is, we will go here and we will simply inject first the dependency. So dependency we will inject in the constructor. So we'll say private auth service and auth service. So auth service dependency we have to inject. This is the same constructor injection that we were doing in the Spring Boot. Okay, how services are injected into, or how we do auto wiring. Basically this is a kind of auto wiring. Now we will use this dot auth service dot register, and we will be passing. Now we need a register request, actually. Okay, so we need to create a object of register request. So we will say register request of type register request equal to, first thing comes as name. So name is nothing but this dot register form dot get. We have to specify the name of the field. So name of the field is get dot value. Okay, then just copy this 4 times. This will be email, it will be username, and it will be password. So just change these fields name also. Perfect. Okay, these question marks are for the null safety purpose. So in case there is no value or no such field exists, so in that case it is used for as a null safe operator. Okay, now we have created a register request component, register request object. Now we can pass this here. So register request. Now you remember in the auth service we were returning an observable of type auth response. Observable is a kind of a reactive stuff. So basically if we submit anything, so observable basically keeps the response that is come up. Okay, it kinds of observes what is coming up. Now it has the data, but if you want the data, then you have to subscribe to it. So we have to say dot subscribe. In the subscribe we have 2 things. First is next. Next has, so next is basically when the response is 200 or we get something, some valid response. Okay, the request succeeded. So in that case we will get a response. So we have to define a response. We will say of type any for now, and we will simply console.log this response. Okay, and second thing we get is error. Again we will say any and console.log error. Now here you can kind of try to, mostly it is not encouraged to use any type, but here we are using for convenience. So these are the only cases, like in the subscribe method we are using any for response type and error type. These are the only exceptional cases where we can use any. It will not matter much, but other than that try to define a type and be specific that what type of variable or what type of variable it is, what kind of request it is, and what kind of return value it is. Okay, so we are getting this. Let's save this. Now we need to check it. So let's start our server. So I'll start the server. Let's wait for, hopefully it will, no errors. Okay, so our Tomcat has started on 8080. Now let's see if this thing is working or not. And I think it will not work, and the reason is, wait, we have not mentioned the cross origin. Okay, so you have to mention cross origin and origins equal to star. Okay, now restart the server again. Now it will probably work because cross origin things are done. Okay, the refresh page, let's write Sudarshan. Let me check if the records are there or not. I don't want to duplicate. Okay, so we can have another person at gmail.com. This is fine, and I'm entering the password. Okay, so all validations are working. Now let's see if we get a proper response or not. So if I, all the response you will get here. Okay, so if you type here, perfect. So we are getting the response from the server. We are getting access token, we are getting email, name, refresh token, and username. So we have successfully made the interaction with the server, and our query is also working here, as we can see from the logs. Perfect. Now the thing is, we are doing a console.log and printing the response. So this is just for testing purpose. But what actually it should be? So after register, it should go to the login page, right? So for that, how do we do that? So we do that by using, we have to inject a dependency, or we have to inject some field. So we will say private and route or router, and we will use a router. So this Angular router which we are using gives us the way to navigate to the another page. So we can say this dot router dot navigate, inside it put a square bracket and then write login. Okay, so if we are successful, then it is fine. If it is not successful, it will display a error message. Okay, so it is as simple as that. Now let's check register. So one registration is successful already. We have got here. Let's go for another user. So let's go for another user, Usha. We will say Usha at gmail.com. Username will be Usha. Password will be 12345. And let's register. So if we register, we are getting the successful response and we are redirected to the login page. So which is perfectly fine. Now we need to develop the login page in same way. So very easiest way to develop is just go here, copy paste the whole register component as it is to the login page. Okay, and just remove username and name and username needs to remove, rest everything is fine. So this name gone and this username also gone, perfect. And in the register component, again you have to do the same thing. Email and password you have to put, form group yes, inline notification yes, just copy paste these things. So this is how it is made easier. Okay, here we will make it as login form, and in the here also we will name it as login form. Method name will be login. It is saying import we have to do, so add all missing imports. Okay, let's add a login method so that it don't gives error for this at least. And we need to add a constructor because we need to initialize the fields. So we will say private form builder. Okay, we will say this dot login form equal to this dot form builder dot group. Okay, here only two fields are required. One is email, which is this dot email, and second is password, which is this dot password. That's it. It is much easier. So just save this. Okay, two more things we have to do. One is reactive form import and one is common module. Okay, now it will work perfectly fine. So if you see here, okay, it is coming because of this login here. So you can see here we have login. Also we need to change the button name. Button name is also login. Rest everything works perfectly fine. Validations are working perfectly. Right, now we have to go to auth service and we have to do the same thing for login. Now if you go to your backend and go to your auth controller in login, you'll see that the request body which is expecting from the client is login request. So if you go to the login request, you see that it requires two fields, email and password. So let's quickly create a type of it. So login request equal to email password. Let's take it from here only. Just two fields we require, password. Okay, now let's create a method for it. So login takes login request, and it will also return the same observable of auth response, and it will return this dot http dot post of auth response type, and here we have to do the same thing. So just copy paste this thing. Okay, actually once you understand one of the things in Angular, the rest of the things are comparatively very same, so it is easier to work in Angular very quickly. Most probably it would be easier to work in React also if you are familiar with that. For me it is easier to work here. If anything you don't understand, please post that in comments. I will make sure to answer those questions, but I think for now you are able to understand, okay, how the things are working. So we have created a form in Angular, a form in HTML file, this form group, and this form control name. If you see here in the input type, we have included one thing known as form control name. Okay, I missed out this one. So we have put this form control name. These two things are coming from this reactive forms module. Okay, you have to import this thing if you want to use those, and this ng submit, ng if, all these things are coming from common module. Okay, perfect. Now, and rest of the things are basics. Okay, if you know fundamentals of HTML CSS, then you must know that label, for, class, type, id, required, all these things are very simple things, not much to be explained. Okay, I mean, if you don't know these also, then you need to have you have to learn some basics of HTML and CSS. So for that I cannot explain it here over. Okay, so probably I hope so you know the fundamentals of HTML, CSS, JavaScript, TypeScript, and Angular, right? You don't need to go into too much depth, but fundamentals you should know. That is the whole point. Now since we have already taken this, now so this in the same way we have created this register method, we will use the same thing here also. So first we will console.log our this dot login form dot value, and then we have to inject a auth service. Okay, so private auth service, and we will be using this. Now before we use auth service, we know that this auth service will take object of type login request, so we will create an object of it. So let's create a object of login request equal to, so it takes only two things, email, which is this dot login form dot get, our form name is email. Okay, question mark dot value, and similarly let's copy this, so password and password. Perfect. So we have created an object of it. Now let's call the method in auth service. So this dot auth service dot login, pass the login request, then subscribe to this method, and then simply pass the next. In the response it's any console.log, let's print the response, and comma error, and any pass the error in the console. Okay, console.log error. Perfect. I hope this is you are getting everything, how it is being, how I'm going through it. Just rewatch the video in case you want to get more better understanding, because maybe in the first go you may not be able to digest, and if you don't know Angular, then definitely you will not be able to understand this, because this is not an Angular tutorial. Again, I'm considering that you know the fundamentals of Angular framework. I'm just helping you to build the front end for it, as well as I'm explaining that how the flow is going on. Okay, so we just create component. In the component, two things are important. One is HTML file, where we create the form, where we put the client side validation things. Okay, where we are putting this form group, we are defining a form group on the form tag, so to match or to map this login form with this field. Okay, login form. And similarly we are defining the two fields, which is email and password, and we are naming these fields the form control name equal to email and form control name equal to password, and we are matching to these two fields and passing the validations inside them. In the constructor, we are using the dependency for form builder, and we are creating an instance of the form group using these fields, and then we are sending the data to the backend. So now let's see if this whole thing is working or not. So okay, let's go here. We have passed Usha, right? Usha at gmail.com and 1 2 3 4 5. We are not redirecting anywhere. We have console. Let's click at login and we get the access token, email, name, refresh token, and username. Perfect. For redirection, let's do something. Let's create another component. Okay. So we will create a component known as add movie. Eventually we will need this add movie component. So let's create it. So let's create it. Now add movie component is there. Okay. Here we will just say class text center empty 16 font bold text to Excel, and we will say add movie. Perfect. And now we have created our text movie, so we need to configure the routes. Okay, so let's configure the routes for it. So add another route, put add movie, title as movie app, add movie, and component will be add movie component. Okay, now one more thing we need to do is to change our navbar. So coming to navbar, okay, in navbar we already have a add movie thing, right? So if we click on the add movie, we will be routed toward that. So if you go here and click on add movie, you see you are getting add movie component, right? So let's go to login component. Now I hope this would be working now since we have done. Let's first use a router, private router, and we will be using Angular router. If our login is successful, we will print in the console and we will use the router to navigate to add movie. Okay, navigate to add movie. Perfect. Now let's use usha at gmail.com 1 2 3 4 5 and let's check whether we are able to do it or not. So if you do it successfully, you will be able to navigate to the add movie. So our login is working fine, our register is working fine. Now what is the next step? The next step is add movie should be a protected routes. Okay, so even if we don't log in or even if we don't register, then also we will be able to access this add movie route, which we should protect it. Okay, so to protect it, there is a concept in Angular known as the guards. So what these guards do is they are a kind of, you can say, middlewares, okay, or interceptors. So when you are sending a request and a response is coming, then before it actually goes to this, before it actually goes to this app.routes file, it checks in the guard, it check with the guard that whether this person is allowed at this route or not. Okay, so like that it is securing. How Spring Security is securing your routes which you have defined in the controller. Okay, so here if you go to movie controller, so we have put here has authority admin add movie. Okay, here also if you want to get a movie with the ID, you need to have a valid token. Okay, that is the most important thing, else you will not be able to do it. So we need to create a guard at frontend also, which will intercept your request and will check that whether you have successfully get a response from a backend, and if you have got, then only it will allow you to go to that particular path. Okay, so now another thing, we will be creating the guards, but the another thing is we are getting the request here, that is perfectly fine, but and in the response we are getting the token. So we need to store this token in whether local storage or session storage. The most secure place is session storage, so that we can use that token again and again. Okay, so for that, what you have to do is you have to intercept the response and save that response within the session storage. So how you will do that? Just use a method. There is a method known as pipe, and in method pipe there is a method again known as tap. Okay, so this tap method will allow you to tap the response. Okay, so or intercept the response, you can say. Okay, so we have to check if response is there, if there is a valid response, as well as the response has a something known as access token. Okay, if there is a proper response, if the response is of type auth response, okay, and this response has the value of access token, then what you do is in the session storage dot set item store this thing, store this token. Okay, so this is what it means. So this is the key and this is the value. So in session storage, the values are saved using key value pair. Now same thing we will do for rest of the things. So we will say refresh token name, username, email. So refresh token name, username, and email. Okay, so this is how we have to save. Actually, what we'll do is after registering we will not save. Just a minute. After registering we will not save. Let's remove this. After logging we will be saving this. Okay, so if a user logs in, then these items needs to be saved. Okay, after the user is registered, we are redirecting that user to the login page, so we do not need to save its details in the session storage. That is fine, right? Second thing is when we are logging in, this login and register should remove, and a logout button should be there. So that logout functionality also needs to be there. But what will be the logout functionality? That is the main thing. So we will define a logout function also, which will be nothing but it will return a void. So we will say session storage dot remove item, and we have to pass the key. Okay, so just copy paste these keys. Perfect. So this is a very simple way to log out. Now how logout will work, we will see it. So you have to go to navbar, and below this register thing we will add another button which is logout. So let me copy paste the code. Okay, so I have copy pasted this code. So if a user is logged in, then two things we will be doing. First is we will be displaying its name, and second, and there is a logout button which will get displayed. So we need to go to the navbar ts file, and here we need to define two things. One is name of type string, it can be the string or null, and this name we will fetch from dot get item, we will pass name. Okay, this is one thing, and a logout method. Perfect. So two things we are having it. And for now, if you go over here, means if you save it, so it will show something like this. Okay, but we don't want login, register, and logout all to display at same time. Okay, we want a conditional rendering, so we have to create those conditions. Now we will define one method which we will name as is authenticated. Okay, this method will be used for maintaining the state. So we will say return session storage dot get item access token. Okay, so this is how we are saying it. Now this is our is authenticated method. Now what should be our logic that when we want the user to, how do we do the conditional rendering? So for doing conditional rendering, we need to get the current state of the component or current state of the user. So here comes the state management also into Angular, and we will do that using signal. Okay, so we will create a signal. So private method known as logged in, and it will be of type signal. This signal will be of type boolean, and inside this we will say this dot is authenticated. Now signals are the useful stuff which is used for state management in Angular. Okay, so we are using this. So basically what happens is, if you are creating a field which is a type of a signal, then any change in the value inside that field will get reflected all over your applications. Okay, so that is the main purpose of these signals. Okay, now to set and get the values of these signals, we will create the methods. So we'll say set logged in, and we will take a value of type boolean, and we will say this dot logged in dot, so it has a value, signal has a value known as set. So we can set the value using this, and similarly get logged in. So get logged in, it will return a writable signal, okay, which is again of type boolean. Basically if you see here, it is a writable signal. Okay, so we will return this dot logged. Correct. So this is the changes that you have to make here. Now how you will handle it? So go to your navbar.ts, and here we will create another method known as is logged in, and we will create a signal for it. So signal of type boolean, initially it will be false, the initial value we will put as false. Then we will have a constructor. Now in constructor we need two dependencies. One is of course auth service, because all the methods for the state management is in auth service, related to auth. Okay, so we are going to get this auth service, and then we will use a method known as ng-on-init, which returns a void. Now what ng-on-init does is, whenever there is a component loads or a component changes, the first thing that happens, or the first block of code that runs, is this ng-on-init. Okay, and it runs only once when the component loads first, for the first time. Okay, so we need to use this block to initially check that this dot logged in equal to this dot auth service dot get logged. Okay, so we will get the current state of whether the user is logged in or not whenever the component is loading up, right? And since we have created a method logout, so here we will use auth service dot logout, then we will say this dot auth service dot, we will set the logged in as false, and this dot, and we will route the user to, okay, for routing we have to use a router. So private router this dot router dot navigate, and we will navigate to login. Okay, now what it's happening, let me explain it fully and completely. So for the state management, to keep the track of whether the user is logged in or is not logged in, we are using the field known as we are using a field which is not a simple field which is of type writable signal. Okay, and inside it, it contains a value, or it tracks a value of the data type of boolean. Now initially we are initializing this with the value which we are getting from this is authenticated method. Now is authenticated method is doing what? Is authenticated method will return true if it finds a item, or if it finds a key with the name access token. Now access token we are saving when the user is successfully logging in. Okay, so if a user is successfully logging in, we are assigning a key as access token and saving the access token value. So if it gets this data, then it will return true. So based on this, this dot authenticated value will be saved in this signal as a default value. Okay, and we have created two methods, which is basically getter and setter. Okay, now how we are going to use it? In the nav bar, look, there are three buttons. Okay, login, register, and logout. Now we want to display login and register button when the user is not authenticated, and we want to display this logout and the username when the user is authenticated. Correct? So for that we need to maintain the state. We need to know. Now why we are using signals in Angular is whenever there is a change in the state of the user's authentication state, these signals communicate to all the components about the change at that instance instantly. Okay, so all the changes across the application happens, right? So we have created the signal just here. Okay, one signal here which is actually maintaining the authentication state of the user, but it will get reflected across all the states, whether it is in navbar component, whether it is login component, or any component that we will be using. We can use that in everywhere, and it will update everywhere. So for this kind of powerful functionality, where on one hand we are creating something and it is getting reflected across our application, so we need to maintain that authentication state across our application. So for that purpose we are using this. Okay, now the logic behind is we are creating is login field, which is again a signal with the default value of false, and when the first time this navbar component loads up, then the initial value is initialized using this dot auth service dot get logged in. So as the if a user logs in, okay, the value inside this, okay, the value inside this will change. This dot is authenticated will give true. Okay, so it will reflect the changes here, and it will hide the login and register button here. Correct? And this is exactly what we want. Now how do we actually put it, because currently it's not working. As you can see, it is still showing all these two buttons. So you have to put something known as, first you have to import common module, okay, and then you have to use ngIf, and you have to say is logged in. Okay, so this is the important thing that you have to use, and same goes for this also, and same goes for this also. Here you have to use not logged in, or sorry, here you have to use is logged in, here not is logged in. So when the user is not logged in, we will be displaying these two buttons, and if the user is logged in, we will be displaying this button as well as this name of the user. Perfect. Also go to login component, and in the login component, before routing to add movie, okay, just write this dot auth service dot set the logged in to true, because if we are successfully logged in, then we should change our state. So any change which happens in any one component will be reflected across all the components in the application. That is the whole purpose of this writable signal. It can be also a read-only signal, but currently we want to change our state according to whether we are logged in or not. So we are using writable signal. Okay, so this is how we are using it, correct? And what else is remaining? Let's see. Okay, so in case of error, one more thing you should add, that this dot login login form dot reset. Okay, so it will reset and the user has to fill the form again, and there will be some kind of notification also we need to send. So this dot inline notification, so show equal to true type, sorry, not equal to, show colon true type colon error, and text we can show as login failed, please try again. Okay, simple messages. Also this whole, now we are doing all these things, but before we do any of these things, what we should keep in mind is just cut it off here, and we have to write if this dot login form dot is valid. So we have to check for the validity of the form also. Okay, and front-end side we are obviously in the HTML side we are checking, but before sending the data to the server also we need to check, apply the check. And if this check fails, so if the check fails, then we will use this inline notification thing, and it will say please fill up mandatory fields. Okay, so we have done all these things. Okay, and here also is done. Actually, rather than putting it here, let's put it here. Okay, it will make more sense. Individually, let's not put on the whole div class. So this is how we are putting it. So now before we do anything, let's rerun our server. So let's do another ngserve. Okay, and let's go to home. Okay, home is working. Add movie is currently working. Okay, now we have added all these things, but we are able to access the add movie route, which we should not. So for that we have to create a guard. So to create a guard, come here in the terminal and we say ng generate guard, g for guard, g for generate, and then g for guard, and then it will say guads guards slash auth guard. Okay, so it will create a guard for us. Now it will say, it will give us the 4 options which guard you want. So we want the guard for the parent route, not for, this is for the child routes, this is to deactivate anything, or this is a can match. These are not useful for us. Can activate is the actual guard we want. So we'll click enter for this. So we have got our guards here. Let's close it out. In this guard we have a function and it returns true. So we have to write the conditions here. Okay, now before we write condition here, we need to use 2 things. First is auth service and second is router. So auth service, because from there we will get the state. Okay, now in the function, if you want to inject the auth service and router, then you need to do inject. Okay, inject comes from Angular core. Okay, so Angular core and auth service. So these 2 things you need to define like this: inject router. And now just remove this. You have to write the condition. So condition is if auth service dot is authenticated, then return true. Okay, else router dot navigate to login and a return false. Okay, so this is how we have set up. So if is authenticated, if user is authenticated, means if in session storage there is a access token, then return true, and if there is no access token, then return a false. So if true is returned, then the user will be navigated to that route which it is trying to access. that is add movie. If it returns false, then it will be redirected to login page. Now to make it happen, we have to change in app routes also, and in and after this component thing, we have to write can activate. Okay, and put a square bracket and write auth guard. Okay, now you see we have, okay, if we try to go to add movie, see I am not able to go it. Why? Because I have added a auth route. Now let me try to log in. So if I log in using usha at gmail.com 12345, you see, so I'm able to navigate to add movie component and login register gone. Now logout came. Now if I click on logout, the login and register have come and login form is there, right? If I try to go back also, it is not able to, I'm not able to go because the auth guard is there, okay, which is checking everything. So basically our login and register thing is completed, right? And now we are able to successfully go to our add movie page. So if I go with another account, say Sudarshan at gmail.com 12345, so I'm able to go, and if I click, if I reload also, it, okay, here name is coming after reload. Okay, let me check what's the problem. Name never, name is get item, maybe like, let's first create the logged in and then maybe the ordering is like that. Okay, sometime this ordering matters also. So yeah, it is now perfect, I think. Okay, perfect. Then let's once again test out. Let's again log in. So Sudarshan at gmail.com 12345. If I log in, so my name is coming and logout is coming. Now if I go here, it is not working. I can go to logout, but I cannot come here back. Okay, so we have to develop this add movie page, which we will do in the next video. Okay, so for this one, I hope you have got an understanding. Please feel free to write your reviews in the comments if you have not understood anything. I'll see you later. Till then, bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. So in this video, we will continue our building of Angular application. So in the last one, we have completed the login and register things, right? So we were able to register the user and we were able to log in into the system. Now here we will talk about implementation of the refresh token. So the reason behind this is that suppose you are login as admin, okay? So if you log in as admin 1 2 3 4 5, so you come to this add movie page for now, okay, and here we will have a add movie form. Now when we will be sending the data to the this form data of add movie for adding the movie and calling this controller, we have here movie controller. Okay, so here it requires the data in this format first of all. That is okay, but there is another thing, is this is a protected route. Okay, and it will check in the header, it will check for a header name as authorization, and then it will check for a valid token. It will check for a valid token. Okay, now the thing is, in the JWT service where we are defining the expiry date or expiry time of a token, we have set currently to 25 seconds. Okay, so it would have been expired, and what we will get a JWT token expired error. Okay, so to avoid it, we need to refresh a token whenever our JWT token is expired. So for that, we will be implementing the refresh token functionality. Okay, so there will be some changes in the auth service that we will be doing it. Okay, so let's begin with it. Now first thing is, since we have to work with the JWT token, and we also need to check whether the token is getting expired or not, or the token is valid or not. So we have to get the information out of the token, right? So for that we have one library known as JWT decode, which we will install, because this will help us to work with the JWT token on the front end side. So let's go here, open our terminal, and here just paste this. So it will install this library JWT decode. Okay. Now what we have to do is let's rerun our thing once again so that everything works fine. Okay. Perfect. Let's log out from here, and now we will be using this library to get the information from the token, right? So one method we will require is token expired, right? It will take a token of type string and it will return a boolean. Now we will have something known as decoded token, or decoded, we can say, yeah, decoded token, actually it is right. So we will use this JWT decode, and inside it we will pass token. Okay, and then simply we will return decoded dot, it has a field of expiry into 1000 and date dot now. Okay, for this let's take it just any for here. Okay, it will resolve the type issue. I have earlier told that to not use any, but there are some special cases where we can use. So we will discuss it about later in some other video about this, where to use any. For now, for getting out of this error, I have used any. Okay. Now here, what this means. First, we have decoded the token, and if we decode the token, now we will get the information about the token. So how we will get the information about the token? If you go here, JWT token, and this is a website of it. Let's explore this so we will get to see. So here is how the token looks like, correct? Now it has many things. It has header, it has payload, it has a signature. Okay. Now in the payload, it will somewhere be having one expiry date also, because we have set up the expiry time, right? So we are using the expiry field of this JWT decode, and we are multiplying it by 1000, and we are comparing it with the current date. Okay, so if the token is still less than it, then it will return true, else it will return false, correct? We have set up this method. Now for handling a refresh token, we will use the refresh token to get another access token or JWT token. So what we will do, we will write a method known as refresh token. Now this will be of type actually observable. Okay, observable any. And so the reason behind that this will be a type of observable is the purpose of this method is to observe the changes, or to observe the change if it comes in a refresh token, or if a token is required, a new token is required using the current refresh token. So for that purpose, this is being made as observable. So we will make it refresh token equal to session storage dot get item refresh token, and then we have a method. If you remember, in auth controller we have a method of refresh, right? So we will use this method. So return this dot http dot post, and I think we have defined a base URL here. Okay, fine. So backtick dollar this dot base URL, and after that API slash v1 slash auth. Okay, so API slash v1 slash auth slash refresh. Okay, and then we will send refresh token. So it takes one request body, which is a refresh token request. Basically it takes a refresh token request, so we need to define this. So let's define this also. Export type refresh token request, and in refresh token request what we have a string of type refresh token. So refresh token of type string, that is all we have to define, right? Sorry, yeah, this much. And then we will pass something known as, we'll create a object of refresh token request. So refresh token object equal to, okay, this will be of type refresh token request, and we will have refresh token as refresh. We can simply say ref token. Okay, this is, let's change the type, so it can be of string or null. Okay, so this is how we are doing it. And then we will just pass refresh token object, and then we will use a pipe to tap into it. So pipe, and we will tap the response like we have done earlier. So response of type any, and then what we will do is we will save. Now what response we will be getting? So if you go here in controller, auth controller, okay, if you go to auth controller, so you can see that it is generating a refresh token, and it is sending the new access token as well as a refresh token, right? So we have to tap this response, and we will save this new access token. So if our access token is expire, we are saving this, and we are saving in the name of access token. Okay, access token. Okay, so res dot access token, perfect. And if there is an error, then we will catch the error, and then what we will do is we will do a logout, right? And we will return throw error error, that's it. Okay, so basically what we are doing is, if our access token is expired, we are calling this particular endpoint to get a new access token, and we are setting this new access token in our session storage again. Okay, else if there is an error, so what can be an error? So error can be only in one instance, which is like one or two instances can be like that. Suppose our refresh token also expires, so in that case we have to take the user to the login page. There is no other option to do any other thing. Okay, so in that case we will do the logout. Okay, so this thing is clear, right? Now we have done all these methods and all are working fine, but there is one thing that we have to do it, and the thing is we have to build a interceptor. Now what is the requirement of the interceptor? The requirement of interceptor, or the from the word itself you can know the meaning, that it has to do some kind of intercept a request. Why we need to intercept a request? Suppose we are trying to add a movie. We are sending the data from the Angular to the Spring Boot backend. Now the Spring Boot backend will not just take the data, but it will first check whether this request which is coming, does this request have a header which contains an authorization, and in the authorization, if it contains, does it contain a valid access token? These two things the Spring Boot backend is going to check. So we can just send the movie request, but for every request we need to send an authorization header with valid access token in the header. So for that functionality we need to implement a interceptor. So what we'll do is inside the app only, just create a folder, write interceptors. Okay, and in interceptor create a new file known as auth.interceptors or interceptor.ts. Okay, perfect. And we can create a function, export function auth interceptor. Earlier in the earlier Angular versions, if you are working with, or if you have worked, you will notice that there would be a class, but now it is a functional way to do the things. Okay, Now here what we are going to define. First we define a request HTTP a request, and it will be of type unknown, and second we will define next HTTP handler function. Okay, so these two are the things. Now how do I know that these two are the things? So if you go to the documentation, let's go to the Angular documentation, Angular interceptor. Okay, so if you go to the documentation, you will see that, see here, it has created an interceptor of like this, right? So from here you can just get an interceptor. Okay, now what our interceptor is going to do? First we need an auth service to work with the interceptor. So we will say we need an auth service. We want to inject it, so inject auth service. Okay, now what kind of request do we need to intercept? Now if we are doing a login or a register or refresh, we don't want such request to intercept, we just want to pass it. Okay, so for that we have to write an if condition, that if request dot url dot includes authenticate, or if includes login, or request dot url dot includes register. Okay, includes register, or request dot url dot includes refresh. Okay, if any of these three are included, just forward the request. Next means to forward the request. Okay, so it is like a filter, you can say. Interceptors are like the filter. If you go here in this, and if we go to our service, auth filter service. Okay, so what we were doing here, if auth header is null or auth header is not starting with bearer, we were just saying filter chain dot do filter, and we were just passing it. Okay, so in the same fashion this next is doing it, right? So for any other request we will implement the things. Also, suppose if the user is already authenticated. Okay, so if auth service dot is authenticated, then in this case we will get the token from the storage, get the token, get item, access token, and then we will modify the request. Now to modify the request I will be writing a function. So we will write a function known as function add token, because this we will be using multiple times. So request of type HTTP request of type unknown, and we need a token of type string, right? And we will just return req dot clone. We will clone the request and we will set the headers. Okay, so we will set the headers. We will say authorization a backtick bearer dash space and then the token. This is the common thing that we have to do for all the requests, right? So I've written a function for it. Now what I will do is I will say request equal to add token, and then the current request which is coming and the token. So we have this double exclamation, ensure that token is not null. Okay, so this is the case. So we have to ensure that the authentication service or this service is only doing or is adding the token in the header of a request when the user is authenticated. Okay, and of course the token is valid. So let's come here first in the service, and in the authenticated method we will modify the authenticated method a bit. So what we will do is we will say this one is correct, but we will also say and not this dot is token expired. Okay, and we have to pass a token actually. So let's do what is, let's get the token first. So token equal to session storage dot get item and access token. Okay, so the first thing we have to ensure that token should not be equal to null, and then it should not be expired. Is token expired, and we'll pass the token. If these two conditions are true, then only allow the user. Okay, so this is a change that we need to do. And now in the interceptor, if the user is authenticated, token is valid, we are sure of it. So in this case we will modify our request, But then what about the other case? If it is not this, then what we will do is we will simply say return next request, create a pipe, and then catch error. Here error, we want error of type http error response, http error response. And then what we will do is, if error, we will check the status of the error, what kind of error we are getting. Now there can be multiple errors. Okay, so in case of 401 error, which is unauthorized error, the only thing that will be a case is that the JWT token is expired. So in this case, in this kind of error, okay, for this kind of error, what we will do is we will create a method to handle it. Else, for all the other errors, we will say throw error. So throw error, and we will just throw the error. Okay, now we have to create a method. We will create another method which will handle this 401 error. We will say function handle 401 error. Again the same thing will come. Let's copy it from here, and we need to inject two things. First is const auth service we will require, so let's inject this. And we will require a router, because depending on what is the case, we have to do the routing also. We will simply say if auth service dot, we will call the refresh token. Okay, now refresh token, when we are calling, it is an observable, so it will either get a new token for us and it will set the new token for us in the session storage, but it can also give a error in case the refresh token itself expires. So in that case, we have to say pipe, we will tap the response and we will check. So you can write switch map. In this we will have token of type string, and what we will do is if we get a token, then it is okay, or we can just do what is session storage dot set item. We ourselves will set up the token. Okay, if we get the correct token, and we will just return next, and we will use the method add token request comma token, right? So in case the refresh token is not expired and we are getting new access token from this refresh token method, we are just setting that access token in the session storage, and we are forwarding the request by adding the authorization header. But in case there is a error, so we will say catch error, and then what we will do is we will say auth service dot logout. We will log out from here. The router will navigate to login page. Okay, and we will return the error. Perfect. Yeah. So we just have to call this method here. So in case there is a 401 error, call this handle method and pass the request and next into it. That's it. Okay, so our interceptor is also ready, so we can use it, right? So now we are ready to handle all the cases of login logout, as well as if we require to refresh the token, or if refresh token expires, access token expires, we are now not worried about it. So we don't have to again and again do login and generate a new refresh token, or we even don't need to change the time. So here, if we would not have set up all these things, what we have to do is again and again change this expiry date time. But now we don't have to do it, because we have automated the whole thing by using the interceptor. Okay, so this is a advantage of the interceptor. But one more thing you have to change here. Here you have to come and we need to configure our interceptor. So what we will do is you have to say with interceptors, and you have to name the interceptor. So it takes a array of interceptors. So auth interceptor, it will auto import, and that's it. So this is a configuration you have to do in the app.config file. Okay, now if we go to our Google Pay and our application, let's refresh it. Now let's log in with admin. So gmail.com 12345, and if we log in, we are getting perfectly now no errors will come. Even if the token expires, everything will be handled automatically. Okay. Now one thing, if you have noted, we have logged into the page, but here the name is not coming. Okay. So if you have remembered that here we were also having a h2 name and then logout, but if we refresh, you can see the name is coming. So this is a problem. The problem is the name is not coming instantly when we are logging in. So the problem here can be solved using the use of signals. Okay. So what we will do is we will remove this. There's a only simple change we have to do, and we have to create a signal of type string or null, and we have to put inside this, put the whole thing inside it. Okay, that's it, and save it. Now if you log in admin@gmail.com 12345, okay, here it is coming null. The problem here is we have to call the signal. So signal is called using method. Now if you see, we are getting the admin, correct? So we have solved all the basic problem which were related to login and logout. So this part is done. Now we can completely focus on our movie controllers, whether it is add movie, display movie, update movie, or delete movie. So from the next video, we will be focusing on doing all these CRUD operations. So that's all for this video. Please give your feedback in the comments, like the videos, share it with others, and that's all. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello everyone. Welcome back to the channel. So we have completed two videos in which the previous video we completed all the login and register things, and we implemented the interceptors and the guards, right? So that part is completed. Now we have to move forward and we have to do the main functionality of the app, which is the addition and updation, deletion, and fetching the movies, right? So that part we are going to do in this video. Now if you see that, if you go to the API here and if you go to the movie controller, you will see that the add movie is only performed by the admin role, right? And we want to be it like that, right? So that we can, the admin is allowed to add the movie, update the movie, and delete the movie, whereas all the display, any common user can just display the things, or display the movie objects. So how do we are going to configure the roles? Now to configure the roles, we need the access to the roles at the front end side, right? And for that, we are going to make some changes in the, we are going to add this information to our JWT token. Okay, so currently if you see, we are adding the subject and we are adding the extra claims, but extra claims have nothing much information. Okay, so first is we need to add those things. So how do we add it? So here we will write extra claims equal to new hash map, or new hash map, and we will create the hash map of the same extra claims. We will put the same, whatever is already present in the extra claims will continue, and then we will just add one thing, which is put role, and from where we will get the role. So we will get the role by user details dot get authorities. Okay, so these get authority will have only one role, either it is of admin or it is of as a user, right? So this is how we are going to fetch the role on the front end side using the token. Also, just I have increased the expiration time, which is this token, access token, as well as the refresh token. And if you go to here, forgot password controller, so here also we are using this expiration time. So I have increased this timing so that it don't expire frequently, okay? Because we need to work a lot on front end. Now let's for now close this, and now since we have added these authorities, so now we can extract these on the front end side. So let's first rerun our application, backend application, so that these changes are reflected. Okay, and now let's go to the front end side. So on front end side, what we will do is, so here if you see this method, like this one, if you see on the front end side, if you see this method, so here we can decode our code token and get the information from it. So here we were just getting the expiration time from it, right? So we will use this same method, but when we are logging into the, when our user logs in, at the same time we will extract those information. So here we will extract the information, and here we have to pass response.token or access token, right? And in session storage we are going to set a role. Now if you see the how this object is, so I will show you also. So this decoded token dot role, now this role will be array. Why array? Because here we are sending get authorities. Now this get authorities is collection, okay, which which we will get on front end as an array. So we have, and we want the first element of the array because it will contain the role. First element of the array dot authority. Okay, so this is the kind of key value pair which we will get from the backend. Okay, so if you want to see it, console.log decoded token equal to decoded token. Okay, I can show you this. Let's just see it. Okay, let's save the changes and let's go to our front end. So here is our front end. Let's, okay, everything is done. Now admin @gmail.com and 1 2 3 4 5 password is very simple. Now when I will log in, you will see that I have logged in, and in the decoded token, just see, we are getting this expiration time, and now we are getting the role. Inside the role at the 0th index we are having authority as admin, right? So like this, for every user this information will come. Okay, so if you log out from here, and I have added one more user, so this, so I will log in with it. So if I log in again with this user, you see here its role is also coming, and its role is user, right? So all the role of a particular user will come either as an admin or as a normal user, and according to it we have to configure the things. Now here you can see that when the role of a user means this is a normal user, but still we are getting an option of add movie. So we have to solve this problem. Now how do we solve this problem? So let's log out from here and let's go here. Now from where we are displaying all these things, we are displaying everything from the navbar component, right? So if you see here, the movie section is there where add movie option is present in this section. So we want that this whole movie section should only be visible when the user is at, when the role of the user is admin. So for that, first we have to write a method which will get the role of it. Okay, so I will define a method. So we will have something like has role. Okay, it will take a role which we will pass as from the session storage data, and it will return a boolean to us. Okay, now what we will say, const token, or we can just token equal to session storage dot get item dot auth token or access token we have, right? Okay, just let me see which name we are getting. Access token. Okay, fine. So same way we have to just do this whole thing. Let me remove this console.log, and this was just for saving it. And here what we will do is, if we are getting a token, then we will just decode this token, and we are not going to save it in session storage, but rather we are going to return decoded token and the role from it and authority. Okay, and we will check whether this role includes this, means basically includes here means the match. Okay, so else if so includes will return a boolean itself. So if it matches, it will return a true. If it doesn't matches, we are returning false. So this is a very simple logic to check a particular given role, right? Now what we have to do is we have to go to our navbar component, and here in the navbar component we have to check it. So we will have something like is admin, okay, which will again return a boolean. So we have an auth service, so we will just say return this dot auth service dot has role, and the role we will pass as admin, right? So this will simply return the role. Okay, we save it, and now we are going to use it. So where we are going to use it? Here. So if you see here in the show movies and this div, okay, this div is responsible for showing all the things, right? So or basically this whole div we can take, no problem in that. So we will just say ng if is admin. Okay, so only if the role is admin these things will be visible. And no, I cannot put it here because here home is also there. So wait, not here, on this div only we have to put, my bad. So those who are normal users, for them only home page will be visible where all the movies will be listed out, and for those who are admin the additional things will be listed out like this. Okay, so let's go here. So if we log in as admin at gmail.com and 1 2 3 4 5, so you can see we are getting this thing, right? But if you log out and log in as a normal user, 1 2 3 4 5 again, so you can see we are not getting that thing. This is just a header which I put here on home page, which I will remove it, don't worry about that. But the main thing is the normal user now don't have the access to the role, sorry, don't have access to the functionality of adding the movie. Okay, so this is the first important thing that we have done. Now another important thing is how do we display the movie on this home page. Okay, so for that we have to work upon. Now for displaying the movie, let's close all these things because now these things are not required. Okay, this is also not required. Movie, okay, user not required, all service currently not required, application not required, filter not required, this also not required. So if you see here, if we want to get all the movies and want to display the movies, so we have to call this API, right? So first, before adding, we are going to use this API. Okay, so let's go to here, and we have created a home component. So in home component we are going to design it. Okay, now before we design this, let's create another service. Okay, so I will create another service, just a new file, and movie dot service dot ts. You can use command also, and you can manually do it like this also. So both ways I'm trying to explain you. In the previous one I gone through the command, so we just have need this part. Okay, let's close these things. Navbar component. Okay, import export class movie service. Okay, now here we have to get all the movies thing. Now if you see here in auth service, first we have defined the base URL, so we will also need this base URL from here. So let's copy it. Second thing is we need a HTTP client. Now here in the HTTP client, when we were using it using the constructor, but there is another way to inject it. So we will use this way using the inject keyword. So inject HTTP client. Okay, so like this we can avoid using constructor. So whichever way you feel it is good, you can use it. So I will say get all movies, and simply I have to call the API. Okay, now one more thing is remaining, and that thing is the type. So the types we have to define. So like here we have defined all the types, right? For the auth, register request, auth response, login request, refresh token request, right? So for movie also we will define it. We can define it in another file also, but I'm defining it here only. So I will define a movie DTO object. Okay, so this movie DTO object will have a movie ID, which will be an optional thing. It will be of type number, then title string, then director string, studio string, movie cast a string of this, and then release year of type number. Finally, we will have poster optional type of string, and poster URL again optional type, optional field basically. So this also of type string. Okay, so this is how our movie DTO type will look like, and this will return an observable of type movie DTO. Perfect. Now what we will do is return this dot, or not this dot base URL, this dot http dot get will be of type movie DTO. We will use this thing in inverted commas, and then in here we will write this dot base URL. What is the actual URL? Let's see. So API slash, okay, let's copy it. Okay, slash all. Fine. So we have defined our first API in Angular for our application, which is get all movies. Fine. Now let's come to the home component. Now in home component, we will be calling this method, this service, and before that we will inject this service again. So let's inject it. So it will be movie service equal to inject movie service. Okay, so I have injected the movie service. Now when I will inject the movie service somewhere, I have to store it, right? So I will create an array. So movies array of type movie DTO, and it will be initially empty. Okay, so I will just write get all movies, and I will just call the method. So I will say this dot movie service dot get all movies dot subscribe next. Now whatever the response will be, we will console.log it. So console.log the response, and let's see what the response comes. Okay, and also we will handle the error by again console logging it. Seems like VS Code is not, shortcuts are not working. Okay, fine, no problem. Okay, so this is our first call, and so what we require is, if you currently go over here, so if you refresh the page also, you are not seeing any movie. So the basic thing is, whenever we want that our component, we go to this component, all the movies should come up, right? So for that we will require a there's a method known as ng on init, which runs once when the component loads. Okay, so there's an interface. It belongs to an interface known as on init. So we will implement this interface. So this is the method. Let's put it here, and in this method we are going to call get all movies. Fine, so we are calling get all movies here. Let's save this, and if we see here, okay, why it's not coming? Let me check once. Have we set up the route for this? Okay, we are on the add movie page, that's why it's not coming. Fine, our routing is wrong. So if we see here, we are getting all the responses, right? So all the movies list are coming up. So this much work is perfect, but we need to display it here. So for that we need to design, or we need some kind of cards or something. So I'm going to write the HTML code for it. Most probably I will just copy paste it, so you can basically just follow it along. Okay, so I have copy pasted the code here. Okay, so to how it will be looking like. So what we have done is we are using a ng for loop, and we are iterating over the each movie object, and then we are just just one by one we are displaying the movies, right? So let's see how it is coming up. Okay, there is some problem. Let me check once if any import is getting missing or something. Okay, so we need to import here common module. Now we have imported common module. Now also not coming. Okay, why it's not coming? Let me check once. Okay, so the problem is, okay, so we have, so what we have done is we have put all the movie object up here, and we have imported the common module. What we need to do is simply we need to do this dot movies equal to response. That's it. Actually, response of type movie DTO. Movie services fine. Okay, here the problem was there. Okay, so we need to just modify our APIs here also, and then we need to just save it up here, right? So we will get all the movies up here. As you can see, we are getting all the movies, and I think it's looking perfectly fine, right? So what we have done basically, we have created an API with which is calling this backend service, this API. Okay, this method it is calling, and what we are doing is we are calling these. We have created a base URL, we have injected the client and called the API, okay, and defined our movie DTO object. In home component, we have created a empty array of type movie DTO, injected movie service, and called the movie service using the method getAllMovies, and simply put copied all our response what we are getting from the backend to this array. And we have just in the template side, we have just made a card, a movie card, and iterated all the movie object as it were. Okay, so you can see we are getting all the movie objects. Now the point is, this is what the user can see, but rest of the operations, whether it is adding a new movie or whether it is deleting the movie or updating a movie, so that responsibility goes to admin. So let's switch the role. So let's log in, log out, sorry, and then log in again as admin. Now if you see here, we are able to see the movies here also, and let's fix our login component first, because after login it is taking us to add movie, which is not right. It should take us to home. Okay, fine. Once again, let's check it. gmail.com 12345. Yeah, perfect. So we are landing on the home component perfectly fine. Now what we are going to do is we are going for the add movie. Okay, so if we go to add movie, currently there is nothing. We have to build this. So how we are going to do it? You remember how do we have done this login thing? Exactly the same way. The only thing it will the only thing it will change is the fields. Okay, the design, the everything will be same. We are not going to do any fancy design. Only the same design which we adopted in the login form, in the registration form, the same thing I am going to do it. So there is not much change. But okay, so in the let's first design our add movie component, the TS file, right? So here we will have several fields. First is title. So title is new form control of type string, and this will be empty validators dot required. Okay, just copy it several times and write here director. Okay, studio movie cast release year. Okay, fine, all this is done. Now we also require this image, right? So if you go to home, we are having this posters for the movie, right? So we need to upload those things. So okay, so for that we are going to have a field known as selected file. So we are going to use a file which can be either which will contain a file object or a null object. It is a file object basically, so it can be null also, so we have to handle that thing. And our form name will be add movie form, okay, of type form group, right? And what else we were having here? Okay, this inline notification, so let's put it down here also, same thing. And in this way only we will be creating it, so let's copy it, just copy paste it. Okay, we need to just import these things, so add all missing imports. For login form we will change it to add movie form, and from this we will say title, this dot title, studio director, this dot director, movie cast, this dot movie cast, release, this dot release year. And for poster initially it will be null and validators dot required. Fine. So this is all we actually are going to require. Alongside this we are also going to require movie service, so we will say movie service. So movie service we require, right? Perfect. Now to handle the file, since we are going to select a file and we are going to handle the file, so we will have to define a method. So we will first define those methods also. So on selected file, and it will have an event. Basically the selecting a file is a kind of event, so that's why we are taking an event of it. So we need an event object of it, and then we will say this dot selected file equal to event dot target dot files 0, the first object, because one file we are only selecting, not multiple files. And then what we are going to do is we are going to change the value in the add movie form. So for that patch value is required, patch value method is important. So here in the file we are going to append as this dot selected file, right? So this is what it is going to look like. Now let's put the things on the template side. Okay, so I will just copy paste this thing. Okay, don't worry, I will explain everything, but design part I cannot just in the whole video just design and all to do all these things, so it's better to just copy paste things. So if you see here, we are taking a form group here, and we are having a ng submit which will submit our form. Okay, and if you see all the fields we have put, now the squiggly lines which are coming, those are because of imports. We will do the imports. So here we are taking the input for the file, and here the change in the selection of the file is a kind of a event which we are passing to the method which we have defined just now on file selected. Okay, and here is a button add movie. This button is of type submit, right? All this code will be available to you. The main crux I want you to is to understand the things. Okay, this designing part and all this part are very easy to do, right? And this thing validation checks we have, I think, already discussed also. So if we go to login, yeah, so in login also we have discussed it when we were doing login and register modules, right? Now we need to define one method here, add movie. So let's define it also, add movie, and this is done. And let's import all those things. So first is common module, second is I think reactive form module, or which one it is, what it is, let's see, reactive forms module. Yeah, a reactive forms module. Perfect. So it solves all the things. As you can see, all the errors and squiggly lines are gone, right? Perfect. So if we go to this and see, our form is ready. Now we have to define our add movie method, right? So let's do this. Now first of all, the movie is going to be added by the admin. Okay, but before we are sending the, so there can be a case when maybe suddenly the token can be expired also. and that can throw a bad response. So we need to handle those kind of things also. But since we have defined those things in the auth service through a method known as is authenticated, okay, which checks that the token is not null in the session storage, because we need to pass this token to the backend. Okay, remember this. And this token should not be expired. So this method checks it. So we will utilize this method. So we will say if this dot auth service dot is authenticated, if it is true, and then this dot add movie form dot valid. So the form is valid, means it means that all these fields which are required are given the values by the user. In that case, we have to submit the data. But what kind of data we have to submit? So if you go to movie service, you will see that okay, we have not developed a method. That's why we cannot even see. So let's develop a method. Movie add movie service. Add movie service. Okay. Now this add movie service will take what? So let's go to our backend. This add movie service takes two things: a multipart file and in the string form the movie DTO. But it is not a request body, it is a request part. So such requests are handled through something known as form data. Okay, so what we will do is, so basically it will take two things. First of all, let's define those two things: movie DTO, and what it is taking, file, right? It is taking file, right? And what it is returning back, it is returning movie DTO object only. So the type will be of type observable, of type movie DTO. Okay, this is our method signature, right? Now what we have to do is, this request, as we have discussed in our backend course, is a kind of a multi-part request where file and a JSON object is also going together. So to handle such objects or such a request, what we do is we use a form data. A form data equal to new form data. So through this we can handle such multi-part request. Now what we have to do is we just say form data dot append, and it is a key value pair. So our key will be movie DTO and the actual value will be movie DTO, right? Second, and we have to actually put it like JSON dot stringify movie DTO, because it is not a JSON, it is a stringified JSON. As you can see here, stringified JSON it is accepting. So form data dot append, key name is file, and the actual object is a file. Now remember that value is fine, but the key should be exactly same as what you have given here. So here the variable name is file, and here the variable name is movie DTO. So this should be the name of the key, because it has to map to the, there will be a mapping done by the backend, so that backend can recognize. Okay, so remember this. And then we will simply say this dot http dot post request of type movie DTO, and it will return this dot base URL. Let's take the base URL from here and copy paste here, and the actual URL from here. Okay, add movie and copy paste here, and simply pass the form data. Okay, that's it. Save it, and now let's go to here. So here we have to pass two things basically. If you see, we have to pass a movie DTO object and a file object. So movie DTO object we need to construct. Now one important thing is this field. So I have written the placeholder as enter movie cast comma separated. Now the cast name of the movie will come as a comma separated. So we have to convert that value into an array, right? Because what we require is an array. If you see here, movie DTO object, it is a string array. So we have to convert it into it. So how do we do it? Let's first extract the movie cast. So how do we extract this dot movie add movie form dot get movie cast and value as string. Okay, and then we will say in another variable we will convert it to array. So how we convert it to array? We do split. First we split it, okay, and then we map it. We apply a map to it. Simple. Map dot trim. So all the white spaces need to be trimmed, and then finally filter. So we have to ensure that its length is greater than 0. So all the objects are of the valid lengths. Okay. Now we can construct our movie DTO object of type movie DTO. Okay. First thing is title. So we will say add movie form dot get title dot value. So basically these things we have already done in the register and login request. We just have to create an objects of it. So I'm just taking a shortcut to, I'm just doing it faster a bit. Studio movie cast. For movie cast we will say it is MVC movie cast array. Okay, and for release year it will be release year. For studio it will be studio. So basically most of the work is copy paste only, because the important concepts we have already understood previously. Here you just have to focus on the main business logic, that how we are going to do it. Rest all things will be the same and same again. Okay, now we have constructed movie DT object. We have the file. So what we require? We require to call the movie service. So movie service dot add movie service, movie cast, not movie cast, movie DTO, and this dot selected file. And since we are already validating that the selected file, our form is valid, which means that this thing is getting filled up. So this operator, this symbol in front of this selected file means exclamation sign, means that this value will not be null, it will have some object. Okay, and then finally dot subscribe, next response, and we will just console log dot response. So response. Okay, this is fine, this is fine. Okay, and we also need to do one more thing, add movie form dot reset. So we will reset the form, right? So this is important. Also let's handle the error. So error we are handling like this. Fine. In case of error, what we will do is we will just say this dot router dot navigate, and we will navigate this to add movie component. Okay, again, and here we will add some inline notification. So I'm just adding it, copy pasting it again. Okay, so this is how it should be done. Right now there can be two cases: either the form is valid but user is not authenticated, or user is authenticated but the form is not valid. In both cases this will not work, but we have to handle these cases, right? So to handle these cases we need to write several other things. So outside this if block, we need to handle the cases if not this dot service dot is authenticated. So in case user is not authenticated, we simply have to do is this dot auth service dot logout. First log out the user, then use router to navigate the user to the login page. Okay, and just show them this inline notification. I'll copy paste this one. Okay, fine. And another case can be that authentication problem is not there, but the problem is form invalidation problem. So for that we need to simply need to display the message, no need to do anything else. This is the message we need to do. Okay, and let's save this one. Fine. So let's revisit what we have done. We have created the form fields, we have created a field for the file, and we have created a form group. Okay, simply we are checking whether if the user is authenticated, and if the current if the movie is valid, then we are just converting the value of this movie cast into a string of array, okay, which is a requirement, okay. And then we are constructing a movie DTO object, and then simply calling the movie service, and simply handling the various edge cases, like in case only the what goes wrong is the user is not authenticated. So in that case we are going to log out, okay. This action has to be taken care, and in case if form is not valid, then we are simply going to display the messages, okay. So if you go here and try to add movie, so it says please enter all mandatory form fields, right? Now I'm going to, and let's open the console window. So let me see which kind of movies are there already. Okay, so 3 Indian movies, 2 here. Okay, one more movie which will come later. Let's add it here. Avengers Doomsday. Okay, Russo brothers. It has still not released, but I'm just I have the image of it, so we'll go with it. Marvel Studios, RDJ, Chris Evans, Pedro Pascal, and release year is 2026. And let's select file. So I have the picture of it. So we have filled up all these things, right? So all the forms are valid, everything is valid. Now what should happen is we should be able to save the movie, and let's go over here, and maybe hopefully we don't encounter any exception or any error. So I've cleaned up the console here, cleaned up the console here. Okay, so if we add the movie, perfect, we are getting the response here, and here no error we have got. Also, if you see here, a new poster has been added over here. If you go over here, which is our database, so here if I refresh, currently it is not there. If I refresh it, a new movie object has been added. To verify more, let's go to home. So if we go to home, we see here, right? So perfectly we are able to add the movies, and we are able to get the movies. Now next thing is update and delete. So for update and delete, since we are on the admin role and admin can update the movie and delete the movie, so we just need to add the buttons. So what we are going to do is, in the home component, let's go to home HTML component. We are going to add 2 buttons, update and delete. So let me add the buttons. So after this span, where the span is ending and then div is ending, after that I'm going to add these 2 buttons. Now here the error is showing is, since we are adding these 2 buttons on the home page, so we have to check whether the user who is logged in and who is seeing the home page is a admin. So we can copy this is an admin from the navbar components, right? So I told you most of the things are only copy paste. I mean, all are repetition. Basically what I mean is not copy paste, means we have to apply our logic, but yeah. So let's get the auth service also. So inject auth service, and here we go. Now these 2 buttons are here, so let's, and you see I am passing movie object into these buttons. So since I am iterating into this bigger div, okay, if you see I'm iterating the movie. So for each update and delete button, when we click on it, we should know which movie we are going to delete, right? So we need then access to the movie object, or individual movie object. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write movie and then movie video and then delete, and similarly movie DTO, and that's all. So all errors are gone. So if I go again here, you can see, let me remove this update and delete is there. A bit of CSS issue is there, for some of the movies, but it's fine. I mean, if you can fix it, you can do it. Margin padding is getting a bit here and there, but ignore it for some time. Let's focus on the main functionality, the business logic. Okay, so what the business logic says is we are getting all these things, right? Now, since I told you that I'm capturing the movie object, so let's console.log also, so to verify. So I will say update movie and movie, right? And similarly, I will just copy paste it and I will say delete movie. So let's see if we are able to capture the right movie which we want to update or delete. So let's again open our console, clear the console. If I update this, so I'm getting the right movie. So the movie name is Jawan, and you can see we are getting the right movie. If I update on here, so you see Avengers Doomsday. But if I click on delete, I'm getting delete movie and the same Avengers Doomsday. So we are basically capturing the right movie object, and that is what we actually require. Rest of the thing is just calling the API. That's it, nothing else. Everything is set up. You just have to capture the object in a correct way, and you have to call the API and pass the data such that whatever the backend is, whatever the backend requires, that's the only thing that you have to do. Rest everything will be taken care of. Now when we say update movie, then we need we cannot, we need some kind of form, okay, where we can update the movie. So there are two ways to do it. Okay, one way is when clicking on update, you go to some other URL where there is a form. Okay, and in that form all the data is there, and you update the form, click on update, and it get updated. Correct. Second is you can use pop-up dialog. So I'm going to use a pop-up dialog. That would be much easier to do things. We don't need another URL and another, you know, thing. Here only on this page only we can do all the things. So for that purpose, we are going to require a new folder, or basically what we will do is we will go here in the node, okay, in the another PowerShell button. Let's clear it, and what we are going to do is ng generate component in the components folder which we have already. And what component we require? Update movie. Okay, so if we click on it, we have got a update component, right? Similarly, we require a component for delete. So delete movie. Perfect. So we have got all these two components. Now what we require? So add movie, I will close it because now this is done. A movie service we will require. So let's first finish this movie service thing. Okay, so that we create all the API calls for update and delete. So similarly, we will say update movie service. Okay, and what this update movie service requires, let's see. So update mapping, it requires a movie ID in the path variable and request part. Okay, so these two things are same as the add movie thing. Extra thing is we require this in the path variable. That's it, right? So what we will do is we will say movie ID and movie ID of type number. Basically, we have to define types also. We will say movie DTO object. So why am I writing this movie DTO object? Okay, let me not write this. Let's talk about it later. So movie DTO and file, and I think it is also written in movie DTO. So same to same. So let's copy this method signature. Okay. So what we have to do is we have to do the same thing again and again here. Copy paste. But here this time, since we are using this, the variable name has changed. So let's copy paste this variable with this. Okay. And again the same thing. Return this. So return this. What we have to change? From post to put. Okay, URL we will change. So URL is update /movie. So we'll just copy this URL. We'll copy this URL and we will write movie ID. Perfect. And that's how we create a update movie service, right? Similarly, delete movie service. What this takes, let's see. So it just takes one simple movie ID. Fine. This is much easier to do, and returns a string. So observable of type string. Okay, so observable of type string, and what we will have is let's copy paste it again. Actually, we don't need to copy paste. This will be a bit different. So http dot delete, and it will be of type this dot base URL, and let's copy the actual base URL. And what is the base URL for it? Delete. Okay, so we will write delete slash inside it movie ID. Now it is complaining because we are saying that it is returning a string. So to mention that it is a plain text string, we have to write something like this: response type as text. Okay, so this is how we have to write to be compatible with the types. Okay, now it will not complain. Let's save it. So we have already formulated our APIs for calling update and delete movie service. What we require is to use it. So let's use it. Let's close this component. Let's come over here. Now, first of all, when we click on the update button, this method will call up, right? But it should open up a form. So to use the form, we will create a form here. Okay, we'll create an update movie form here. So, but we will use it as a dialog, basically a dialog box or pop-up dialog. Okay, so how do we use it? We'll see it later, a bit later. Let's first focus on building the form. Okay, so now here also, if you see, since it is a form and we require all the movie fields, so we are going to just copy paste it from add movie component. So here is our add movie component. Okay, here is our add movie component. Yeah, so a lot of things are getting copy pasted because this is how it is to be done. So let's copy this and paste it over here. Okay, okay, let's copy paste more things and then we'll import all together. These things are to be done, this thing also done. Let's copy all these things. Fine, and we'll copy all these things. Now rather than add movie group, we will say update movie form, and let's import everything now in one shot, right? Perfect. And here also we'll change it, so update movie form, right? Now how do we pass the data from the home component to this component, update movie component? That is the main important thing that you need to understand. It will be useful for you when you will be building more complex projects. This will be really useful. Okay, so for this we will be using the Angular materials mat dialog. Okay, so that is the thing that we will be using it. So how to use it? So we will need to add a dependency. I think we don't have Angular material thing, right? Yeah, we don't have Angular material. So let's go to the Angular material, and here we can go get started. So copy paste, just copy this command and run it over here. It will add the Angular material to your project. Say yes for this. So it will take some time depending on your internet. My internet is okay, not too fast. Okay, so it will ask you to for a theme or something. So you can select any of these. Okay, I will go with the default indigo pink, and I will say yes to it, and I will select the first one, all as I've selected all the defaults because I'm just interested in the Angular material. Okay, so the dependency has been installed, as you can see. Oh, where it is? Yeah, this. The dependency is installed. Now what we are going to do is, in the home component, let's come to home component, and from here we have to pass the object. Okay, so how are we going to do it? So we need a dialog ref. There is a just write a code once. I'll tell you how to do this. And we need to inject one dependency. Actually, we need another dependency which is known as mat dialog. So this Angular material has a component known as mat dialog. We will need to inject this and mat dialog. Okay, not this one. Hey, why it's not going? It cannot find mat dialog. Is there a problem? Mat dialog. It should pick up actually, but it's not picking up. Okay, let me import it. Okay, so this VS code sometimes don't pick up easily, so you import it from @angular/material/dialog. Okay, now we will use this. So this dot mat dialog. Now you can open this dialog, and when you open this dialog, what kind of component you want it to open. Okay, so since we are building our component, we want our form to get open, update form to get open. And we are using update component, update movie component. So we will pass this here, update movie component. But this update movie component needs data, and we need to pass the data. So we will pass the data as the object. So we'll say data, and this data will go as key value pair as movie and movie. We will pass the movie object. That's it. And simply like this. Now, how do we, after, okay, we are passing the, when we click on the button, update movie, a pop-up dialog will open up, which will give us the form. We fill up the form, we submit the form, and then dialog will probably, the pop-up will close up. Then what we will do? So that there's a facility that the dialog gives some result, some kind of result. You can have the result in any data type, but we will pass the result in Boolean data type. Okay, so how do we deal with it? Dialog after closed. Okay, dialog dot after closed dot subscribe. We will subscribe to it, and then in the next we will have kind of result. So we will take a Boolean result, because we will be passing a Boolean result basically. That's why. So if we get a true result, then simply call this dot get all movies. Okay, basically we want to refresh our home component. Okay, we don't want to refresh the page, we just want to refresh our component. That's why I'm calling it. And similarly we need to handle it. Any error comes up, so we will, for now we will just console log the error. Okay, yeah, that's all we are going to do it, right? So let's handle this first. So for the update of the movie, this part is done. Now we have to focus on this part. Now here, let's close this also. Here we have all the forms and everything. So we need the HTML code. So not TS test code, HTML code. So I will just copy paste again all the HTML code. Okay, so see here, we have copy pasted all the HTML code, right? And everything is coming up here. So let's see what is it saying. Update movie is a method which we will need to put. So I'm going to put update movie method. Okay, this is not formatting also. Okay, fine. Update movie method, and what else? Update movie form. Okay, update movie form is same, like, right? This is not a problem. There is another method known as on file selected. So we will copy this from add movie component, because we already have that thing. So add movie component, just copy it. Okay, and update movie form. Okay, this is done, and we have a cancel method. So cancel is basically if you don't want to update but want to close the pop-up. For that, closing the pop-up, we are having a cancel button. Okay, so we will say cancel, and this is done, right? Now what we are going to do is, we need the data. We need to get the data. What kind of data? Data which we have passed from the home component. here you can see we are passing the data, so we need some way to fetch this data, and these red lines are coming because of one thing, actually reactive forms module and common module. Yeah, so this is sorted, so let's save it. And yeah, so what I was saying, we need to extract the data. So how do we extract the data? So this is done by something like this. We use at inject. Now this is a standard thing to do in Angular, and we say mat dialog data. You'll get a suggestion now. Make it a public data. Now what kind of data it is? So we are getting the data in the JSON in terms of movie, which is of type movie DTO. Okay, so this is the data which we are getting. Fine. So we have extracted all the things. Also, we need a reference to this pop-up dialog. So for that, we need to inject dialog ref, and we'll say mat dialog ref of the type update movie component. Okay, so this will give the reference to this current component, the reference of the current dialog component. Why this is required? It is required for this purpose. Update dot dialog dot close. So if we want to close the component after our work is done, then obviously we need a reference to it, right? So this is there. Now here we don't require a poster, so we will remove this validator. Why we are removing this validator? So see, you already have these movies. Okay, let me go here. What is problem? Okay, let me save it. There is some kind of problem. Okay, fine. Maybe we have not solved it yet. Just a minute. Why it's not giving? Okay, it has logged up. Fine. So let's log in again. The token got expired basically. Okay, so we have all these data saved in our database, right? Now when we are clicking on this update, we already have our files, our images saved on the server. Okay, so if someone wants to update the movie object, it may choose that, okay, whatever currently the file is there, it is okay, I don't need it again. Okay, that is the main point. So that's why we don't. So whenever we click on update, okay, so now if I click on update, you can see that this update movie form is coming up. It is same like add movie form, but in a better way, right? So this is a way we are doing it, and if we click on cancel, it is getting closed. Now we need to fill up the form first of all with the data that the movie already has. So what we will do is we will simply, so here we are saying we are initializing these fields with no data, right? Empty fields, but we need to do something like this dot data is coming from here. Okay, this data which we are passing from home component, remember, dot movie dot title. So this is how it will be coming up. So at least I copy this much. Movie dot director, movie dot studio, movie dot movie cast. Okay, this movie cast, for movie cast to, we have to convert it to a string. Okay, so just use this method join and put a comma and a space. Okay, this is the way to convert from string array to comma separated strings. And dot release here. Okay, and to string. Yeah, simple. It is of type number, so we are converting it back to a string. Okay, so this is how we are getting it. Perfect. I hope this makes sense. Now if we save it and if we go back to it, now if I click on update, you see all our data is coming up, and we can update the movie by clicking on update movie button. But this, we need to handle this update movie button. So let's go over here, and here is the update movie thing. So we need to update it. So what we need to do is we need to again call the update movie API. So before calling any API, what we do, we check if this dot auth service dot is authenticated. If the user is authenticated, token is valid, and this update movie form is also valid. In that case, now same thing we have to do for movie cast. So what we will do is I'll just copy paste the things as we have done in the add movie component, and I will do the same by creating the object for, see, I have created the object, the movie DTO object, which we will require. Okay, and finally we have to call the movie, this dot movie service dot update movie service, and what it requires is this dot movie ID. Okay, so it requires a movie ID. So I will save this movie ID data somewhere in the variable. Okay, so I will say movie ID equal to this dot data dot movie dot movie ID, and I will ensure exclamation mark so that it is not null, to ensure that. And same I will do it for poster because I know the name of the image, right? So I will do it for poster also, and I will put an exclamation mark. Now I will pass this dot movie ID and the movie DT object that we just created, and this dot selected file. Okay, why it's crying here? It is not assignable to type file. Okay, we are getting the file from here, and then we are this dot selected file, get the file from here if the value is correct or it is null. Okay, let's see the movie service once, what kind of data we are getting. Okay, so in update movie, basically we have to pass something like this. Actually, I got it, because file is optional, as well as basically file is a optional thing. Okay, you, if you choose to keep the existing image, you will not pass the value. If you choose to update, then only you will pass the value. So in that case, what we will do is we will put a condition: if file not equal to null, in that case only append the file, else let it go like this. And this brings to another thing where we have to change in backend also. Actually, if you see here, we are checking whether the file is empty or not. But suppose the file is null itself, then this will generate a null pointer exception, right? So we have to say that if file equal to null, or file is empty, file equal to null. Okay, so either the file which we are receiving, the file object which we are receiving is null, basically we are not receiving any object, then the file object will be null in that case. As well as if we are receiving some file object but no content is there, no file content is there, in that case, in both cases, make the file as null. Okay, because if you see our movie DT update movie thing, if I go to implementation, here we are checking if the file is not null, then delete the existing file and upload the new file, else do nothing. That's why we have to take care of these things. So these are some of the edge cases which you have to remember, so that you avoid the null pointer exceptions and handle everything very, calmly. So let's rerun our backend application so that these changes are reflected. So whenever you are building such projects, take care of these things. Okay, and now we go back to this. So this is done. Let's save our changes here and then subscribe to these changes. Okay, fine. So if we subscribe to the change, we are getting a response which we will just console log. So movie data after update. Okay, response in error, we will again say some error occurred or some error. So we'll check the error in case any error comes. Okay, and once the there is like the subscribe has three things: next, what next to do, what error to handle, and there is something known as complete. If everything is completed, So in that case, it takes nothing basically. After completion, just close this dialog. So we are going to dialograph dot close. Okay, and we will pass through here. Okay, so this is how we are going to handle the cases, right? Okay, so complete is a new one which you may be seeing here, but the important point is, see this, a callback function that gets called by the producer if and when it has no more values to provide. This means no error has happened. This callback can't be called more than one. It can't be called if the error callback function has been called previously. Okay, so basically home, after all the call will be done, we are calling complete. Now why I'm not writing in the next, because this is a asynchronous call. Okay, this, okay, the handling of the dialog as well as the API call both are asynchronous. So I want to ensure that the dialog only closes when all things are completed, then finally the dialog closes up. Okay, so this is done, and else we will just say console.log form not valid. Okay, form not valid. Okay, so these cases are being handled, right? And we have handled this cancel button also, and this also. I hope everything is done now. Let me check once. So title and all these we have displayed, we have converted here. Update form is here. Inline text notification, okay, we can do this also. We can put a inline notification. Basically after next we can simply display a inline notification. I will set it to true. This dot inline notification, actually a type success, and text I can say movie updated. Okay, and similarly here I can say error, some error occurred. Okay, so these things we have handled up. Now it's time to check whether our functionality works perfectly or not. Okay, so before I go check it, I explain you again how we have done these things. So what we have done is, in the home component we have added the buttons. So here update and delete buttons. Now what we are doing is, on the click of the button we will open a dialog box, as you have seen, and it will open a form, and we are passing the data of the movie object on which we have clicked. Okay, now it goes to this update movie component. What this movie component do is, it takes the data from the parent component. So basically home component is a parent component and it is a child component, you can say something like this. So it takes the data from the home component and it populates all the fields, right? All the fields get populated, and here you can see we are building up the form here, and here also in case the file is selected we are doing this. Okay, this method will be called when if you are going to replace something. Now update movie, in case of the update movie, when the update movie is being called, so update movie button is here. Basically it is a submit button. So you, when you want to submit your updated movie object, it will check whether it is authentic, whether the user is authenticated or not, and form is valid or not. It will put the movie cast into a proper array of strings. We will construct the movie DTO object, call the movie service, and once the all the things are completed, we will close the dialog box. In case you have opened the, by mistake you clicked on the update button and you want to close it, so for that purpose cancel is there. Okay, so this is all the functionality is. So let's now test it out. So let's open our console in case any error there. Also here let's open our console to check all kinds of errors. So let's, which one we should do it. Okay, so I will update this one basically. So rather than Russo brothers, I will put Joe and Anthony Russo. Okay, something like this. And I will add one more cast. So I will add Tom Holland. Okay, so, and I'm not adding a new file. So let's see what if we don't do a new file. Okay, so if I do Okay, here we have selected the right movie object, so we can see from here. Now if I click on update movie, some error occurred. Okay, let's see what kind of error has occurred. The first only it got error. What is the error? Forbidden. Why forbidden? Let's see what is the error here. Okay, missing required part file is not present. Okay, so the error is it is not getting the required file part. Now what I told you, that this file is not actually required. Okay, a user can pass the file also, and user cannot also pass the file. So to make the situation like this, so to make it optional, what we can do is we can put it here, required equal to false. Okay, so this will remove the backend validation. So because of backend validation, our result got failed, our API call got failed. So now it is running fine. Now let's submit the things again. Okay, so let me clear it up. Let's submit it again. Perfect. So you can see the Tom Holland got added here, director name got updated here, and we got perfect response, no errors, right? Awesome. Now the same way we have to do this for delete. Now in delete again, there will be a dialog box, but it will be just a confirmation that you are going to proceed it, and this action cannot be reversed, something like that. Okay, so what we are going to do is we have created a delete thing, right? They are delete here. So what we are going to do, we are just going to copy paste the constructor part which we have from update movie. So this is the constructor part, okay, which we got from the update movie, right? And we simply have to use in the HTML. I am going to copy paste the code, this code. Just a minute. So this is the code which I am going to. This is a very simple code actually. I'm just saying delete movie. It is a delete movie dialog box. Are you sure you want to delete the movie? And I'm passing the name of the movie in the bold and saying the data will be deleted permanently. So just warning a user once before deleting. This is a good practice. Okay. Again the same delete button and cancel button. Cancel button for closing it and delete button for calling the delete API. Simple. No here and there things. So first let's do simple ones. So cancel means this dot dialog ref dot close. Okay, perfect. And we will have a delete button. So delete button. Now delete button has to do just to call the API. So what it has to do is there is no form. Okay, so we will say if this dot auth service dot is authenticated, it is true, then simply call it. What to call? Movie service dot delete movie service. It takes a movie ID, so we will say this dot data dot movie ID, and we will put an exclamation mark. So why we are putting it? Because we know that for 100% sure it is not going to be null. It will have some value. So subscribe, and then next just put a response. Just you can have a response in console. Okay, it's a string response basically. So I'm just we will just get a message, okay, that the movie is deleted. So in case any error occurs, so we will get an error. And since these are asynchronous calls, so we are going to call complete, and then this dot dialog ref dot close and pass true. Perfect. That's it. Nothing much to do. Okay. And no, actually we have to pass this form module and reactive form module. Otherwise it will not what it is saying. Left side of the does not include a null or undefined type. Fine, but it's giving the complaint. Actually I've already included it. I think it should not give, because this movie item will not be, we are already checking for everything. So I think ideally it should not give it because I've cross verified the code already. So maybe there is, okay, from home component we are not passing anything actually. So let's first pass something from the home component. Okay, so we need to pass dialog const dialog ref equal to this dot mat dialog dot open, and we will say delete movie component, some kind of data we need to pass. So data is nothing but a movie. Okay, perfect. And similarly we will say after closed dot subscribe, let's write it down by copy pasting. So I got, okay, get all movies, fine. So after we are deleting and getting a true result, we will just call this get movie so that our component refreshes, so that delete movie is gone, fine. And this is all. So I think now it should not, it's still saying the same thing, don't know, but it should ideally not do it because the we are passing the data, that data is of type movie, so and we are passing these operators, so it should work. It, I'm not sure why it's taking up, but okay, let's focus on the main thing, which is delete movie component. Okay, so let's first refresh our page. So if we refresh our page, we have all the movies here. So let's delete a movie. So if you click on delete, this is the kind of dialog box you will see. Are you sure you want to delete the movie animal? The data will be deleted permanently. Okay. So if you click on cancel, it will get cancelled. And if you again click on it, CSS is an issue. I know the page is going up and down, but the main point is we are clicking on right movie. And if you see on the console also, you see that the delete movie object we are getting is correct, right? So I want, before deleting, I want everything to be closed, all clear up. Okay, clear, and let's click on delete. Okay, it's saying again the same thing. What's the problem? Let's see. Okay, so it's saying the process cannot access the file because it is being used by another process. Okay, so on this thing, you need to understand what is going on. So basically, when you're running this IntelliJ, okay, so what happens is IntelliJ is using this, all this animal.png and all these PNG files are being opened up in the IntelliJ. So it is kind of being used by IntelliJ itself only, and because of that, it is not able to delete. Okay, so what you can do is just refresh, just restart the backend application. I know this is not a correct solution, but if you guys have any kind of solution, you can tell me. At least on Windows machine, I am not able to find any proper solution, so I'm not sure how it can be avoided. Then come to here, don't refresh this page. Okay, don't refresh this page, or you can refresh the console, and if I click on it again, you see the movie got deleted. Now this is a kind of a hack. Okay, you will find it with update movie also. Okay, I'm warning in advance, so do this thing. I know this is not that much correct, because, and actually if you see that most of the time the applications are deployed on different application, okay, maybe AWS or something like that. So in that cases, this problem which we have encountered will not come. But yeah, in Windows it is coming. I tried on another system, it was not happening, I think. So on Windows, if any solution is there, if you know any of you, please in the comment below, please post, give the solution if it works for you. Okay, so as you can see, the movie has been deleted, and in the list of movies you cannot see the animal here, right? 5 movies here, 5 movies coming up here. So we have successfully completed the CRUD operation for it. Now what remains? Now what remains is the forgot password thing that we can do. So for forgot password, we need to add forgot password somewhere. So if you come here and let's complete it in the nav, not navbar, in the login component in the HTML, somewhere around this we have to add forgot password. Okay, So I will just add it here. So after this div, inside this flex justify center only, just add another div. Okay, so I have created a forgot password and register here thing. So if I click on it, okay, CSS is getting bad actually. Why? Okay, let me bring it outside. Maybe the CSS problem is really bad. Okay, if I bring it here, so yeah, so this is coming, at least it is much better than earlier. As you can see, we are getting here all these things, right? So now we can get started and focus on forgot password thing. Now if we go to our forgot password API, let's see how it is. Forgot password controller. So what were our main ideas behind it and what were we doing it? Okay, so here first of all we were doing it that user has to give the email and we would verify that email, right, by sending an OTP to it, right? Then user would enter the OTP and the email it is already provided, so we would store somewhere, and along with that we would pass the OTP. So then we would verify the OTP. If the OTP is not expired and everything is fine, then we would say, then we would come to the next step, and this next step is change the password. So we are taking the input from the user, so it is nothing but a password and repeat password. Okay, and then it's email, and then we are changing the password of the user, right? And we have an OTP generator which is generating a 6-digit password, right? Now the same thing, the same procedure we have to apply on the backend also. So for that we require a forgot password component. So what we will do is, let's clear it up and we will say forgot password. Okay, so we are going to create another component known as forgot password, right? So our forgot password component is being created. Now let's also create a ng generate service, and I think services folder. Yeah, a services folder. Inside services folder, create forgot password service. So we will put everything related to forgot password here only. Okay, and let's generate. Fine, we are generating the forgot password services also. So now we have got our forgot password. Where it is, the component. Okay, let's close all these things because these are not required. Forgot password is the main thing. So how do we build it? Now what there are multiple ways in which you can handle these things, but the way which I have found is suitable to handle this is, in a single component, in a single page, we will write the 3 different blocks of code. Each block of code will be conditional. So one block of code will take the input from the email input, that is this verify email code block. Another will be verify OTP block, and third will be change password block. Okay, so these 3 will be the kind of blocks which we will have, and corresponding to those we will call the endpoints. So first let's define the endpoint so that you don't get confused. Okay, what I'm talking about, these blocks and all, you will understand it. Okay, don't worry. So let's go to the forgot password services, and let's get first 2 important things required for any service. Okay, these 2 are important things. Constructor, let's avoid it for now. Now first thing is, first method in the service we will write is verify email service. Now this verify email service, if you see, step by step we are going to do. Okay, it is taking only one thing, and that is a path variable. In the path variable it is expecting an email, so we will be passing an email of type string, and it will return a string. Okay, so observable of type string. Fine, and we will just say return this dot, and it is of type post mapping. this .http .post. Post is of type string. Then we will pass our this .base URL. Then actually the base URL is /forgot password, which I will copy paste. Okay, copy pasted, and then we will have this one. Okay, so this also we need to copy paste. Actually, to okay, remove this, and then in dollar again email. Okay, now it takes a body, so we are sending nothing in body, so we are saying it's null, but we have to define the response type. So response type, we have to define this as text as JSON. So this is another way of dealing with the string responses. Okay, so these are some of the ways which you can see. Actually, the post, in the case of the post mapping, this works better. If you just write as response type just as text, it sometimes fails up. So just make sure you write this text as JSON. Okay, next is verify OTP service. Now in the verify OTP service, we will have OTP as a string. It is a number, but we will make it as a pass it as a string. And email we will require, and what else? It requires email and OTP in the path variable. It returns a string. Okay, and it is a post mapping. Okay, fine. So it is same as above. So let's just copy paste. That's the best thing you should do. And again, I will copy paste this. What I have to change is here. After verify email, rather than verify email, I have to write verify OTP. So I will change it. I will say verify OTP, and I will put a block here, OTP, and this is like this, right? That's it. Or after verify OTP, it expects an OTP and then email. So in this same order I have passed. And final thing is change password. So change password service. Okay, what this change password service expects? It expects a request body. Okay, it is a post mapping. It expects a request body change password. So what I will do is I will create something like export type change password equal to password of type string, and what else it is has. Okay, repeat password. Let's copy paste it. Repeat password as string. Okay, so this is done. Now it expects a change password, and it expects email in the path variable. So email in the path variable. What it returns? It returns string, and its signature is this. Okay, and it's a post mapping. Fine. So all things same again, perfectly fine. Let's return the string. Let's remove this. Okay, this time we'll in the body we have to pass this as change password. Okay, and this is fine, this is fine. Okay, and instead of verify OTP, we have to pass change password. So pass change password, right? So all these three APIs are done. Now we are free from all these services thing. Now we have to focus just on the where, when and where we have to call these services. Our service part is ready. Now if we go to our forgot password thing, I'm going for, so three blocks of code that I was talking about, because of these three services, three different actions are there: verify email, verify OTP, and verify and change password. So how this is going to be looking like? So first thing is we need to define some fields. Okay, so first field is email. Now email will be of type form control, or better I just copy paste it. It is the best thing to do. Okay, so for form control I have done this, and I will also copy this thing, verify email form group. Okay, fine. We will create all the forms, don't worry. Another thing is this one. I will This is a part of first form. Okay, first form, or maybe I should write it like this. I'm doing a lot of paste, and there is a reason, because most of the things we have already done, and in detail we have done. So it's just like repeating again and again. So to just fasten up the things and focus on where the business logic is there, where there is something to learn and understand. Okay, that's why. And third thing, I will copy paste this also, right? So these are the three forms that I will be creating, but these three forms will be based on some conditions. Okay, so these conditions I will say as state. So what state means is, initially this will have a state 1, and initially the state 1 will be true. So the, and wait, I'll tell you what these states are. State 2 equal to false, and state 3 equal to false. Now state 1 associates with the first form, and if state 1 is true, this first form will be visible. If state 2 is true, second form will be visible, and if state 3 is true, third form will be visible. So depending on at which stage of the process I am in the forgot password functionality, at what stage I will change my state. Okay, I will make that state as true and rest of the state as false. Okay, so this is my basic idea behind it. So I am going to just copy the, or just copy paste these forms. These forms are just the HTML forms, the HTML form that we have seen, okay, in the login register and all. I have just modified it to suit it to this functionality. So see here what we are getting. We are getting this. See, this is first block of code, this is second block of code, I'll distinguish it, and this is third block of code. So these are three kind of forms, and we have three kind of functionalities. As you can see, first functionality is to verify email, second functionality is to verify OTP, and third functionality is to change password. Okay, so these are the three functionalities that we have to implement, and for these three functionalities we have these three forms. Now whatever is missing out, I will just import them. So just wait for a while. So first thing which is missing is forms module. Okay, forms module. Second thing is common module. Third thing is reactive forms module. Anything else? Yeah, and a router link. And one more thing is there, mat progress. There is Angular related thing. Okay, it's not coming directly, I have to hard code it. This progress bar is also important. Why it is important, I will tell you. Okay, so these are the things. Also, since you see here, when we are doing first time, the user has to give this email, right? But second time, by we can save this email which the user has already given previously, and user just have to give the OTP, right? And third time we can use the same email again, and user just have to provide the password, right? So for those things I will use a variable saved email. Okay, and for the this spinner progress bar, I will use is loading equal to is loading variable, which is a important for it, right? And okay, verify email form is why it is okay. The methods are not there. Fine. Okay, methods I will write it down. This thing also requires change. So let's write each of the methods. Let's save changes here. Verify email. A second method is verify OTP. Once these things will be in action, you will understand why these things are there. So don't worry. I hope you are anyway understanding it. But even if there is a confusion, don't worry. Everything will be clear once once I show you all the form this forget password in action. Okay. So what we are going to do is, like here we, since forget password is for the user who has forgotten the password, so he cannot log in. So we don't have to check anything from the, we don't have to check anything, that whether it is authenticated or not. I mean, it will be available only when he is not logged in. Okay, so in that case, if this dot verify email form dot is valid, we just have to check the form. We will set this dot loading equal to true just before the API call, and we will say this dot. Okay, one thing I have to inject, actually I've forgotten, let me inject it, and that is forgot password service inject forgot password service. Okay, and this is important. So this dot forgot password service dot verify email service, it requires email. So now here we will pass the email from the form. So this dot verify email form dot get will have email, and we will pass a value of it. Okay, that's it. Then subscribe. Next we will have a response, and what we will do, we will make this dot is loading equal true false. We will probably console the response to see what we are getting. Also, since we have introduced a variable known as this dot saved email, so we need to save the email. So basically this dot saved email will come from here only. Let's take it from here, and I have to change the state. Now this form is visible because state 1 is true, but after I have already sent the email and I have got the OTP, I want this form to get visible. So state 1 will be false and state 2 will be true, right? So this dot state 1 will be false and this dot state 2 will be true. Okay, this is done. Now we will handle the errors. So for errors also, this dot loading will be false if any error comes, and we will just console log the error. Fine, perfect. Now the same thing applies here also. If this dot verify OTP form dot is valid, this dot is loading equal to true. Okay, and we will just call the method this dot verify OTP service. What it takes an OTP. So OTP we will get from the form. Okay, so OTP we will get from the form, and email we will pass through this dot saved email, right? And for this purpose only I created the variable this saved email. Okay, so that again and again user don't have to give the email. Now next, a response, and we will make this dot loading equal to false. We will just console copy paste this thing here and make state 2 as false and state 3 as true. Okay, this dot state. Okay, so why? Once we have entered the OTP, we want the next stage, right? So else not else, error. So in case of error, just make this dot is loading equal to false and console the perfect. Same thing will be done for change password. So let's do it. This dot change password form dot is valid. So first we need to create an object of change password. So change password of type change password. We will import the change password and we will create a type of it. So it has password which we will get from the form, correct? And we will have a repeat password which we will again get from the form. Okay, this is done. Now we will make this dot is loading as true just before API call. This dot forgot password service dot change password service, and we will pass change password into it, and this dot saved email, correct? Dot subscribe, and everything is same. So I will just a bit copy paste this one. Okay, so once the response is correct, we need to route the user. So need to inject the router service also. So router equal to inject router. Okay, so once we have successfully changed our password, then we can route the user to the login page, that go and log in there, right? And in case of error, we just need to console. Fine. What else is getting? Oh, okay, we need to build the form also. Okay, fine. Okay, so I forgot one thing. We need a constructor actually for the private form builder. Actually, we need to build the form now. Form builder. Where is form builder? Form builder. So this is the only thing we require here, and we will simply copy paste these things. Okay, I've just copy pasted these three forms. So we are building all these forms. So as you can see, most of the steps are same as what we have done from login, register, add, update, delete, everything, right? Only the business logic changes, how we get the data, how we pass the data, how user is getting displayed, what kind of ways we are implementing to, or ways we are taking to implement various functionalities. These are the important things when you are doing front-end development. Once you understand one of the way, whether login and register, you understand everything is almost on the same lines, right? So the first two videos of this series was important because that is what will set up and give you an idea of how these things are done. Once you understand the first two videos, these ones are really easy to do, right? So what I have done is I've created these three forms, as you can see here, and these three forms depend on the state. So if state 3 is true, this form will be displayed. State 2 is true, this form will be displayed. And if state 1 is true, it will be displayed. And I've added a mat spinner, so you will see how this mat spinner works. Basically, it is a when there will be a time lag between the when you're sending the response from front end to back end, and the response is coming back, there will be a time lag. So for that time period, you need this thing. Okay, another thing is ensure that in your application.yml, your email and your code is getting, you are getting that thing. So if you don't know about these things, please see the backend course. The backend series is there, so please go through it. You will understand what I'm trying to do it. So I will put my own credentials here, and you can put your own, generate your own app passwords and your own whichever email id you prefer. I'll do it for my own. Okay, so I have already set up the email id and password for it. Now it's time to test it out. So everything seems okay, right? One thing I just want to focus upon is, since we will be testing it multiple times, or you may be testing it multiple times, these things, so what it will happen is it will give you errors. Because so for one user, if you save this record, what will happen is when you do it again, it will say that the record already exists and there is a some kind of constraint violation. So to handle those things, what we will do is we will use a very simple logic. We will say that once we are building this object, we will check whether this record exists or not. And if fp1 dot get expired time dot before date dot from instant dot now, so we will just do forget this dot delete by id, and we will pass fp1 dot get fpi id. Okay, so in case a user record already exists, we will delete it and then we will save it, so that we don't get any constraint violation error. Okay, because it may be that we may be testing multiple times. Okay, so this is one thing. And all this logic, if you want to understand, check out the backend playlist. In detail I have explained everything. Okay, so let me rerun the backend application and then we will test our forgot password functionality. So I hope everything will be going fine. Yeah, So let me just go over the page, refresh it. Fine. If I go to forgot password, okay, I have to set up the route, I think. So let's go to the routes thing, and well, let's set up a route. Copy paste here, forgot password component, and forgot password. Okay, this you have to do, and in the login page where we have put it, we have to change it in case it is not done. So come here, and it is for forgot password. Okay, fine, then we are good. So let's refresh, and if we go now to forgot password again, it's not working. Here we are, forgot password is not working. What's hampering? Let me see. I think it should work. Just a minute. Okay, let me check if everything is fine. I think this is correct. This is correct. Router link. Okay, let's restart the application once. Let me see why it is not working. Okay, clicking on forgot password. Okay, okay, we are getting one error for. Okay, so this error which you are seeing here, which we have got for this, just a small change we can do. What we can do is just go to home component, and before calling it, just check if this dot auth service dot is authenticated, then only call this, so that no more errors come. But this forgot password is not coming up, which is a problem. Let me see what is the problem. Okay, so I have not, please remember to import this router link. Okay, I have not imported in the login module, and that's why it was not working. Fine. So if I now click on register, it is coming. Actually, we should have there also, but okay. Here we will have a forgot password. Now we are having forgot password here, and we have to enter the email, right? So let me open my email box is also opened up. So let me, so I will just code with Sudarshan at gmail.com. Okay, I'm entering my email, and let's click on verify email. So what should happen is OTP should go to my email, and we will see some kind of response that OTP sent or something like that. Okay, so if I click on verify email, it get it. Okay, something is wrong. Fine, let's handle it. What is wrong? Invalid OTP. Invalid OTP. Why invalid OTP? No, 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 no. This is the problem. I don't throw the invalid OTP. Okay, this is why it is not happening. Okay, fine. So, or else, for now, just do it like this, and just make it. I have added this code just because to test again and again, it creates a problem. Wait, I'll tell you where is the problem. Let's comment out this code and then try. Okay, okay, fine. So now let me do it. If I try now at gmail.com, okay, so if now I try, I hope I will see there is a gap between the response, and therefore this is required. So it is saying email sent for verification. Now let's see if it comes. So here I get the OTP for forgot password request. Now it is 708033. So if I enter 708033 and I click on verify OTP, it again says bad request. Fine, good. What is the problem? Failed to convert value of string to required. Oh, okay. I think we didn't saw the type. Okay, these are small mistakes. Let me check where is the problem. Something is there which is not getting right. Let me see what it is the problem. Okay, so we were facing some issues in the user record. So the issue was basically I was a bit here. I was using verify email form and not verify OTP form, and because of which the values were not coming. Obviously, it will not come. So yeah, these were a kind of a very nonsense mistake, but yeah, it happened. So pardon me for that. I'll delete this record. Just a minute. I will delete this, and now let's do it completely fresh. So And also the methods that I was saying, okay, that one, okay, that is you can ignore it. No need for it. Actually, there is a flaw in that because it is taking a generated OTP. So okay, fine. So the only way is send the email, it gets generated in the database, and if you want to test again, delete that particular record and test again. Okay, so that is the only way. So now I will go with my email at the rate gmail.com, and now if I click on verify email, I'll wait for it. So email sent for verification. Okay, so we have got the OTP. So let's see whether we have received the OTP or not. Yeah, I tried a lot of times to check that the error was very silly. So now if we say, we are getting a new OTP as 864008. So if you see that the OTP is here also 864008, right? So I will go here and I will write 864008, right? Now I will verify the OTP. So if I verify the OTP, it says OTP verified, correct? Now I can change my password. Now the current password for this email ID is 12345, okay? But I will make it, say, maybe something like 119900, okay? Something like this, 119900, okay? And if I click on change password, I come to here as login. Now if I try this with my older password, okay, 12345, and I'll log in here, the login failed. But if I try with new password, gmail.com, so I say 119900, and if I log in here, you can see I can log in successfully as a user role, right? One thing you must be noticing, or if you have not noticed, here the names should be coming immediately, and for that there was some solution, but it is still not working. So I would like a final solution that has worked for me. So what you can do is you can just create a new method named as getName, okay? Make it as string / null and just return session storage dot get item name, fine, and call here get name, this dot get name method, okay? Just remove this, no need of this, and then go over here and you can simply call the get name method, okay? So this will fix the everything. Now you can see my name is coming. If I log out and log in again, so I will log in again with my email ID at gmail.com 119900. Oh, sorry, not here, my bad, 119900. So if I log in, you see it comes it immediately, fine. You can check it for all the user roles. So let me go to admin at gmail.com 12345, okay? And you can see the names are coming according to the role, all these things are coming up, right? So all functionalities are completed. Now one small functionality is there, which is a reset password. It is very simple one, you can do it. I leave it to you as an assignment, okay? What you have to do is, it when you click on reset password, just give the button somewhere around it, here or wherever you feel you want to give, just give the reset button option. It is only given to the authenticated users who want to change their password basically, or you can say reset password or change password, okay? And when they click on it, so a form like this should come, but it will not have the data inside. It will be a empty form, and it will only have two fields, the current password and new password, and maybe you can give re-enter the new password. So these 3 fields will be there, and when you submit the data, check that the user is authenticated, okay, and the form is valid, obviously. So in the backend course also, I have given you this assignment of reset password API. Here also I'm giving you on the front end side to do it so that you gain the confidence. The main point is you should gain the confidence. If any point you have not understood, or if any point there is a doubt or anything, just comment below. I will try to respond it as soon as possible. Okay. So with this, this whole series, the whole front end series comes to an end, and maybe we'll have some new content, new things going forward. So thank you everyone, and please subscribe to the channel for more such content. Like the video and share it with more people so that they can also benefit from it. Thank you everyone. Bye bye.